ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the siren sound. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Throws it, kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running for 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Light camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it. Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goes square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
Get better than this.
100% pure footy.
Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal, dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
AFL.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang. And snap.
And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
The Pies coming off the line. The Giants are about to hit theirs. The first meeting between the two teams in Melbourne since that famed preliminary final back in 2023. Never before have they met under the roof at Dockland. So what will happen tonight? Will it be the Magpie Army to cook up a storm under the roof, or will it be the big, big sound to make their own noise? Collingwood and GWS as round 3 of the AFL Premiership season rolls on. Great to have you with us. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. My name's Corbin Middlemass. The whole gang's here. Tim Hodges down on the boundary line. Our Hall of Fame pair in the second row. But firstly, Callie Underwood is alongside me for Friday night footy. Good evening, Cal.
Good evening, Corbin. A rare road trip for Collingwood for Friday night footy. They have to travel across town this evening. So I was wondering on the drive in, remember when Damien Hardwick was the Richmond coach and they had to play a home game here and he wasn't happy about it. He said this place is soulless and our fans don't like it. I wonder if Craig McRae feels the same way, but it'll be really interesting to see what kind of crowd we get here tonight. It is rainy, it is cold outside. Of course, we've got the luxury under the closed roof. But with the petrol prices as the way they are and the cost of living at the moment, crowds have been down. The AFL is starting to make contingency plans. I know that they've named $3 pies and $8 beers tonight to try and get more fans through the gates here tonight. So Collingwood's named pretty much their best team apart from Bobby Hill. So it'll be interesting to see these two teams desperate for a win. And the Pies coming off that bye, that 14 days off. Is it a hindrance or not? We'll ask the very well-qualified gentleman sitting behind us a little later.
Too early for final teams. We'll go inside both camps coming up. Kelly Underwood's got something for us after 7, so stick around for that. Jason McCartney, the footy manager at the Giants, and Tyson Goldsack, who's in charge of the forward line at Collingwood. And that is a task. I mentioned the Hall of Fame duo. A man who was a legend in Geelong's Hall of Fame is Cameron Ling, the 3-time premiership player, premiership captain. Hello, Lingy.
Hello, Corbs. Hello, Cal. Hello, Mick, Hodgie, and to everyone out there. Yeah, hope you're staying warm. We've got our first little blast of winter weather. We certainly had it last night at the Cattery.
That was a bit rude, wasn't it?
Oh, I took my kids along. They had a couple of mates who they'd invited along. If I could have somehow convinced them, bribed them to have stayed at home and watched
big
from the couch, I would have been very happy, Cal. But I reckon a lot of other Geelong people did that. The crowd was really low. I'm not sure Thursday nights work that well in Geelong with school the next day, Corbs. You've got to think of these annoying kids, what they're like the next day.
So the Cats are whinging already about the timing and that of that, because you speak on behalf of all Cats fans. What about the poor West Coast Eagles this week? They are flying to play Port Adelaide, and the time is midday in Adelaide, so it's 12:30 Melbourne time. It is 9:30 in the morning on a Sunday morning, these players. So Andrew McQualter, the coach, has had to spend the week getting them, not acclimatised, but they're getting their timing right. So they've wound back the clock 15 minutes, then they've gone another 15 because they're going to be up at 6 a.m. their time, out playing an AFL game at 9:30 on a Sunday morning.
It's like in the under-12s when you had to rock up and kick the dew off the ground for the older kids when they come on at 10 or 11 o'clock.
I feel like this comes up once a year. It is weird, though, that's when AFL teams actually train nowadays, though, isn't it? They often train at some stupid time in the morning, even though all the games are at night. But that is a little unusual. You'd be having your cornflakes and listening to the Eagles for West Coast fans, I'm sure, on Sunday morning. Mick Moldhouse knows what it's like to coach the West Coast Eagles, and he also knows that there's those wise men in the East, Mick, sometimes they don't always keep the thoughts of the West Australian teams front of mind. It's lovely to see you, Australian Football Hall of Famer, coaching icon Mick Moldhouse.
Corby, Cal, Lingy, and their meteorologist down on the bottom, Timmy. Kicking the dew off the ground. We used to stay up at... we married early and it was soft, so we'd sit there on Thursday night listening to 3OW, or whatever it was, and they'd go out, or they'd go in. Smith, Lawrence, Theodore, out. Galt, Ray, Moldhouse. And you go, another day getting up that early and just...
So you'd find out you were out of the team on the radio?
Yeah, because there's no communication whatsoever in those days.
Ballarat, you would have been kicking the ice off the ground.
Oh, there some stories up there. Like everyone had a red mark across their cheek from their nose to their cheek. And everyone was looking, why do you get that red? Because what you used to do is there was this red stuff that you used to rub your hands in with Vaseline to warm up, and you rub it on your back because it was still on your hands. So as you're wiping the off your nose, you left this big mark across your cheek. So Lingy, been there, done that, know exactly what it's like playing under 14 for GWS, wasn't it? That was 8:30 in the morning.
What would you make of it if you were still the Eagles coach?
Oh, I'd be really filthy on that. I'd be really. You've got to take in. What do you want to do? There's the way I look at football. It's for the crowd. We've got unless no crowd, nothing. Then you've got the player group, and then you've got media and administration. So administration have got to sit back and say, now what is the best for the people in Perth who are going to watch it? The best for the players to play their best football. It's like they've been. If they had a loss last week, it's like saying, well, you're a second side anyway, so that's where you're playing. So, but they won last week. So I think that secretly they would be filthy on that time.
Giants Pies coming up. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, and we're about to duck down to Tim Hodges, who's got the footy boss of the GWS Giants in Jason McCartney alongside him. The Sunday teams are in, by the way, for that game. So Lockie Jones, Will Brodie, and Josh Lay's going to make his debut for Port. Marshall, Bergman, Rosie all out injured, so 3 big outs for Port. And no room for Ollie Wines. So the Brownlow medalist, despite having served his suspension, he doesn't come straight back in to Josh Carr's team. Meanwhile, for the Eagles, Josh Lindsay comes into the Eagles lineup, and Harry Schonberg, the former Crow. Harry Edwards out injured, as is Milan Murdoch. And then the game between Carlton and Melbourne. So for the Blues, Taylor Burns going to make his debut as a small forward, and Francis Evans there as well. Ollie Lord's out ill. Lockie Fogarty's been dropped. Meanwhile, in the Melbourne team, this is where the big story comes. Tom McDonald comes in to play game 250 alongside Max Gawn, who's also playing his 250th. Paddy Cross, who wasn't on a list 25 days ago, is going to make his debut for Melbourne. Daniel Turner's out injured. Trent Rivers omitted, dropped from the Melbourne team. More on that coming up in a moment. Too early for teams here, but it's not too early to go inside the Giants camp. Jason McCartney's got the headphones on. He's alongside our own Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Hello, Corbin. Hello, team. Nice to be joined by Jason, the boss of the Giants. We were just admiring the turf here at the Docklands. Normally we stick the boot into it, but have you ever seen it look any better than it's looking right now? It's incredible. 3 weeks ago, Ed Sheeran was playing here.
It is. Evening all. Yeah, it's fantastic. We were here a couple of weeks ago, which I'd like to forget, against the Dogs, but I think that was the first game for the season here at Marvel, and the surf is just incredible. They've done an outstanding job.
So this is the first time you've ever played Collingwood here. Is that a good thing not to cop them at the MCG? I know you're very, very undermanned tonight, but does that give you some way to sell hope to the team?
Yeah, yes and no, but the other factor is the big finals and the big dance, the grand finals at the MCG. We'd love to play there more. I think we're only scheduled for one game there this year, so it's later in the year. I must say it is weird being here and seeing the Collingwood signs up around the ground, because probably under mix time, maybe occasionally here, but in recent times, not much at all. So maybe it does play to a little bit of advantage for us.
So were you a bit surprised and maybe frustrated, like us, that this game is here at the Docklands rather than across town at the MCG?
I suppose they've got to fixture so many games here at Docklands each year as well, so that's part of it. So, look, we have pretty good records playing anytime, anywhere over the journey, and especially under Adam Kingsley, we've had, we've played at a number of venues and have had really good results. So we expect a really strong performance here tonight, which is an important game. By next week, if we could even the ledger at 2-2 with a fair few players that come back post-bye, we'll be in a pretty reasonable position.
Before I send you upstairs to the crew, Ollie Hannaford's on debut tonight. Can you tell us a little bit about Ollie?
Yeah, we would have loved to have got Ollie in at some stage last year, but he had a bit of a wretched run his first year with some illness and injury. So, yeah, quite dynamic forward. He probably won't go inside tonight, but we think there's capabilities, some midfield work. But he was exceptional in some practice match pre-season form, and then last week, round one of the VFL, I think it was 32 possessions, had 5 shots at goal, kicked 3 goals. So, yeah, we're excited because obviously you look at the opportunity with some, high-quality players being out. We've seen what Phoenix Gothard's done after a really strong pre-season. His first 3 games of the year have been outstanding. So we think with Ollie, Phoenix will hold his spot now regardless of who's coming back. So we want to see similar from Ollie, and it'll be based around pressure really to start with.
I'll send you upstairs. Jason's got the cans on, guys. We've got Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Jace, thanks for your time so close to the game. As we've already alluded to, and with what you're saying, key people out for the Giants. So that is one reason perhaps for the last couple of weeks. Is there anything else you've been able to identify where just something's not quite clicking yet for the way that you guys want to be playing?
Yeah, good question there, Lingy. Like our first game, obviously, opening round was exceptional against the Hawks, and then the Bulldogs here in round one, that was a really strong first quarter, and I think Luke Beveridge was on record talking about how good our first quarter was. It just fell away. So we've had really bad 3 quarters against the Bulldogs, disastrous to be honest. And then the St Kilda game last week, we were terrible to be honest. Fundamentals, I've never seen us in a first quarter fumble the ball, miss handballs, miss kicks that we never really miss. And then the second half we turned it around, but it was too little too late. So probably one area identified, obviously it's a transition game and there's less stoppages, but the one where there is a stoppage, it's the ball up now in the middle. We've got to get some clean clearance from there and some better territory to lock the ball in our front half and score.
Jace, thanks for coming on. Just a couple of things that I can and they're quite diverse. I'll name the first one. Briggs in the ruck. I've been such a big fan of his. Are the new rules now killing a bloke like him? And I just don't mean him. I see Darcy at Fremantle also affected. Are these rules sort of come onto us too quick? Should we have not trialled them in pre-season and then perhaps through the VFL before we start to hit the main arena? Because quite frankly, we're seeing the death of that type of ruckman.
Yeah, it's been interesting, Mick. Like Kieran was very strong in the opening round against Meek at Hawthorn. It's interesting, the Hawks since then too have gone with Reeves and Meek as well. We don't really have that. We like Kieran or Nick Madden really strong in the VFL today, played some games last year. And the backup still for us in the ruck is Riccardi as a forward. So it's definitely changed. Kieran's probably, apart from that one game, he's had trouble with English in the past, so I don't know how you can really assess that one. And then last week it was the jumper into Conning, and Conning supported by Rowan Marshall. So that's, I think, regardless of whether rules change on that might have been a challenge. But for us, it's just been competitive enough in the centre bounce to. Kieran never won a lot of hitouts anyway, but it's just neutralising a bit, and our mids can go to work then. But then it's getting after at ground level. And I thought the second half last week is a bit better at that. Christian Xerri, watching that game, North Melbourne and West Coast, I think he's probably struggled a bit at centre bounce, but he's hunted ground level, like the way he was splitting opponents in half last week. That's really what we want, and we know Kieran can do. If he can get back to that, we'll be wrapped with that.
Yeah, it's just so much. I know around the ground you can actually lock in, but centre square, we've just seen so many goals come out of the centre square. And if the ruckman can jump over the top and punch it any way he wants to, this puts pressure on. Anyway, that's only my... Just on second thoughts, I've followed you guys pretty closely. I've been a great admirer of the way it's, right out in the outback sort of thing, and sort of forgotten a lot here in Melbourne, how you've been able to be so competitive and, I don't know, just have a fantastic playlist. But I keep seeing year in, year out, the playlist disintegrate because of injuries. Is it the grounds? Is it the travel? Is there some sort of factor? Now, I also know that you lost your key back, one of the best backline player playing in the state of origin in February, which haunts you, and then of course you lost Tom Green. But is there some sort of cue that you've been able to nail and you're trying to rectify?
Yeah, thanks for reminding me about Friday the 13th of Feb when Tom Green went down in match play at the club, and then Saturday the 14th we lost Sam, so that wasn't great. But look, it is one thing we've had. This is my 9th season at the Giants. It's something that's we've always had patches where we would lose some key players. Like probably everyone goes through stages, but for us last year, the season wasn't too bad with it, but we just had some critical pieces missing at the end. So I don't know whether it is we've got this great partnership with the ACT government, play games in Canberra, which is awesome. We need that too because the Easter show period we're out of our stadium. So it's obvious, we don't travel as far as, obviously, say, West Coast and Fremantle, but the frequency of travel, maybe that has a factor at times. Like we generally, in a home and away season, we'll be on a plane to play 14 times. I remember it's interesting playing against the Pies at the 2023 prelim final, which they got us by a point. That was our 17th game where we went to the airport to get on a plane to play, and the Pies was their 17th game at the G. But that's part and parcel of being an interstate side, I suppose. And we just need to... We train hard. Our pre-seasons, we train... and all clubs have gone that way, that high-speed, high-intensity to replicate the way we want to play. So they are on edge. We've just probably... This next period after the bye, when we're out of Sydney for a little period, we probably just need to manage that with our training program, maybe a bit better than we have last year or the year before.
Just a yes or no, because I know Cal wants to talk to you.
Yep.
Is the game quickened up too much too early without a good pre-season?
Yeah, another great question. I think when we start the season every year, we talk about scoring's up, the game's fast. Now, the rule changes have lent itself to it is a bit quicker, but I just think it's one in 3 or 4 weeks' time where we've got a bit better of a sample size, because obviously we've got teams going through buys at the moment and things. So I think we can assess it more accurately in maybe another 3 weeks.
Right.
Jace, I wanted to ask you just back on the injuries. I know that there were 7 hamstring injuries last weekend. I noted with interest Adam Kingsley spoke on TV on Monday night, and he spoke about the fact that he was confident that Bedford, who's out with a hammy, and Brent Daniels, who's out with a hammy, did that in the Pracky game, and Cadman, who's out with injury as well, were all likely to play this week. What happened to them?
I don't know what happened to Kingers, actually. I think he got his weeks missed up on Monday.
Did he?
Yeah, he must have, because in my planning they were probably not going to be... Bedford was probably the closest.
Right.
But he'd had a slower week 2 weeks ago. So I think for us too, the importance of tonight is very high, but also with probably a little bit, you're looking at what our players have done in their loads to return, having a bit of a look at what happened last weekend across the competition. The importance of this game, knowing we've got a bye, we need to get it done, but probably we use the extra week and we'll get all those players back for gather round, which is a Sunday game against Richmond. We've got a management piece there too, because then we play against the Swans on a Friday. So a bit of a management piece there. And I think Sam Taylor, the way he's tracking, he's probably a week or two behind those other boys. So whether that's the Swans or the Anzac round against the Kangas.
Jason McCartney, the head of footy, with us from the GWS Giants. Last one, Jace, before you go, it's Corbin Middlemass here. There's a game here under the roof at Docklands tomorrow afternoon, and there's been a bit going on in the media between Ross Lyon and Chris Fagan about max contracts and the way that salary caps distributed and all the rest of it. Are you a supporter of max contracts in the league? Would that serve the game well, do you think?
Corbin, you're talking about the length of contracts?
Yes.
Yeah. I would be. We all go there because we have to, and you do take on some risks, obviously. But the reality is, if you've got a high quality free agent, which we've had a few in the past, and we're about to enter that with, Tom Green next year and Lockie Ash, if you're not doing 6 or 7 year deals with those guys, unfortunately, there's a fair chance they might end up playing another club, especially when they're not locals, and the lure to come back. For a lot of our boys, Victoria, and Sam's case last year, Sam Taylor WA, is strong. So, there's a bit of work probably a bit of work being done there, both from the AFL and obviously the PA would have a different view on it all. But obviously that's something that would need to go through the next CBA negotiation for any change there.
Good luck tonight, Jason, and the rest of the way. Appreciate your time.
Thanks very much. Have a good call.
Jason McCartney, of course, had one of the richest moments in the history of this stadium on this ground, obviously, in his comeback game and what turned out to be his final game for North Melbourne all those years ago, now the footy boss at the Giants. Just on the game here tonight, so Collingwood and GWS is our game for broadcast. The second game, of course, round 3 of the AFL Premiership season. It's the one after the bye for the Magpies, so they haven't played since Saturday the week before, where they lost to Adelaide. And for the Giants, it's a game before the bye, so they're on a short week, having played St Kilda in the wet last Saturday, and then they have round 4 off before the competition heads to Adelaide for Gather Round. There is no late change, so no late change here. So at selection, we learnt Moore, Howe and Oscar Steen on debut, the 3-ins for Collingwood, while for GWS, Leake and Hannaford come into the Giants team. What do you make of the whole sort of Chris Fagan, Ross Lyon spat about, and really it centres around Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller's contract, so $2 million. So there is part of it that Chris is an advocate for max length contracts. You can't go out beyond a certain period. But he's also, I think, a little cranky based off the fact that St Kilda have almost reset the market to say, hey, we're going to pay our top superstar $2 million. And clearly, everyone's obviously advocating in self-interest. Brisbane have got the other issue where they've got a number of players they're trying to squeeze in that, now they've got some premiership equity and next to their names that they're trying to sort of drive the prices down on guys that would be attractive, I'm sure, for other clubs.
Isn't it, don't we see this every 5, 6, 7 years? I mean, the Chris Judd contract to come to Carlton almost reset the market. And
well, Buddy Franklin was 10 years, and then 9 years, was it?
Then the Buddy Franklin moved to the Swans, so it reset the market. It's then the challenge of certain clubs, and often possibly successful clubs who are trying to keep either a premiership list or a list that is right on the cusp of winning a premiership together and not losing those.
It's a massive jump, though, isn't it?
I really believe that. So you come from a club, Lingy, of recent time, so let's go 30 years ago, it was down there. Now it's deemed as out of Melbourne, and it's a really attractive place. So it's much easier for Geelong at the moment, and they're a top club. The ones that I feel for are the bottom 4 or 5 that have been down there for a fair time. They, all of a sudden, what are we going to do about this bloke? We know we're going to lose him unless we got... I think there should be a cap on years. As far as the amount goes, I don't know whether there should be a cap on amount, because that's for you then to fit it in. If you only want one player, you're not going to win a premiership. You might have one good player, you might win the goal kick, you might even win your best of areas, you might win the Brownlow, but you won't win a premiership. That's got to be balanced out. But the moment you start to put... I look at some of these blokes running out at the moment, you can tell by their body shape. They're going to get... And I know 30 is a bad number to use these days, but 31, 32, and you're going to go... He's going to lose his pace dramatically, and they're going to hang on to him for another 3 or 4 years. We're seeing it already.
But isn't it to your competitive advantage then to say, hey, we're willing to let him go? If he wants to go to another club for 9 years and they get 4 years of dead money out of him, then too bad for them. We've got flexibility in our cap and they don't.
But you've just lost a player that you've probably groomed for the next 5 years.
Yeah.
Which is what Jason McCartney just said. They have no other choice.
Yeah.
They have to do the long contracts because otherwise
But if there was
they'll
a maximum,
up and leave.
if there was a maximum of 5 years,
Yep.
no 5, then you're hitting a wall. both clubs are hitting a wall. They're not going to 6 or 7. And you think, well, Kelly's an interesting one. See, Kelly to me,
he did 7 years, didn't he? 7 or 8, I think.
He was never going to be 7 years. He was always a bit proppy. He was okay. He was never going to win a lot of games off his own boot. But they were forced into a 7-year contract, whereas North Melbourne would have given it 7 years or 8 years. There's one that you probably could have said, yeah. But again, he was one of their better players, but not one of their great players in my book.
But look what the Eagles did. The Eagles essentially kept a bunch of guys past their expiration date. It went bad. They've had multiple years down the bottom. Then they put their hand out to the AFL and say, hey, can you help us because we're historically bad? Now they've got 2 number 1 picks and a number 6, and all of a sudden they've had a huge glow up and everyone's thinking, oh, this is awesome. Look what the West Coast Eagles have put together. So why wouldn't you just blow it up and then ask the AFL for assistance and start again?
You shouldn't be able to ask for assistance.
That's right.
When it's that quick a turnaround. When you've won a premiership in 2018, you shouldn't be able to put your hand out and say it. It's different if you've been down for a long time and you haven't had that premiership. I think it comes back to good management of your salary cap. We're all paying the same amount across the competition.
Some are more equal. It's an animal farm. There's a few more equal than others, Lingy, and they're north of the Murray River.
Okay. However, I think the salary cap's the same though, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's no cost of living anymore. Yeah. There's academy access to some of those. What I was going to say was if you've got a certain amount to spend, you can bank some of that and pay 102% in a certain year. If you're really smart with the way you manage your money and you bring it all together, the right people combined with the right player at the right time, then you can generate success out of the way you manage your list. But if you allocate those resources and that money to the wrong player, either, or the wrong person who looks like a talented player, then you'll stuff it up. And do you know what I say to that? Bad luck, that's on you.
Management.
Yeah, that's bad management.
Well, what did Finn Callaghan tell us at the media night? He was saying, what did he re-sign at the Giants for? 2 years, I think. Yeah. Much better money, but it was only a couple of years because he said, I loved Sydney, absolutely love it. I didn't even look anywhere else. I didn't ask my manager. And afterwards he found out St Kilda came with an offer and someone said, how much was it? And a 23-year-old kid is standing there in front of us and he said, casually, 19. $19 million he knocked back from St Kilda.
How many years?
I think it was something like 10 years or something like that.
Huge money.
Incredible
Huge
contract.
money. So Finn Callaghan is one I think is actually good enough. But you are putting all your eggs into a basket there if you're St Kilda.
Exactly.
And if it's wrong and you get it wrong, you live with the consequences there. So
injuries and unfortunate injuries, Lingy. That's right.
And I don't think then if you get it wrong and that all turns pear-shaped and you are horrible for a while, you shouldn't be able to put your hand up.
No, not at all.
I don't want to be a real doomsdayer either, but I mean the current TV deal's out in 2032, and there's forever and a day the next TV deal's always been worth more than the previous one. I mean, you look at the position Channel 7's in at the moment, for example, and what traditional media looks like in this country and what it's going to look like in 2032. I don't know if we can just keep expecting that, hey, there's going to be more money the next time, next time.
May not be.
You know, these huge global streaming platforms that people essentially say, oh, well, they'll get involved. Well, you know, if you get involved in the MLB or the NFL or whatever, it brings with you millions of new subscribers. The AFL is a drop in the ocean when it comes on a global stage. It's not a global sport. You're not going to, if Amazon pick it up or Netflix, for example, they're not going to get 100 million new subscribers because the country's only 26 million and half of them are interested in another football code at this time of the year. So it's a really interesting time for the league as to what that looks like. And if you strap yourself to someone for $2 million and the cap goes down rather than necessarily going up or stays the same, that's a lot of your resources tipped in one area.
So you take away a little bit of the administrative initiative and you say, we're protecting you from yourselves. 5, 6. Look, I'm not going to put a figure up, but it can't be any more than 5 or 6.
No, but I'm more that if you stuff it up, bad luck to you. I'm a bit more in that camp.
Yeah. Let us know what you reckon. The SMS number 0437 774 774. No late change here at Docklands, Collingwood and GWS. Huge job for Tyson Goldsack tonight. He's in charge of the forward 6 at Collingwood. We're going to hear from him next. Kel's got some news for us. The Sunday teams plus the AFL admit that they got it wrong last night at the Cattery. All of that still to come as our build-up continues. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. But now it's news time.
evening, Nicholas Hines with ABC News. A Victorian-based fuel supplier has increased the number of oil shipments it receives and says supplies remain strong despite the Middle East war. Viva Energy operates one of Australia's 2 oil refineries, supplying around 30% of the nation's fuel. Speaking at their refinery in Geelong today, the company's CEO, Scott Wyatt, said some shipments were coming from Argentina and the US.
The crude oil that we process here is not dependent on the Middle East. We take crude oil from much closer to home, and those supply lines are strong and intact.
National Cabinet will meet again on Monday to discuss the fuel supply concerns, with more than 100 Victorian service stations still facing shortages. Severe tropical cyclone Narelle has made landfall in WA's Pilbara and is continuing to track along the coast as a Category 3 system. The cyclone has sunk boats, torn off roofs and cut power in several areas as it followed the WA coast before making landfall, with the Bureau warning it will remain a powerful cyclone for several hours. Les Graham lives near Exmouth and earlier today said it was hard to tell the full extent of the damage.
Well, we haven't been out too much because you just can't get outside, but this morning I think the camp kitchen's blown away. And I think the roof, the guttering and the whirlybirds flying off the roof of the homestead, and there's quite a few big date palms that snapped off. So, yeah, the wind's been pretty solid.
The war in the Middle East is driving a global energy shock, forcing governments to act. Disruptions to oil and gas flows through the Strait of Hormuz have pushed up global fuel prices. Governments around the world are responding by cutting taxes and easing environmental restrictions. Japan is moving to boost coal-fired power, while countries including Vietnam and Spain have announced tax cuts on fuel. In Australia, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has also left the door open to temporarily reducing fuel taxes. The disruption is also affecting global supply chains, with fewer ships moving through the strait, pushing up the cost of goods. Back home, a man has been arrested in relation to a distressing allegation of animal cruelty in Victoria's southwest earlier this week. Police and the conservation regulator have been investigating reports a koala was tied up and dragged behind a vehicle in Koroit on Wednesday. The regulator says a 67-year-old man was arrested yesterday. He's since been released and is expected to be charged on summons. The mother of the police officer killed in Melbourne's Russell Street bombing in 1986 says her daughter's legacy lives on in the policing community. Today marks 40 years since a car bomb exploded outside the Victoria Police headquarters, killing 21-year-old Constable Angela Taylor and injuring several others. Several initiatives were set up in her honour after the attack, including a policing public safety scholarship. Speaking at today's memorial, Marilyn Taylor paid tribute to her daughter and thanked those who carry on her legacy.
Disruptions to oil and gas.
Angela has given me the gift of appreciating every day, of seeing the beauty around me. We were best friends, sharing laughter, dreams, and so much more.
In cricket news, Victoria trails South Australia by 88 runs at stumps on day 2 of the Sheffield Shield final at Melbourne's Junction Oval. The visitors were bowled out for 198 in their first innings, with South Australian captain Nathan McSweeney top scoring with 52. Will Sutherland was the pick of the Victoria's bowlers with figures of 4 for 54, while Nathan McAndrew has 2 early wickets for SA. Victoria will begin day 3 at 4 for 110, with Marcus Harris on 26 and Oliver Peake on 16. And in AFL news, North Melbourne coach Alistair Clarkson says the season starts too early amid concerns over a spate of injuries. 8 players injured their hamstrings in round 2, prompting suggestions the game is too fast and players are still adjusting to new rules. The season is longer than it used to be, and Clarkson says the AFL should be protecting players from heat and playing on grounds hardened from summer.
We can do it. We can play Christmas if you want to. We can pull it right forward to November. But it's just putting the players at enormous risk, and we don't play in the summer for a reason. You play cricket in the summer, you play footy in the winter, play on softer grounds, and you'll probably find that your players aren't going to be susceptible as much injury.
To the weather, there is still a severe weather warning for damaging winds over alpine areas in the far east of the state this evening. There are some isolated showers in the south, more extensive over far east Gippsland, dry and partly cloudy across the north. Tomorrow, some scattered showers near and south of the ranges and some isolated showers in the northwest during the afternoon. In Melbourne, a shower or 2 this evening and showers tomorrow with a top of 19, cloudy on Sunday. Right now, it's 15 degrees.
News. Stay up to date with the latest news in less than 2 minutes with the ABC News Top Stories podcast. The biggest breaking news stories of the day and why they matter. The ABC News Top Stories podcast on ABC Listen or wherever you get your podcasts.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
A well-trodden path. Lockett, Hall, Franklin, and now Curnow. The grass is greener at the SCG.
Back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
On his left, he couldn't bang through a third, can he? You bet he can.
It's from 45 on the run.
Oh.
And they've made it 6 in a row.
What a goal.
Nick Dacos takes the advantage, eyes the goals and kicks it. DNA doesn't lie.
Want it down.
Sock it off the ground by Will Ashcroft.
He's a freak. That
is just that. Freakish.
Welcome to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Besides the clubs, you couldn't get a bigger contrast in the competition. The biggest club in the land with the Magpie Army behind them. It's handed through the bloodline up against the GWS Giants. It's not the black and the white stripes. It's the bold, brash orange of the GWS side coming from Western Sydney with the small supporter base looking to grow through the generations, representing the AFL's final frontier. They come together under the Friday Night Lights round 3 here at Dockland Stadium, Collingwood and GWS. Despite that contrast, they have been September regulars in recent seasons. The last time they met in Melbourne was the 2023 preliminary final. They meet for the first time under the roof at Docklands tonight, and it is a good evening to be indoors. The weather's been pretty miserable over the last 48 hours or so, so the roof is on tonight, and both the Pies and the Giants are out there conducting their preliminary warm-up. There is no late change. The gang's all here. Friday night footy. Your thoughts, 0437 774 774. The SMS number, so the changes at selection, Moore, Howe and Oscar Steen, so a debutant along with the 2 experienced premiership players in for Collingwood. 3 guys omitted, Parker, Allen and Buller. Meanwhile, for GWS, they bring in James Leake for his first run of the year, Ollie Hannaford for the first start of his AFL career, so we get to see him tonight for the first time. The 19-year-old, pick 18 in the 2024 draft. Buckley's out concussed, and Ralston lost his place in the team. He played in the Magoos a little earlier. GWS finishing over the top, coming from behind to beat Collingwood there in the final term. So throw it all together. There's no Buckley, no Taylor, and what is a long injury list for the Giants. Among a host of others, they've got 12 unavailable to them. Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, Mick Malthouse, the coaching icon, and the legendary cat Cameron Ling with you in commentary. Just before we delve a little deeper into this fixture tonight, and we'll go inside the Magpies camp in just a moment with Tyson Goldsack. Kel, good evening to you.
Good evening, Corbin. Just making a few phone calls around this afternoon. Little something bubbling along behind the scenes, and we just don't know when this might happen or not. But I can tell you that the current petrol crisis was mentioned at a meeting of all club CEOs last Thursday, so all 18 club CEOs. One club that travels a lot saying that it is a really big concern and something the AFL is closely monitoring. Canberra insiders telling me today that there's enough fuel coming into the country until the end of August, but we do know that state and territory leaders will meet with the Prime Minister, a meeting of National Cabinet on Monday, where the government could introduce rationing measures. Now, emergency measures to conserve fuel that could include less air travel to conserve jet fuel. So the AFL has already, clearly they've addressed the issue that crowd numbers are down over the first 3 rounds, and they have announced incentives to get more fans to the games this weekend, including, as I mentioned earlier, the $3 pies and the $8 beers tonight. And Carlton and Melbourne, they've offered cheaper tickets for the game on Sunday. But this is getting more serious by the day. We know the petrol crisis affects everyone, not just those in football. But in a few months, less flights because of limited jet fuel could really disrupt the AFL. And I just wonder at what point they're sort of meeting behind the scenes to consider a team like the Giants that we're going to see tonight. We heard from Jason McCartney, their head of football, earlier that they can't get onto their home ground for the next 6 weeks because of 6 weeks in a row because of the Easter show. So they have a bye over Easter, and then they've got interstate trips. They're going to the Barossa over Gather Round. Then they're off to Canberra. Then they go to the Gold Coast, and then there's Perth in the next 7 weeks. So we know that companies out there are already warning employees that, measures for work for home could come back into place. So I just wonder what effect this might have on the AFL and whether we're looking at a point where, the likes of Fremantle and the West Coast Eagles that travel all the time, we might have to see them, dare I say, in like hub type things where they are brought to Melbourne to play more games, because this is an issue that's not going away soon. And even if the war does end tomorrow, we know that it takes a few weeks to get the fuel into the country. So this is something that I'm sure the AFL is looking at behind the scenes, and that no doubt more and more clubs will become more concerned about it. The Giants said to me today that it's definitely an issue on their radar.
Wow. Okay. So CEO's meeting during the week has been discussed, so flagged there, about what that means for the competition going forward. So Kelly Underwood with the latest on that with us on ABC Sport. It sounds to me, Lingy, a little bit of sort of back to the future. I mean, and you go back to the Second World War in 1942 and 43, your beloved Cats had to stand out of the competition due to fuel rations. It was exactly that reason back then. And Lindsay White, who won the goal kicking in 1942 wearing a South Melbourne jumper, so Geelong's best players went and played for other clubs during that particular period. Unfortunately, something like this, going back, say, 10 years ago, we would have thought that's impossible to impact the competition. And it feels like after the COVID days, we're conditioned for anything, for any kind of upheaval as to what this could mean for our game.
Yeah, it's a massive upheaval though, isn't it? As soon as you use the word hubs, I think it sent it through a shudder through us all there.
And even just the companies out there in the city saying work from home, that sends a shudder up your spine as well. But I mean, it's certainly not out of the question.
No, and it may become reality, and contingencies need to be worked on now so they're prepared. However, then it begs so many questions. Why do the Perth teams have to come here? The WA teams are probably saying, hey, we can play footy in WA, send a bunch of Victorian teams to us, and we'll create a little hub over there with maybe the South Australian teams, rather than making us fly. I would imagine some arguments perhaps starting to happen around the clubs. I know the obvious one is Victoria because there's 10 teams sitting in here, but some of those interstate clubs, I say that being a Victorian, they could argue, well, hang on a second, why do we have to travel to Victoria to create these hubs?
And the AFL is sort of saying at the moment, look, there's nothing to see here. Clearly that they've got to be careful because the farmers are the ones that are really hurting in this situation, and we're in an entertainment industry. But at the same time, there was a bit of a feel, wasn't there, Mick, during COVID? Remember, they all went up to the Sunshine and they were in the resorts, in their hubs, and everyone was thinking, well, hang on, they're getting a bit of special treatment here from the government. So it's a delicate one for the AFL to really keep their eye on.
Yeah, well, look, I might be looking at it a little bit differently, but I just think a lot of people have jumped, and I think a lot of the price gouging in the petrol industry is rife. There is no government ruling that says you can't put prices up, believe it or not, and that is an absolute fact. Even if they put it up to $4, all they just justify it by saying, well, that's what we're going to sell it at. There's no particular rule at this current time that says you have to keep to a strict thing. So clearly there's profit taking. We don't get all our oil from the Middle East. I mean, that's in fact, I think we only get 20% from the Middle East. So we seem to be jumping up. I think we're sort of a little bit scared of what took place at COVID to see how we felt, and we're now starting to feel the repercussions of what took place then, as opposed to the reality is we can still get fuel. Fuel's still arriving in Australia. Priority, no doubt, should go to the farmers. It should go for the truckies, the city truckies as well. It should go to the medical. It should go to the military. That's why we've got a network in Melbourne and most big cities have, of train, tram, and etc. So I don't know whether we really are as in dire straits as what we. I think it's easy to jump on and go, oh, look, throw the arms in the air, but I don't think it's that bad.
Yeah.
I wonder whether it'll affect the crowds for Gather Round.
Oh, definitely there, because a lot of people will not put $2.50 or $2.70 litre of petrol in their tank to go for a holiday which is basically it, school holiday, take the kids over there, which has been magnificently run by the South Australian government. I'm not sure that people will do that now. It's almost double from what it was.
Easter next weekend, then gather round the week after. So when the whole competition gets back together, it'll only be the second full round that we've had in the young season so far after round one, with all 18 teams playing when we get to Adelaide in a fortnight from now. No late change here at Docklands, Collingwood and GWS, so teams going in as selected. And just repeating Kelly Underwood's news that the AFL CEO's meeting during the week, that well and truly front and centre the conversation around the fuel shortage and what potential impacts it could have in the competition going forward. All right, let's head inside the Collingwood camp. A man who's got a very big role to play today is alongside our own Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Corbin, we're joined down here by Tyson Goldsack from Collingwood. We appreciate your time, Tyson. Is it weird you had 2 games and then had such the bye and a week off? It seems such an odd prep leading into this season.
It's certainly different. 2 games. We had 4 games in a row with the 2 practice matches. So for us, it's a month of footy. We kind of started setting ourselves from that first one against GWS. It's a weird time to have a bye and watch some games, but we'll take it. Was it a weird or ugly few days after that Adelaide one? The forward line didn't work at all. It was a frustrating night at the office for everyone at the Pies, wasn't it? I think frustrating is probably the right word. When you don't play to your full potential, I think that's where the frustrations come in. We were training really well. We played really well the week before, and we just didn't click. But in saying that, with the bye, we've had 2 weeks to hopefully fix it, and we can come out tonight and play a different brand of footy. You are the forward coach. What are your confidence levels that the team can kick the winning score tonight? I think that our total ball movement, if we're talking forward line and offence combined, I think when our ball movement is the way that it can be, it will give our forwards a really good look. Jack Buller goes out, this week, and he's just still learning our system and where to run. His running patterns. He was good today in the VFL, and there was some guys down there that played well today. But our forward line, we can kick big scores. So are you confident that the Adelaide result was maybe a mulligan? I'm hoping it's a once-off, yeah. Like I said, the way that we have trained in our ball movement over the summer's been really positive. So, hopefully tonight we can bring back to that. And is it a challenge for you to get someone like Dan McStay, who had a milestone against the Crows and had a bit of a dirty night, to get him with his confidence back? I think so, yeah. And that's where, when we talk about ball movement, that it needs to match our forwards in some respect. It can't be all one way for the forwards and how they want it. They've got to bring some parts of their game that we need as a collective. But Dan wasn't at his best last week, but hopefully he's had a good 2 weeks to prep for this game. And probably ditto for Tim Membry beside him. So Tim's been really good. He's probably, the thing about Tim is he's always running the right patterns, so that he kind of brings us what we need from a structure perspective as well. Then there's Jeremy Howe. There's intrigue. He's back in the team. A lot of intrigue. I think a lot of people would like to see what it would look like if he went back forward. Do you share that? I'm a huge lover of Howie. We've been great mates for a long time. So I keep saying to him that there'd be, from my perspective, I'd be happy to have him in our forward group. But what he brings for us as a defender is huge as well. So if we need to use him forward, we've got that, up our sleeve. But ideally, he plays down back and our forwards get the job done. So do you talk to Craig McRae and say, hey, that whiteboard magnet, can I borrow it a little bit? If break glass and grab that magnet? We haven't got to that yet this season, but we know that he's done it in previous years. Just the relationship that Howie and I have, that I'd happily spend more time with him, but at the moment I'm happy for him to play down back. So he starts down back tonight? Yeah. And tell us, can we ask you about Oscar Steen, the first gamer tonight? He's much loved and he's been in the system for a while. Yeah. You must be thrilled, as I know all of his teammates are, that he gets this opportunity. Yeah, it's really hard as a ruck when we've got such a dominant ruck being Darcy Cameron, that Oscar's just had to do his development, his apprenticeship at the VFL, and his the way he attacks the ball in the air and his movement around the ground strong. So we're really, really happy for him to get a crack tonight. And then the skipper, Darcy Moore, back for his first game of the year. What does he bring to this team, rather than being a stupid question when he's such an important, integral part of that backline? But what does he bring to the team? Yeah, well, you look at his profile athletically, he brings us so much flexibility, and the matchups that he can take down for us is huge. But the leadership on the field, off the field, and being able to put those together now that he's playing is really strong for the group. You've got a trip to Brisbane next week. I know it's only 1 week at a time, but when you're facing the Premier, it's so much more important to be 2-1 rather than 1-2 by midnight tonight, isn't it? Yeah, I think if you're playing the last team on the ladder, it's still important to be 2-1 at this time of year. What do we have? 6-day turnaround, so play them on Thursday. yeah, it is 1 week at a time, but eyes go forward after this game, but hopefully knock off the Giants tonight and be 2-1 facing Brisbane next week.
Hey, best of luck.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
There you go, Corbin. Tyson Goldsack from the Pies.
Thanks, Hodgie. What a night for him as the forwards coach at Collingwood. There's a lot of attention on him. So there's no Jack Buller, Mick, who they brought in, obviously, for in the off-season, given the fact Myerchak obviously left to go to Melbourne. And then they've got a GWS team at the right time, which has no Taylor and no Buckley.
No Buckley, yeah.
Do you think if the forward line doesn't function tonight, when is it going to?
And if it had been playing at Geelong last night, it would have got away with, because of the height factor with the wet. Even the MCG tonight might have been a big cruise, you don't know. But this got the lid on it, perfect. It's interesting, I'm just looking at the player list. Yes, GWS have got a lot of injuries. Collingwood have got probably one player that would be in their side out. They've got 12 players that are 30 plus this year. They're all playing. So clearly they're still backing in their experience as opposed to anything else. I go along with the fact that when you've got players like Howe, maybe the best thing is cameos forward as opposed to starting forward, because he is 35 and he's not a big giant of a bloke. But Myerchak is an interesting one that they've kept so many of the players that are probably a bit patchy, and yet Myerchak was still performing. So there's one of their key forwards. He straightens them up. I'm not sure they've got a key forward down there that can straighten them up outside of, I know this might sound very strange, to go from full forward, but they need him in the middle to give him a bit more grunt as well.
So you wouldn't be starting Howe forward? I know that's
I would not. I would play him forward at some stage, but I wouldn't start him forward. I'd let the game drift a little bit and then pop him down there, find the best. Have a look at how GWS settled for a start off. Let's have a look at their back six without those two fundamental key backs and go, right, okay, you know what, if we can play him high or play him low, he's going to attract this sort of player. That's the sort of player we want him on, as opposed to going down there. They could be preparing for him. They've already done some work on him. So, no, I wouldn't do it early.
Howe and Moore down back, if they're somewhere back to near their best, kickstart their offence and they can actually attack better across the ground, which will give their forward line a little bit better look. I agree. McStay, it's clearly not quite clicking perfectly.
Hasn't.
To go, he's the one.
And Elliott.
Yeah, and Elliott's a star. I absolutely love Elliott. But to go, I reckon you sit him 30 out from goal and just let him roam that forward 60 like a ruck roving forward and just go wherever you want. You want to be one out, you call it. You want to hunt up the ground a bit, you call it. You run the show in that forward line.
The numbers are incredible. So it's 11 matches now that they haven't kicked 100 points. The other data I saw during the week, last 5 games have kicked exactly 11 goals. The average winning score this year, average goals for a winning team, is 16.5.
Yeah, so they're defending well.
So they're a bit short of that.
But the Pies, even when they were scoring more, it was built off that frenetic pressure across the ground, creating great turnovers, and then flying back through the other way. They're not generating those enough yet. Not many teams can get it from deep in defence with the opposition really well set and then perfectly work at the length of the ground and kick goals. You tend to do it. You score more off the back of turnovers. Certainly Collingwood did when they were at their best. So that's what's got to come back first, which is defence first, leading to a really great attack.
Lingy, where have you got them? Where have you got Collingwood and where you got GWS? Knowing Tom Green's out for the year, Collingwood are basically a full side. And for all intents and purposes, let's say they stay pretty close to that.
Yeah, so I think Pies win tonight.
Don't forget they finished in the top 4 last year. They were on top for 4 games clear at one stage. So
I've got Pies winning tonight, but I'll probably, until they can recapture that really just hunt around the ground, I believe they can, only because of the qualities that are out there. Maybe I'm giving them too much credit from the leftover of the premiership team and the grand final, all that sort of stuff. I think that they are sitting in that danger zone of being in a wild card game. You know, do they slip to a 6, which gets them just in, maybe 7th, unless they can recapture it. The Giants, they're just trying to buy wins until they can get their players back. They are trying to get to round 8. 4-4, 5-3.
That'd be very good if they get. Really, I've got them 3 and 5 at 8.
Yeah. So, and the risk is they hit it at 1 and 7 or 2 and 6, and then it's a long, long way back.
Not when you get a ribbon for finishing 13th. So
you might only need to win 10.5 games, depending on
look, I reckon a side will get 8th and finish 10th.
Yeah. It's
fair dinkum. That's how many medals would you have? No, because you made the finals all the time. What are these other sides?
I think in the 18, we did these numbers, didn't we? In the 18-team era, I think they're almost split evenly, sort of 33% each of two between winning record at 10th, even record at 10th, and a losing record at 10th. So in one in every 3 years, you can actually qualify now for the finals with a losing record.
Yeah.
In the way that the 18-team competition structured. That means the teams down the bottom need to win more games. Obviously, in recent years, it's the middle part's been fattened up by the fact that the bottom 3 teams have had so few wins.
Mick's just trying to fire me up.
He is.
Really
He's
get
trying
me
to
going because I'm with him on that. And tell you what, Mick, as soon as we start whatever they're called, wildcard games, as soon as we start counting those as finals,
they're not, are they?
That's what they're saying will happen. That has got the bee in my bonnet about that.
I'm with you, Lingy. Let's go. Let's go. Look, we'll do a parade at the front. We'll strip and walk up and down. And we'll walk.
That's not good for anyone.
I reckon everyone in this little booth should just
run away.
Kel's just run out.
Kel's already run.
That'll be great when we get there, the wildcard games. You'll love them.
Yeah, okay, the games might be. But you know what they're not?
Yep.
They're not finals. They're an opportunity to qualify for finals, and you don't get a finals against your name.
If you're still playing footy when everyone else is not playing footy, it is
not finals. You guys still sitting in 10th position.
Oh,
call it the wild card, call it whatever you want.
So round 0, we had finals.
Because some teams weren't playing. You know what I mean.
And you know what else I mean?
The top 4 sides
of the current ladder aren't playing this weekend.
The great ones, the Pendleburys and Selwoods and that, they have played, I don't know what the number is, 38 finals, and they won this number of finals. That counts to their greatness. Not some spud who ends up finishing 10th on the ladder 4 years in a row and plays 4 finals that aren't real finals.
I bet Bob Skilton was hoping there was wild cards back in his day.
Well, he's definitely not a spud, that player.
He's definitely not. Your emblem's a bird, your coach is called Fly. When asked to travel, you have a big cry, is the banner from the GWS Giants. So a few shots fired at Collingwood. Speaking of a little rivalry between these two teams, Braden Maynard and Toby Green, the 2 number 4s. We don't get many sort of great matchups anymore, but these are 2 guys that every time the matchup comes around, they find themselves playing on one another. There's a new rule that's been introduced this week, or when I say new rule, it's an old rule they're going to officiate, where you're actually not allowed to touch other players above the shoulder. So if you ruffle someone's head, like we saw Patrick Voss doing to Harrison Petty, that's now going to be a free kick for head-high contact. I wonder if anyone's told these 2 guys. I feel like we could be looking at our first 2 victims of giving away a free kick the way that these 2 interact with one another.
You know the thing that I really like about them? When they do it, they look so innocently, like if they just accidentally tumble on the other bloke, it's like, I don't know how you got down there. How did my knee hit you in the chin? Or, wow, I didn't mean to headbutt you. What are you doing there?
It's a good battle.
2 blokes go head to head like that.
We were both at the game. We were both at the game last night, Lingy. It ended in a bit of controversy, at least was certainly dressed up that way after the Tom Atkins incident. Fooled the umpire and Zach Taylor, where basically he was able to claim the free kick. I'm not sure Zach Taylor was fooled. He was trying to make the case to the umpire that actually that should be my free kick for last disposal out of bounds. Instead, the umpire bought what Atkins sold. It led to a goal. Jack Martin put Geelong 8 points clear. There was no ARC intervention, the video review, who do have access to actually overturn last disposal out of bounds if time allows. That's the asterisk that was on it all along. The AFL confirming today that the last disposal was an error, and they'll review their late game processes going forward. Play resumed before the ARC officials were able to make a call.
Well, that's the big one. We don't want the play to resume and keep going, and there's another contest, there's 30, 40, 50 seconds of play, and then go, oh, hang on. No, that's got to come all the way back. We don't want to get to that, but somehow we've also got to try and end up with the right decision there. It's tough. I don't know what the answer is.
Did anyone walk away last night at the end of that game and thought, the wrong team won? Like, Geelong had 25 more inside 50s. Adelaide were plucky, they were brave and everything else.
Inside 50s don't count. You should know that now.
But I think the right team won the game.
But it doesn't matter what took place. Because Adelaide believe, you know what Adelaide like, I mean, they believe in the last few years they've lost games that they should never have lost because of an umpire decision.
Yep.
I do not get why that central umpire couldn't have just drawn the box and go, I want to look at that.
Do we want that in the game, though? Do we want more
delays? Why
delays?
not have it when it's like that and you can draw and you can say, this is for Adelaide. It's not for Geelong. This is for Adelaide, or it's for me. And I've only got 2 of these. And I'm going to... So I think you need that. I don't know why that couldn't have been done.
We'll pick that up, I'm sure, across the night and across the weekend. More on that to come. The Cats winners last night. Who will it be tonight? The Pies or the Giants? The preview next.
Exciting, rule-breaking, shaping who we are.
When the song was released, it was banned.
Inspiring arts in When the War is Over. Take 5 with Zen and Rowe and the new season of The Piano.
It's fabulous.
Creativity and so much more on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Sport.
AFL. On ABC Radio.
On digital. And ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. GWS up against Collingwood underneath the roof at Docklands. The first time that this fixture's been played here. The Magpies, they don't play too many home games underneath the roof, but it's a pretty good night to have one here. It is wet and wild outside, just 15 degrees. It's been pretty grim the last 24 hours or so. And so we'll get some fast footy tonight, I'm sure, here underneath the roof. There are no late changes. GWS out there in their clash jumper, so all in orange with the white trim, the outline of the G on their jumper and the white shorts. They've got a debutant tonight in Ollie Hannaford, who was picked number 18 back in the 2024 draft. He's on debut for the G-Men. Meanwhile, for Collingwood, they've got a debutant of their own, the 200-plus centimetre Oscar Steen at 22 years of age. He's also the youngest member of Collingwood's team tonight. Out of West Adelaide, a SSP signing back in 2023. He idolised Justin Westhoff growing up, was his favourite player.
That's a random one.
It is. I'm digging it, though. I like little obscure players rather than just the same old sort of rinse and repeat names. So good luck to Oscar Steen tonight, while Howe and Moore also come back into this Collingwood team. They're sides that have met plenty of times in high-stakes games in recent times, including the 2023 prelim. That's the last time they met in the state of Victoria. Their 2 meetings since have both been opening round, obviously up in Sydney in the preceding 2 seasons, but we get it here tonight on a Friday night in round 3. Just for a bit of context, Collingwood really without Bobby Hill. He's the only man missing from their best 23. He's back at the club, which is good news. And get ready for these names. These are all the guys that aren't there for GWS tonight. There's no Bedford, no Daniels, no Cadman, all expected after the bye. Buckley likewise out with concussion this week. Tom Green, long-term ACL. Josh Kelly, hip injury, long-term. Sam Taylor, hamstring, still another 4 to 6 away. Darcy Jones, knee. TBC is how he's listed at the moment on the injury list. They've got 12 unavailable, but 9 clearly in their best team, all absent this evening for GWS. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse to take you through it on ABC Sport.
And that's a big list of players to overcome right there, Corbs. And when you look at this game tonight, Mick, you can't help but look at those Giants players that are missing. And it explains a bit of their form of the last couple of weeks. Their inability to score as heavily and get what we all call the orange tsunami going when you're missing that skill and smarts and the run of those players. Collingwood, on the other hand, though, Mick, in Corbs' introduction there, said with the weather outside, but we're under the roof, expect some speed on the game. The speed on the game that I want to see from Collingwood is that frenetic speed across the ground to defend and swarm, to outnumber at the contest, to bring that frontal pressure at the opposition. Speed of that first, and then off the back of the great turnovers that will cause, then you'll get yourself rolling and you'll get your speed and your skill and your scoring going from playing a great contested and a great defensive game as well.
Yeah, I'm totally agree with you, Lingy. I reckon their speed, though, Collingwood's speed comes from, first of all, it comes from Nick Dacos, who's just incredible. You've got Josh Dacos of a halfback flank.
Yeah.
You've got Houston played his best game last week. So, outside of that,
McCreery's gone
up the ground a bit.
Yeah.
But and the dynamic to Goey when he's probably from centre more so than when he's got the ball in the half-back line. So they've got a few players. I'd be very interested to see what they do, what GWS do. We haven't spoken about GWS, but what GWS will do with Dacos. I think he's their thumb. Without the thumb, the hand, it operates, but it doesn't operate near as effectively. So if you want to run the risk of running next to him, it's interesting. A couple of weeks ago, I had a cup of coffee with Scotty Burns, who's a coach with Adelaide, and I said, first thing I said to him, you're doing it with Dacos, and he said, no, we're just going to let him, we'll look after ourselves. I was like, oh my God, I just don't get this saying, look after yourself. I mean, of course you do. When you're crossing the road, look after yourself, and if you've got hold of a kid, you're looking after him as well. So, I mean, at some stage you've got to look at who's with you and who you're playing against. And as it turned out, they had a decent win, but Dacos is still the difference between winning these games and not winning these games.
The worry is, sorry Mick to jump in, is if Dacos continues on the form he's on right now, but then 3 or 4 other players just go up by 5%. Maybe they've been a little bit up. Jack Crisp, who you and I love, just jump a little bit, and a couple of those other players come up just a tiny bit. Then Collingwood are really good again. So I'm with you that you need to strip back somehow Nick Dacos from 40 touches and 2 goals and a whole bunch of inside 50s to 22 touches and maybe not as much impact.
Yeah. Ellie, these are personal questions. How old were you when you retired?
30.
30, and how long ago?
15 years ago now, Mick.
Did you notice it? Oh, no, that was premiership years.
Yeah.
Okay, so, well, you certainly played a great year.
Big mic drop on the way out. Just basically hold the cup up and that'll do. I'm out of here.
But I'm just, these ones I've listed here on the X's, they're all 30 plus.
Yeah.
I'm wondering whether I know a pre-season, that's when you rarely notice a player in his 30s in the season go downhill. But what you do notice from last year to this year, a pre-season, you see a player go from relatively okay to an older player and sometimes loses a bit. I'm wondering whether there's 12 players there that are 30 plus or will be by the end of this year.
So sorry to follow on from your question about me, that was exactly the reason why I made the decision. So I went and sat down with Chris Scott and Neil Baum.
Yep.
And I said to them, and they very kindly said there's a year there. And I said, great, so next year I reckon I could run around against 8 or 10 of the teams and have no worries whatsoever. But for the first time ever, I am doubtful of my ability to complete a really good pre-season. And without a really good pre-season...
Because of injury or because your body just...
Yeah, my body was breaking down.
So not many people do that, Lingy. And you're a rarity.
And the mental exhaustion that came with getting your body up all the time. I thought, if I can't complete that really good pre-season, then I won't be able to compete against the best 4 or 5 teams and be able to play on Swanee and those types of players again without that pre-season base behind me. And so that's why I said... And I don't want to be there to compete against a team that's 15th on the ladder. I want to be there to compete against a team that's top of the ladder. So that pre-season doubt is why I retired.
Right, okay. So jump into this one here, the black and white. The ones of asterisk next to it. I know you don't know them intimately, and you probably don't know what the sort of pre-season...
No, so that's the question. What pre-seasons have they had?
And they've probably had shorter ones than what you would have, in fairness. But mind you would have needed a longer one to get what running power you needed, which I still say miles and legs gives you a greater opportunity to have a good year. But I'm looking at players off the half-back. Now, De Goey is 30, but he's still... Maynard, I reckon, slowed a bit. He's got a bit heavier. He's slowed a bit. So Elliott... I'm sorry. I'll just go quickly through him. Elliott, well, we don't know. He's a forward. Pendlebury, well, we'll see that. McStay, injury prone, and he should be okay at 30 because he hasn't played a lot of footy. Should be okay. Perryman's 28. So Cameron, still one of the best ruckmen in the competition. Frampton, going okay. Sidebottom, I reckon Sidey's dropped off. I really do believe he's dropped off. And I'm reckoning it's substantial because he's lost his... Anyway, Chris, I think he's dropped off marginally.
I think Chris can recapture it.
Remember, he's definitely dropped right off. He's dropped right off at this stage. I know forwards, if they don't get the football, they look like they've dropped off. Moore has been injured, so we'll see how he comes back. Howe, we'll see how he comes back. But I reckon there's a question mark on their ability to run the ball like you want.
Incredible. So 10 already, 30, 12 by the end of the year. Mick Moldhouse, a watch on the older Magpies. Tim Hodges is on the boundary for us. The roof is on. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Good evening, Hodgie.
Hey, Corbin. Hey, team. Toby Green won the toss. The Giants will kick to the river end. That's the right of screen if you're at home watching the telly listening to us. It is a feral night outside. It's wet and it's windy and it's cold. Mick might need the beanie for the long walk home. A low of 12 tonight. It feels like 9, so thankfully we do have the roof on. The crowd is more than decent for a Magpies game, a home game here, and Magpies fans don't love coming to the Docklands. The club is hoping to get 42,000. I think they're well on the way to that, which is a great show up They've worked overtime. There's cheap beers, cheap pies. Clearly, we know where our producer Ben Cameron is tonight. He's at the bar. Just repeating, no late changes. That Oscar Steen looks a likely type in the ruck for the Pies. He's got a huge leap with these new rules you were talking about earlier, Mick. And just one on Ollie Hannaford on debut for the Giants. They said to him last night, how many tickets do you want? The club gives a free ticket and a scarf to as many people as he wants. Normally, it's 5 or 6 people. He asked for 70. So the club the club hit up every AFL shop in Melbourne today trying to get the 70 scarves. They've reached it. So you'll be able to see the Ollie Hannaford crowd fan club in the crowd tonight.
And the other debutant, Hodgie mentioned, Oscar Steen to start in the ruck. Cameron's gone forward. It's Collingwood and GWS. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
And Steen launches and gets a fingertip to it, but it's Oliver that's able to gather and kick it to centre half forward. Big pack flies. Maynard with the short kick. Hits up to Goey just inside that centre square. They kept running past him. He gave the handball to Houston. Goes short to Pendlebury. He gets it 50 out. He puts it on the left. He's going to go into the right forward pocket looking for Membry. And Membry juggles the mark. That's a better start for the Pies.
He didn't muck around with it at all there, Scotty Pendlebury. He identified a one-on-one matchup, even with the Giants defenders swarming back, a deep one-on-one, and that's what forwards want. Just get me against my opponent, kick it slightly to my advantage side at the very least, and I'll take care of it, and that's exactly what Tim Membry's done. And one thing he's done very well right throughout his career is set shot goal kicking, so might have just put the moz on him, but he should nail this one.
He was in a wrestle with Harry Himmelberg and out-muscled him, juggled the mark to his chest. He's only 20 metres out, 45-degree angle, and the crowd tells the story in the background. The Pies are on the board in the opening minute here under the closed roof at Docklands. 1 straight 6. Giants haven't gone inside 50 yet.
No, and more Collingwood go in there with this undersized, undermanned backline, the more pressure is going to be put on that group, because they haven't got a lot of experience. 2, they haven't got a lot of height and bulk. But on the same side,
Himmelberg shouldn't lose that contest.
Well,
so he's got 7 centimetres and a lot of kilos.
He got caught. It was just a beautiful kick.
Yeah, it was.
But this is where the ball comes. The ball came from on the 50-metre line, and Collingwood were able to move the ball uninterrupted. And that's what happens if you don't stop the play.
Pies with the first. Steen, clean little hit out, just taps it straight down to Nick Dacos, kicks inside 50, punched away by Fonte. Ball hits the deck, ground ball inside the forward 50. Schultz scoops it up, he's taken high. So we're 2 minutes in, and Collingwood are going to get their second shot at goal.
The centre clearance cause was Nick Dacos, and the matchup at the centre bounce was Dacos v Callaghan, and both of them split thinking they were going to be able to the ones who could read it perfectly, but Dacos got the silver service, knocked down, and away the Pies go.
Yeah, Darcy Cameron's that reigning best and fairest winner, told to start at full forward.
I wonder why though. See, this is where
Steen in the ruck, and he's won 2 hitouts.
Yeah, because he can jump. This is where I say it's the death of ruckman, death of these sort of ruckman. No mistake about it.
Here comes Schultz on his way in, pokes it through. Dream start for Collingwood. They've got 2 goals, and the Giants have touched it once. 3 minutes in, the Magpies 2 straight. GWS yet to score. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Lang, Mick Malthouse.
We were discussing max contracts in the pre-game and the dollars. What do you reckon in about 5 years' time the dollar value of Callaghan v Dacos is going to be when it comes to contracts?
Well, it may well be what you'd give a jumping ruckman, Blingy.
Yeah.
Oscar Steen, what a start.
Because you can't put players in behind the ball to protect it, so all of a sudden you're now stuck 4-on-4. If your ruckman get up and put it down the throat like he has so far, their clearances have been outstanding.
2 taps from 2 attempts. Oscar Steen, he's going up against Briggs by the Goodwood Saints and West Adelaide. The South Australians had to wait 4 years for his debut. He's made it 3 out of 3. And the very well-educated Pies fans realise this in the crowd, but it's the orange team that's got possession, although they might have coughed it up here. The handball trying to get to Angwin was messy. Josh Dacos has got it. He gets tackled. Good hands. Got it to Pendlebury. Fake one way. Hard up against the boundary line. Gives it back. Kick was smothered. Well played there. It was Callaghan. Gives it off to Riccardi. Draws the defender. Over to Gothard. Tight right forward pocket. And he's curled it through Phoenix.
Great goal.
What a brilliant goal from Phoenix Gothard. right up against the boundary line, the old-fashioned dribbler, and he made the Sharon talk.
Well, Kel, he did. He weighed everything up. The good thing about that was that when he was looking inside, he couldn't find anything. Instead of doing a boomerang, which probably everyone expected, he put the ball on the ground and he made it talk.
Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Hodgie.
There's a fair bit of concern for Josh Dacos. He's got a very heavily strapped left shoulder. I'm not sure whether the way he's behaving is almost like it might have popped out.
Yeah,
so he is holding it. And I think it's clearly gone, if it did come out, it's gone back in, or whether he's done something else to it. But he's going not only straight to the bench, but straight down to the rooms with the doctor and the physio.
Pies by 6
in a
points.
tackle, he got dumped into the ground.
2 straight 12 to 1 straight 6 to Giants.
Briggs with the follow-up. First possession in the middle. Gives it to Callaghan. Kicks forward and Darcy Moore picks it off. The captain's back for Collingwood. An intercept mark for him there. So 5.5 minutes in, 3 goals. 2 straight to 1 straight. Goes to half-back for Nick Dacos. Handball away towards Quaynor, his premiership teammate. Kicks beyond the wing. Darcy Cameron's there in a tangle. Ball hits the deck, though. Ash scoops it up. Gives it away towards Whitfield. Handball to Callaghan. Back in the defensive 50. Back to Ash. Long kick for Gothard, who's up on the wing. Stolen away by Sidebottom. Sweeping hand pass in the middle of the ground for Pendlebury. He dishes it off to Nick Dacos. Runs his way around Oliver. Kicks for Elliott. Leaping up. No mark. And a get out of here kick there from Iden, bouncing towards half-back. Taken away by Leake. Oh, his hand pass away to his teammate there in Gothard, who's tackled and lost it. Giants win it back. Oliver, dangerous hand pass, trying to get it to Whitfield. Crisp for Collingwood. Now to Schultz, now to DeGoey. Has to kick off a single step. He's kicked it out very wide, and Darcy Cameron wins the wrestle and takes the mark inside the boundary line. Just.
That's why he's on the forward line, Corby. Just another piece of height that they cannot counter.
Gee, Lachie Whitfield had to be better in that contest there. Just refused to bodyline the ball and let his Collingwood opponent come through.
Yep.
They get a shot at goal because of it.
You mentioned the new ruck rules. Darcy Cameron, career low hit-out win percentage and hit-out to advantage win percentage since the new rules have come in. So the reigning best and fairest winner starting up forward. Oscar Steen's in the ruck. Things have been rejigged for the Magpies as Cameron off his left peg across the body. Steen on the line. Did he curl it through? There's a delay. Umpire David Roden wants to chat. And the question is here, did this go through which side of the post? And David Roden, who ordinarily makes his own call, thinks it might have been a touch behind, but we're going to send it to the arc.
I'm not sure he actually did. I'm just talking about Dacos. He didn't land on his shoulder at all.
After making contact with the post. Decision on scoreboard.
There we go. So first behind of the night. Collingwood 2-1-13. GWS 1 straight 6. 7.5 minutes in. No late change. And Josh Dacos off the ground. Suspected shoulder injury. He's got his left shoulder taped.
So so he was grabbing at his shoulder. You're right. But then you watch the replays. Mick was just touching on there. Didn't see his head smacked hard on the ground.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's something as well. I'm sure Hodgie will find out more for us soon, but maybe concussions involved.
So Whitfield on the kick in by foot to Laverde, who goes by foot to Brown. He's got it at half back here. It's a high ball to centre half forward. Darcy Moore caught underneath. Big fly from Briggs from behind. Green with a quick handball to Delano. Over to Angwin and then off to Riccardi. He curls at Goldwood. Waiting at the back. Couldn't take the mark with Stringer. Here's a chance for Gothard. Handball's back in play. A little give and go. Gothard fakes one way. Then he gives it back to Thomas, and Thomas's little dud kick was smothered well by the Magpies over the boundary line. It was Perryman with the smother, the former Giants player.
Could have done more with that, Giants. That ball, they probably should have had 2 shots on goal, really, around the corner.
Briggs just gets Steen out of the way, wins their hit out, and there's a free kick here, and he was dealt with
Briggs
illegally, so Oscar Steen will get it. The SSP pick out of West Adelaide. Early in the season of 2023, he's had to wait, but gets his opportunity now in season 3 on the list. Nick Dacos, the 1-2 with Perryman, kicks down the wing, punched away by Laverde and out of play. Just a little reminder too, it's been a long time. Last time they met, opening round 2025. That was the day Callaghan was best of field with 33 and kick 2. Nick Dacos cramped up in the heat.
That's right.
And the criticism
first
of him.
round.
And there was an incident too between Cameron and Briggs, which left the Giants ruckman concussed.
Here's Briggs winning the boundary throw in on the City side. Pulls the way of Whitfield, gives it to Fonte. All by hand. Fonte involved again. This is Ash dodging his way through. Got through a couple of pies. Oliver, they're still going by hand to Cornelio. He has a bounce streaming forward. He's right up against the boundary line on the City side. Puts it on his left boot. It was an awkward one to pick up for Gothard. He does, but he handballs into space. Ball in dispute. Perryman's got it. He was tackled. Kick went straight to Oliver. Standing start from 49 metres out, and it goes across the face and through for a minor score. Darcy Moore, the skipper, will bring it back into play as we get down to Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Oh, they bring it back so quick now. Sorry, Kel. Josh Dacos back from the rooms. He looks fine to come back on, so I'm not sure whether it was a stinger or something, but he looks ready to return to the field.
Thanks, Hodgie. Kicks coming back. Angwin to Fonte, now to Brown. Kicks into the pocket, and Riccardi takes the mark. There's 20 out, about 10 in from the boundary line, right forward pocket.
Game's changed. Giants are now hunting the ball a bit better. Plus the clearances are now being tied up, so they're no longer losing. This is the Giants getting smashed around where the young ruckman was pushing the ball.
So Riccardi, right-footed drop punt, heads goalward, misses. Out to the left and behind, so you can make it, 2-1 to 1-2. It's a 5-point lead for Collingwood, 11 minutes in. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling and Tim Hodges, your call team.
Houston wants to go straight down the corridor to a one-on-one. There was a lot on Ned Long's shoulders there, but he does juggle the mark. Gives it to Nick Dacos, peeling off around behind him. Off to Quaynor, who's in space. Runs across the wing and then kicks up, and the high leap from Lockie Ash, who's just patrolling that half-back line. Kick was sharp to Cornelio. By hands to Laverty, and then out wide, taking the uncontested mark, was Harvey Thomas. City side wing now. Looks to go left. He handballs over the top, and the kick was brilliantly smothered. That's good hustle by Lockie Schultz. Unable to get his kick away there for the Giants was Fonte.
Lingy, you can tell that the Giants have been instructed to play on and just get that ball moving, but there's a time and place to get off your mark and start to create. That's what I think. That's 3 that have been smothered. Yeah, all you're doing is giving him smothering practice.
Yeah, just give yourself that little bit more room.
Yep. From the boundary throw-in, spills down the side bottom defensive side of the wing, kicks Collingwood to centre half forward, picked off. Fonte, hand pass away to Ash. He gives it to Himmelberg, peeling off the back flank, kicks to centre half forward, and there's Darcy Moore, second intercept mark for the night in characteristic fashion at centre half back. Gives it to Houston, kicks a rocket to half forward. Membry marks, dabs it into the pocket, punched away by Laverty, saves the day. Out to Thomas off the back flank, kicks to Oliver, who marks defensive side of the wing for the Giants.
Getting a fair bit of football too, Oliver. Not necessarily damaging. He had a good shot on goal that he probably should have kicked, but it's been quite good.
6 disposals, and now through Oliver, they bring it through the corridor. Ash has got it. Switches on. Out to Angwin on the broadcast or the dock side wing. Marks uncontested.
Hogan wants it one-on-one.
Dancing feet. Instead, he went wide and gives it to Fonte. He's got it 70 out. Can just dab it over to the loose player. And that's Toby Green. So he's only a metre or two from the boundary line, right where that junction of the boundary and the 50 meet. He's going to go back and back himself in here, the captain, Toby Green.
Hasn't been as good goal kicker or good at goal kicking in the last season and a half, I reckon. I reckon he's just lost a bit of... He's probably lost a metre and a half, and he's lost it. And because of that, he's pulling the ball to his left more often.
Coach said he was sick last week, which is why he was down a little bit. Toby Green crosses the boundary right on 50. It is a tough angle. It's going to land in play, and it's fisted over. Well done there by Steen. A lovely leap on Oscar Steen. He gets up really high and just puts his right knuckle right through it and sends it almost over the boundary fence.
Collingwood in the black and white stripes and the black shorts. GWS in the orange jumper tonight with the white shorts and just an outline of the G in white trim on the Giants jumper. Kick goes out to half back. Spills to Dacos. That's Nick. His hand pass meant for McCreary, ends up out of bounds. McCreary didn't touch it. And we got new rules now, lads. So that's last disposal out of play and a free kick for the Giants.
Just watching the Collingwood bench, Josh Dacos keen to get back out there. So that's good news.
Angwin, 70 out, kicks right to the behind line, and Frampton able to float across. Takes the intercept mark for Collingwood.
Nick Dacos up to 8 disposals already, and Clayton Oliver with 6.
14 minutes in. Collingwood by 4 points. They kick the first 2 goals. Kicks to a pack, and Callahan floated through, taking the intercept mark for the Giants. Besterfield, when they last met, the lefty, one of 3 out there in the Giants team, kicks towards the hotspot, punched away by Quaynor, into the path of Steen, got his hands free, handball away to Quaynor, to Pendlebury, now to side bottom, hurried kick out towards half-back for Collingwood.
1-on-1, Laverty gets there, beats McStay to the contest, they can't keep it in play. Angwin, who's been corralled by Roan Steele, is taking it over the boundary line, so it'll be flicked back in here, 70 around from the Giants' goal, kicking to the southern end. In this opening term, it's Collingwood by 4 points. We've gone 15 minutes. Riccardi in front, gets it down to Toby Green. Tackled by Nick Dacos. Looked like it could be a little dangerous. And at the last minute, he just protected Toby to make sure his head wasn't driven into the turf. Riccardi wins it again, dabs it back to Angwin, gives it to Callahan. They're going backwards by hand. Whitfield goes forward. Quick hands here. Quick active hands. Riccardi's involved. So too Fonte. Kicks out wide. O'Halloran had to get on his bike and he takes the mark. The man on the mark is right on 50, and that's Harry Perryman. And he's going to have a set shot here, O'Halloran.
You're right on his range, or just make it.
I was going to say, he's got 2 players. Collingwood have been split there. If he looked up, he probably could have found someone. He could have been
Darcy
Thomas.
That makes it hard.
He loves the goal, Xavier O'Halloran from right on 50. He lets it rip. I think that's a goal. Oh, the umpire says it was touched, the goal umpire. From the naked eye, it looked like it might have passed the line.
I'm surprised he didn't actually try to get around him when he just get that extra metre, because the umpires are very slow to call that.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. It's the Pies by 3 points.
Houston brings it in, goes out wide to Perryman, who takes some ground to half-back and then kicks long to the wing, and Himmelberg in front of Membry takes the intercept mark.
That's happened 2 or 3 times now. Goldie, being their forward coach, would be very disappointed in that, because they're not coming up to meet the football. They're expecting an 80-metre play. It's only going 60.
Himmelberg kicks into a crowded forward 50. They come from all directions. Howe flies, spills down to Houston. Hand pass to side bottom. Runs through a dangerous area, but works it out. Gives it to Crisp. Ground opens up. Kicks to McStay in a one-on-one with Laverty. McStay wins. Takes the mark on the wing. Looks inboard. DeGoey has it just forward of halfway. Turns, kicks to honour the lead of Elliott. Leaping up at it, can't complete the mark. Falls down towards Iden of the Giants. Gives it to Leake. Handball away towards Thomas. Short kick back to Iden. He marks on that wing, city side for the Giants.
And he wants to go. He gives the handball, and it's going to come back here. Callahan, and then he gets it back again, moving through the centre corridor. Handball to Riccardi. He's running backwards. Now Callahan splits through a couple of defenders on the left. It's a penetrating kick inside 50. Brilliant spoil from Quaynor. Up over Brown. Now the handball. Ball in dispute. Right on the 50 here for the Giants. Taking off after it is the debutant Hannaford. He's tackled and kicks it out of bounds on the full. It lands 3 rows back.
Well, you know what pace is like now. he picked it up thinking he's got...
I'm going to run away
here. Yeah.
So the Pies have got it in the back pocket. They've got the 2 Dacos brothers and Darcy Moore on the bench at the moment as he goes down the line. Fonte could have taken that mark. Darcy was waiting for it at the back. Long's tackled. And it'll be held up just a few metres away from the Pies bench, where Nick and Josh are both up on their feet, wearing those iridescent orange boots, desperate to get back on.
Rucks miss it completely. Spills down to Roan Steele. Hand pass away to Crisp. Tumbles a kick forward for Collingwood. Oh, kind bounce. Not quite for McStay. It's going to sit for Ash. Third in the queue. Goes darting away in characteristic fashion. Lifts a hand pass to Whitfield. Closed down. Lost it. Good tackle Pendlebury. Membry's on it for the Pies. Gives it to DeGoey. Handball to Lipinski. Short kick finds McStay. Marks. Plays on. And knocks it through. And one to shift some momentum for the Magpies. And Dan McStay hits the scoreboard. And they've been asking that from him. Just 1 goal through his first 8 quarters. He adds to his tally here. Collingwood 3-1-19. GWS 1-4-10. 19 minutes gone to the opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, Josh Dacos just back on the ground now. It's been 14 minutes since he came off, went down to the rooms. The club said he just panicked when he thought he'd done something serious to that left shoulder, which is already heavily strapped. They haven't even restrapped it. It's the same strapping. It's still got the grass marks on it. So I think once the doctor and physio assured him it was all okay, he's fine, and now he's back on the ground. So good news for the Pies.
That is good news, and he's headed straight into defence, looking to get that bit of rebound off half-back. Nice finish by McStay for that goal. Lachie Whitfield too slow with the footy again, Mick.
Darcy Cameron into the ruck. Neither rucks can win it. It's kicked off the turf. Lipinski tackled. Spills away from him. Oliver gets it. Quick hands again. Lockie Ash is involved at centre half-back. Fonte, burst of speed. He powers away and then he kicks out wide to the southern wing where Oliver's got it. Gives it off the short kick to Thomas. Thomas inside 50 but out wide to Hannaford. And the young kid on debut's put it out of bounds on the full in the right forward pocket and now the left forward pocket.
Yeah, and there'd be a lot of thoughts going through his head now. He would have thinking, oh, hang on, I got a chance to make up for it here. I just put one out. I'm going to hit up a forward and sprayed it. So unfortunately, all those swirling doubts and nerves are probably only getting bigger in his mind.
Particularly the lead up when Jason McCarthy said he's, a really talented player. So far, he's put both of them to ground.
Howe short to Maynard, goes long down the wing. Cameron almost spills to Schultz. Hand pass back into dispute, collected by Long, still with Collingwood. Hand pass away to Pendlebury. The veteran looks, corridor, finds Josh Dacos, never broke stride. Marks, kicks it deep. Elliott one-on-one. Ball hits the deck. Elliott clever. Paddles it away to Membry. Snaps and goals. And back-to-back majors for the Magpies. Membry's got a couple. And Collingwood with a buffer restored. Back to 15 points, 21 minutes in, 4-1 to 1-4. Keep in mind, by the way, before the McStay goal, GWS had 5 out of 6 scores. Collingwood kicked the first 2 before the Giants had virtually touched the footy. McStay's goal against the run of play, they back it straight up with the Membry major. 21 minutes in, Collingwood by 15.
Oh, well, how good was Jamie Elliott too? Even we're watching the replay here, the work rate by him to get back inside forward 50 and really deep. First of all, to provide the marking contest, and then when he realised Membry was there, to not try and take possession, just tap it to his teammate. Well done, Jamie Elliott.
Josh Dacos of a halfback flank too. That's that run we're talking about, that there's not a lot of players that do carry the ball like the Dacoses, and they're so dynamic with it.
Pies by 15 points. Briggs just throws it on his boot out of the centre circle. Chasing after it is Stringer. Quaynor set off after him. Brown overruns it. Here goes Stringer. Good second effort. Gothard's hands looking for Oliver. Was too quick though, and it was stolen by McCreery. Here's Josh Dacos.
Oh, what a kick.
Beautiful kick right into the bullseye. Gives it to Membry. Dashing pass was Lipinski. It's a bullet-like pass, but De Goey got caught behind, and Iden slips down and takes the mark. Defensively here for the Giants.
I reckon De Goey fell over.
Long kick out to Thomas. Certainly unusual, wasn't it, that there was only one guy leading to the footy and it was the defensive player in Iden. Thomas saw some indecision, ugly kick, but it'll work in the end. Trickles its way through to Callaghan, middle of the ground, sweeping hand pass, finds Briggs, got a hand pass away to Callaghan again, back to Whitfield. Whitfield inside 50, and Cornelio low down takes the mark, true centre half forward.
Finn Callaghan's up to 12 disposals. What he's doing right now, Mick, he's giving the handball first, then wanting to get it back to explode himself
Once
out
he
into
gets past
space. He's got to be a little careful that handball's not selling his teammate into trouble. They got away with it then. It was a good play.
Well, it's twice he's done the same type of play. One, he got caught. Cornelio's good for 50, so he's going to kick from 50.
He's in the last year of his 7-year, $7 million deal, Steve Cornelio, the 32-year-old, an inaugural Giant, right on the blue paint for the 50, looking for the extra distance. He gives it a tug out to the right and behind.
They're letting themselves down, the Giants. They've had ample opportunities. They've drawn with as far as the stats go, Collingwood dominated early, but that's been reined in. It's just that Collingwood are far more, I guess, potent when they go forward.
Pies by 14.
Darcy Moore with a long driving kick down to the interchange gates. Mopping up. Crisp. Over to McCreery. Cuts back inboard with speed to Pendlebury. Standing start. Handballs out wide. Sitting for Crisp. Needs to break the tackle, and he does. Closes to 55. Goes to the hot spot. Launching himself was Membry.
Yeah, they can't get the matchups right down here.
Yeah.
Giants, they're all over the shop. This is where, your Taylor and Buckley are so instrumental in holding the back line together. They're out, and Lavardi, when he's been at Essendon, just patchy. Then you've got Himmelberg's just
Himmelberg's
patchy.
Trying to do it, yeah. Iden's the one good lockdown down there, but
he can't take 5.
No, that's exactly right. And you don't. Ash can defend, but Ash you want setting up the play and running and
Well, he should have been better there, though.
Yeah.
Beautiful passage of play by the Pies. Can Membry finish it off for his third in the opening term? 25 metres out, directly in front to the northern end of this stadium. Membry's on fire. The margin is 20 points. He's got his third. 5-1-31 to the Giants. Inaccurate. 1-5-11. And Tim Hodges is on the boundary.
This is a developing story here for the Magpies. Darcy Moore, the captain, back for his first game of the year. He's had recurring soft tissue injuries. He just came off the ground and looked at the doctor. The doctor came over, had a word in his ear and went back and got his kit bag, and they've taken Darcy Moore straight down to the room. So on the surface, that does not look good at all for the Collingwood captain, who just can't get his body right this season.
Yeah, it's amazing, Timmy, with that age group, when you start to get calves or hamstrings, they just linger. You don't seem to get, we've got Dangerfield with one that's been there for a little while. So it's hard to shake off.
First game since last year's prelim for him. Darcy Moore, the captain of the team. Steen leaps high in the air, palms it down. Nick Dacos in a tangle here with Callaghan. Got a free kick. Advantage was applied. Taken in the end by Steele, who kicks out on the full. Going inside 50. Between Oscar Steen, Roan Steele and Steele Sidebottom, there's a bit to work with.
Bit of Steele.
There's a lot of vowels and a few S's.
He's been impressive, the Big O.
Yeah.
The new Big O.
Well, he doesn't have to touch the ball as in hand pass or kick. What he's doing.
When you've got the quality underneath, if you can release it into space.
And against a ruckman who can't jump. So it doesn't matter whether it be him or Riccardi, they can't jump.
O'Halloran's kicked it straight into the man on the mark. It was a good smother by Steele. O'Halloran goes again, and the intercept mark. The Pies are all over the Giants at the moment. The intercept mark was from Steele, again getting involved. Now Josh Dacos, he's got it on the City side, draws the defender, handballs to his brother Nick. High ball, he skies it inside 50. Big launch and the big sit from behind the defender Himmelberg. Easy pickings in the air for him in the end.
Has Stringer had the ball at all?
No, hasn't looked like it, Nick.
No, just thinking the same thing.
Quick couple of kicks. Whitfield's got it. He goes through the centre. He was looking for Hannaford, who was outnumbered, and now Quaynor should be able to mop up for the Pies. Kicks laterally to Josh Dacos. There is not an opposition player anywhere near him. He's got it half back on the City side, and he keeps it short.
Jake spends a lot of time by himself when the opposition got the ball.
Marking uncontested was Steele. He went down the line to half forward. Swooping on it after it came off the pack was De Goey. Centering kick, waiting at the back. Pendlebury. Oh, a brilliant tackle. It was a goal-saving tackle by Brown. And he'll be rewarded because Pendlebury, at the top of the goal square, put it on his left boot and thought he was going to kick the goal.
Oh, wow.
Kicks to centre half back. That is a horrid kick. Quaynor almost intercepted. Ball bobbles around in front of Crisp. His hand pass back in dispute. Giants work it out. Angwin to Green, and now out further afield to Hannaford on debut.
He feels good now. He hasn't put one out in the full court.
Kicks wide to Hogan, who pokes it down the line to Briggs. So Briggs has got it. The big man 60 metres out. Kicks into the forward pocket. Big climb from Stringer, not to be. Falls out the back to Riccardi, and he can pop it through for one of the easiest goals that he'll kick. And all's well that ends well for the Giants, but it wasn't a pretty passage of play. So 5-1 to 2-5, and the Giants trim that Collingwood lead to 14 points. 28 minutes gone in the opening term. Big watch on Darcy Moore on the Collingwood bench, who disappeared down the race moments ago, coming back from a run of calf injuries. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling, Mick Moldhouse.
Kieran Briggs, well done. He identified, quickly get it in there. Stringer was in
by himself.
Yeah, by himself. Take the mark. Stringer, I don't know how he dropped the mark. He should have taken that one. Fortunately, it fell to Jake Riccardi and he pops it through for a nice goal. But well done by Briggs, because their entries haven't been great this quarter despite having some good chances.
Oh, you're spot on.
He identified it, got it there, and that creates the goal.
Giants have had more inside 50s, 18 to 14.
18, you've kicked one.
Umpire's gone down behind play after he tossed the ball in the air. Oliver's got it, gives it to Toby Green. The long kick to the hot spot. Oh, that's a brilliant smother up over the top from Maynard. Desperate stuff. And his spoil went right into the pocket and it dribbled over the boundary line for a boundary throw-in.
That's what we call just killing the ball, Maynard.
Yes.
Yeah. Big fist.
Seconds ticking down before quarter time. It's Collingwood by 14 points.
Toby Green's got to get involved as well. He's another forward that's been very, very ordinary.
25 metres out from the Giants' goal. Green's got it, stripped of it, lost it, gave it to Stringer.
He's called it as a throw.
From a set shot, Stringer had a go.
So Green, I thought, gave a little handball to Stringer, and the umpire saw it as a throw.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think Green's bamboozled too.
All right, free kick to be taken by McCreary, who just kicks long to a contest on the wing. Steen tries to climb, almost lands in the lap of McStay unexpectedly. And that'll do us. So 1 quarter down. Started well for Collingwood. They had a little purple patch in the middle. They kicked 3 more goals in a 6-minute burst. And you throw it all together, they lead 5-1-31 over the Giants 2-5-17. So 6 scoring shots to 7. And yet the side with the fewer scoring shots is 14 points in front, and they have led throughout. So Collingwood on top. The goal kickers, Tim Membry's got 3, and then singles for Schultz and McStay. So their forward line responsible for all 5 goals, which will please Collingwood fans, I'm sure. Phoenix Gothard's got 1, and Jake Riccardi's got the other for GWS. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Well, it's not great news here for Darcy Moore. So the doctor has returned from the rooms, which is always not a great sign. Darcy Moore remains down there. On the replay, it looked like Darcy Moore had a long kick out of the back line on his right leg and pulled up short. It looks like a hamstring. We've got the request, and as soon as the club knows, they'll let the media know. So I'll let you know through that. But it does not look good at all for Darcy Moore, who had a calf injury earlier in the pre-season, then had hamstring awareness a few weeks ago, which meant he couldn't come back and has pushed his return date to tonight. So tonight is his first game for the season, and unfortunately, it's fingers crossed at the moment until we hear from the club, but gee, it doesn't look good for the Collingwood captain.
Playing his 196th game. He played the 22 games last year. But his first for the season because of a calf injury. It's not great news.
I just saw that the games he missed, two to a shoulder and 1 to an ear. So it wasn't like he had soft tissue injuries last year, but he certainly got him to start the young season. That's no good at all for Darcy Moore, the Collingwood captain. All right, the thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling coming up next. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Who will win the AI race? Has gambling become our national sport?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Goes short to Pendlebury. He gets it 50 out. He puts it on the left. He's going to go into the right forward pocket looking for Membry. And Membry juggles the mark. That's a better start for the Pies. He's only 20 metres out. 45-degree angle. And the crowd tells the story in the background. The Pies are on the board in the opening minute here under the closed roof.
Ball hits the deck. Ground ball inside the forward 50. Schultz scoops it up. He's taken high. So we're 2 minutes in, and Collingwood are going to get their second shot at goal. Here comes Schultz on his way in. Pokes it through. Dream start for Collingwood. They've got 2 goals, and the Giants have touched it once.
Callahan gets it off to Riccardi, draws the defender over the goal line, tight right forward pocket, and he's held it through Phoenix. What a brilliant goal from Phoenix Gothard. Right up against the boundary line, the old-fashioned dribbler, and he made the Sheriff talk.
Lifts the hand pass to Whitfield, closed down, lost it. Good tackle, Pendlebury. Membry's on it for the Pies, gives it to McGoey. Handball to Lipinski, short kick finds McStay. Marks, plays on, and knocks it through. And one to shift some momentum for the Magpies. Josh Dacos never broke stride. Marks kicks it deep. Elliott one-on-one. Ball hits the deck. Elliott clever. Paddles it away to Membry. Snaps and goal. And back-to-back majors for the Magpies. And Collingwood with a buffer restored. Briggs has got it. The big man 60 metres out. Kicks into the forward pocket. Big climb from Stringer, not to be. Pulls out the back to Riccardi. And he can pop it through for one of the easiest goals that he'll kick.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sounds there from the opening term. Collingwood 5 goals to 2. They lead by 14 points at quarter time. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
Mick, the score might say that Collingwood went pretty well. 5 goals in a quarter, 14-point lead. Things are looking pretty good. But the reality was probably something pretty different. The Giants had opportunities. They got the ball inside forward 50 more than what Collingwood did, 19-14. They had chances. They have 7 shots at goal. They just simply didn't capitalise on the chances they did create for themselves. They got some good rebound off half-back through Lockie Ash. Finn Callaghan found a heap of the ball through the middle of the ground. I think you said it throughout that first quarter. Collingwood, just when they went forward, looked more dangerous, and they were better isolated. There were one-on-ones, or there was space to work in, and they were able to kick the goals to give them that 14-point lead.
And I reckon too, Lingy, that when you looked at the goals that they got, the player got the ball between centre and 50-metre line relatively free, so was able to pick and choose, whereas the Giants are getting the ball under pressure between the centre and the 50-metre line, and sometimes just bombing it in, and sometimes really just, quite frankly, screwing it up. There's a couple of times when the young fella playing his first game could have shot, didn't shoot, out in the pool. But when you've got Hogan, Stringer and Green, who have done absolutely nothing. Green maybe I'm a bit harsh on, but the other 3 have done just nothing in the forward line. I don't know what's...
Well, Jake String's had 1 handball, Mick. Jesse Hogan's had 1 kick. So 2 disposals between their 2 star, would you call them key forwards?
They've got to kick goals.
Yeah.
They've got to kick goals.
Jesse Hogan certainly, yeah.
You know, and we looked at Membry saying, well, how's he going? Will he stay in the side? He's kicked 3 in the first quarter, and he's done it well. So if you're going to get the ball inside 19 times, I'd rather bring it back to 14 times and mark it 6 or 7 of those, and direct shots from, say, 30 to 35 metres out, not 50 metres, which they're doing at the moment.
Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie?
Just on Darcy Moore, it's interesting. Craig McRae had his quarter-time address, ran off the ground and has run straight down to the rooms, I think, to check on his captain. So, Mick and Lingy, you both know your coach and a captain, how much time you spend with each other. So, just a nice gesture. So, yeah, we're not expecting good news from Darcy Moore, unfortunately.
No, you wouldn't leave the bench if he was coming back.
Briggs wins a hit out to start the second term. Collingwood by 14 points, despite the fact the Giants dominating territory with 5 more inside 50s. Eventually they win the footy in the middle. Toby Green gave it to Briggs, high up and under inside the attacking arc to full forward. Ball squirts down towards Perryman, got a hand pass back in a dispute, and Josh Dacos becomes tackler on O'Halloran. So we'll have a ball up here. Full forward for the Giants, kicking towards now the northern end of Dockland Stadium, which is the old Lockett end, and bursting away McCreary, showing a clean pair of heels as he kicks the ball up over halfway, just dribbles it forward to McStay, somehow links up with McCreary, who keeps on moving. Hand pass away to Schultz, some indecision, closed down, good tackle Langwin, ball spits out. Membry picks up, kicks to full forward, turns it over. And Thomas with the intercept mark, fullback for the Giants.
Just when I thought Jake Stringer had turned the corner in regard to effort, he has got reasonable pace.
Yeah.
Collingwood players started 1.5 metres behind him, got 1.5 metres in front of him, and got the ball.
If that had led to a Collingwood goal, that was all on Stringer.
He's got to work harder.
Short, sharp kicks for the Giants, and Whitfield's given it straight with his kick to Billy Frampton, who was playing in front of Jesse Hogan.
He's been a saviour, hasn't he, Frampton? Really.
Marking on the wing, Billy. Bangs it long. It's set up here for Membry. Got his hands around it before it was knocked out. Great handball by Ned Long. Still sideboard him goes the underground handball to Lipinski. Grubbers it along as he tries to centre the ball in the left forward pocket. Ball in dispute. They go in hard. Elliott holding it in. Elliott asking the question. Bodies pile in. Comes out the back. Side bottom's got it. He handballs forward only as far as Whitfield, and then it's Iden who bangs it out of the defensive 50. It was a dumping exiting kick. Brown's there, tries to scoop it only as far as Josh Dacos. Brilliant hands.
Right.
And then an even better tackle by Jake Stringer on Josh Dacos.
Good. You know, we're first to criticise him. and that is a fantastic tackle, and it's a chase down tackle, so that should get him into the game.
Stringer was delisted and redrafted at the end of last year as they balance the books, the Giants. Stringer's kick goes down the wing and turns it over straight to Darcy Cameron.
Just had no one down there.
Cameron goes out wide with a kick for side bottom.
Hogan's got to present more. He's just getting caught under the ball, and Darcy Cameron, no one does it better behind the ball than Cameron.
Collingwood, yeah, they're going to come the long way around here. They're well set up to bring it to our commentary box side of the ground.
Side bottom Howe back to Frampton. Now kicks out to right half back. Finds Perryman. Dock side of the ground. Short kick to Crisp. Collingwood by 14 points. They have led all night. Despite the fact the Giants are in front in the inside 50 count by 4.
Darcy Moore back from the rooms. He is on the bench. We'll get down to Hodgie shortly.
As Chris goes back to Nick Dacos, and Collingwood again in this retention game in their defensive 50 and try and back out on the City side now as Frampton with the long kick to Quaynor. Pokes the pass down the line, finds side bottom. Two-time premiership winner with the Magpies just got it in a slow play now. Defensive side of the wing, still on the City wing.
Bucking the trend here because the trend's been quick, frenetic footy so far this season, but this is slow and steady by the Pies. Still side bottom. Gets it off to Lockie Schultz. He has a little bit of a dash, drives it long. Taking it was Briggs, the ruckman. It was an awkward little handball stolen by Jamie Elliott. He gives it to Lipinski. Off to Chris. Fakes the handball. He's running backwards. Gives it to Josh Dacos right on 50. Had to get it away quickly. Hogan was bearing down. The kick was put in the air. And Long runs and grabs it and takes the mark right in front, 30 metres out, as we can get down to Hodgie with the latest on Darcy Moore.
This is just a weird one with Darcy Moore that it looked like it was going to be a hamstring. He came back from the rooms about a minute ago. He went to run around the boundary with the doctor and physio watching him. He couldn't get through halfway, shook his head, has just sat back down, but it looks like he's getting ready to come back on the ground. So a really interesting one.
Ned Long directly in front, never in doubt. Pies back out by 20 points. 6-1-37 to the Giants, 2-5-17. It's Friday night footy on ABC Sport with Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
They just were able to knock that around pretty controlled, Collingwood, weren't they? And when you have a quality ball user like a Josh Dacos, and there's a couple of others in there, just with time and space and all the Giants defenders retreating, he's smart enough to not just blaze away and kick it to the top of the goal square where you think you're going to punch it through. He just checked his kick a little bit. Long drifted in there. It could have either been Schultz or Long marked that footy. You can't allow quality, smart ball users like Dacos with that much time and space.
And also Seibot on the far side was able to just to pull it back, make sure the ball was going to be retained in the Collingwood hands. Yeah, smart players. It's interesting. It's hard to take the ball off those players the way the game's played now.
6-1 to 2-5, so a 20-point lead for the Magpies against an inaccurate GWS as Toby Green gets the centre break, but turns it over. Perryman with the intercept mark, and here go the Pies on the slingshot. Out to Pendlebury, that milestone looming. He's kicked there, misses its intended target in Lipinski. Whitfield intercepts, hand pass away towards Callaghan. He's been busy in this game. He's up to 13 disposals, gives it to Whitfield. A long kick across the half-back line to Fonte. Marks at right half-back for the Giants. Short kick to Angwin.
But Collingwood have got this covered, so they're really well set up. Through the middle, its only option is really to go long down the line.
Angwin does that eventually. Brown climbs up, can't complete the mark. Spills out the back to Frampton. Collingwood back with it. Hands it to Houston. Short kick to Dacos. He was in the wars earlier, but he's okay back out there. And the kick retreats all the way to Howe, who marks it fullback for the Magpies. Collingwood by 20. Early stages, second term, Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Howe sends it back the way it came from. Frampton. Now by hand, Josh Dacos to Nick Dacos, all very casual. Houston kicking backwards. Now the dockside. Howe's got it again in a one-on-one. He puts it out in front of Crisp. It's going to bounce in front of him. Whitfield gets there first. Can use Thomas. Got himself in a pickle. Gets the handball away just in time. Lockie Ash dabs it beautifully to Callaghan. All short. All across halfback. Callaghan takes off with that explosive speed. Down the line, he delivers to O'Halloran and then to Gruzevski, and his kick missed the intended target of Stringer in that left forward pocket, and instead it goes over the boundary line.
That's the big difference, isn't it, Mick?
Oh.
You've got to be able to kick the ball well. When you've got that much time and space, you simply have to hit your leading forward.
It's a shot on goal. It might be
wide.
It might be wide, but it's marked and you have a shot on goal.
So a little out of sorts, the Giants, to start this one. Toss back in, Stringer met heavily, brought down in a huge tackle by Long. And O'Halloran got it, and he's set upon by both players. One was Pendlebury and one was Josh Dacos, and Pendlebury will be rewarded holding the footy against Xavier O'Halloran.
Yeah, he ducked his head and just led with his head. Yeah. The moment you do that, you take away your prior opportunity. It's holding the footy.
A Pendlebury long kick in front of the boundary line, punched away by Leake and out of play, but there's a free kick for a hold, and it's going to Darcy Cameron. Started at full forward, by the way. His new ruck buddy Oscar Steen starting in the ruck.
Clayton Oliver down behind play.
I think it was Ned Long.
Yeah, just ran into each other. Long bent down to almost try and pick him up. I don't know if there was...
back up on his
or
feet.
at least Oliver wasn't expecting the contact and a little sore from it. Houston marks the short kick and then goes long inside the forward 50 himself. Laverty running back, intercepts. Hand pass away to Fonte, retreats by hand to Iden. Fullback for the Giants, short kick to Brown. He's got it right half back for the Giants, down by 20.
Gets it over to Riccardi. To go, he knocked the Sherrin out of his hands. Questions were asked to the umpire for 50. He said no. So Riccardi's got it at centre half back, flares it towards the benches, and marking uncontested is Leake. James Leake, his first game for the season after playing 3 last year. Defensive side of the wing. He goes to the attacking side. He's kicked it to Billy Frampton, who had about 10 metres on his direct opponent, Jesse Hogan.
I hope everyone heard that sigh from Mick because it was warranted.
Goodness
it was
me.
So obvious.
Switches on. Magpies through Josh Dacos. Long kick to side bottom off the back flank. He's got a runner in support and uses him. It's Perryman. Receives a hand pass. He just dishes one of his own over the top to Quaynor. In a bit of space on the wing. Kicks to half forward. McStay marks. Handball away to Nick Dacos. The little champ gives a handball on to DeGoey. DeGoey's handball to Schultz. On his right peg. Good smother. Riccardi with the 1%er. Forces the ball back into dispute and the ball up as Schultz tackles Green. So ball up 30 metres out for the Pies goal. And that Riccardi smother, certainly a score saver. Some big news on the bench. Darcy Moore back out there for Collingwood. Comes on through the interchange gates. And big watch on that. We'll get Hodgie to keep an eye on it as Oliver gets the clearance out of defence and spots Krzyzewski. Marks in the middle of the ground. And in fact, there's a player who's in his protected zone. And Max Krzyzewski is going to be put into a goal-scoring opportunity here. He'll have a look from about 40 out, dead in front.
Well, that's the shortest 50 in the history of the world.
Yeah.
That has gone... He's only gone 20 metres. Surely where he marked it. Didn't he take that mark where about he is now? So that's 25 metres. Maybe it was only a half a infringement. So anyway, the only way I can actually justify saying that that's worthy of 25-metre penalty.
So wouldn't want to be buying real estate off that guy.
Oh, give you the outhouse at Virginia Lounge.
Big moment for the 21-year-old Max Krzyzewski, directly in front. To get themselves back in this contest, it goes straight as an arrow. Brilliant by Max, and it's back to 14 points. Collingwood 6-1-37. The Giants 3-5-23. 11 minutes we've travelled in this second term. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport with Mick Malthouse and Cameron Lee.
The difference, Lingy, is what we spoke about before. It just seems when Collingwood move the ball, they move it with such precision. And another element to them is patience. They're not fussed. If someone, it looks like it's closed up, they'll change it around to the other side of the ground. They're not worried which side of the ground they're coming into. And until they get the ball to about 60, then they're prepared to get the ball into about 35, 40.
Yeah,
absolutely. Whereas we've just seen now the young fella off halfback, they just kicked a 1-on-3.
Yeah.
And I'm saying 1-on-3, 1 Giant and 3 Collingwood. So it's inevitably going to come back. So it is ball movement at the end of the day.
Back in the middle, GWS trying to trap it. Callaghan does on his knees. Got it to Toby Green, who's again at the centre bounce. Handball back to Oliver. Slips the would-be tackle there of McCreary. Kicks in the middle of the ground for Ash. So it's just a play on. No one in front of him. Runs a gauntlet. Gets past 2 and then kicks laterally. Just into the grasp of Fonte, who collects. Keeps moving. Kicks out wide for Gothard. Pokes the kick into the pocket. And this will be Riccardi, who marks against the boundary line. Right half forward for the Giants. Kel, you just saw the replay that Ned Long, Clayton Oliver incident?
It looked like Ned Long put his hand up and made contact with the face of Oliver, and then Oliver went down.
What
he was
did
a
he
little
put
bit
his hands
stunned.
up for?
I don't know whether he turned around and saw him. It looked like a little shove, but he did turn around to go and help him back up.
I reckon Oliver got in, sort of just almost out of his peripheral vision into his personal space, put it up, made contact.
Definitely high contact.
Tight angle. That's out of bounds on the full as Riccardi misses near side. Adam Ramanauskas, we love our experts here on ABC Sport. They all have various theories that they bring to the party. Ramas is that is the dead pocket. Cannot kick a goal up against the boundary line, right forward pocket, and it proved to be right on that occasion at least.
Well, the angle he come in from for a start off, you've got if you can bend it back, you're a good player. Some players can, but that angle there is a nonsense shot.
Pies have got it. Nick Dacos across half-back, handballing backwards to his older brother Josh. Houston, he kicks it short to Maynard. Pulls for 50 from the Pies fans. Doesn't come. Big mark. That's a huge leap by Laverty, and he went up his back of Himmelberg.
Yeah, he shot up his teammates back. He virtually had to go, though. That's a good commitment, because had he not, he would have been outmarked, so he had to go.
In the end, he takes the mark up the back of Himmelberg, and then he kicks to Himmelberg, his teammate, almost as if to apologise for that. Himmelberg squares the kick, and this is the vice-captain in Iden. Short, sharp kicks here. Ash just trying to slice and dice their way forward. Lockie Ash has given it straight to Long. Handballs over to Nick Dacos. They're running in waves now. Darcy Cameron's got it. Going to give it back now. This is Josh Dacos all by himself inside that centre square. He goes to the left forward pocket and outnumbered on that occasion. It was big Darcy Gardner. And it was Iden coming across that was able to thump it over the boundary line.
It was... Yeah, Dan McStay.
Sorry.
No, all good. But I thought he should have got a free kick out of it, because the Giants opponent basically just ran back into him.
Laverty.
Block, to allow the other Giants player to come across. It should have been a free kick.
For boundary throwing, Rucks miss it. Pack falls behind him. We'll do it all again. Another ball up. 14-point lead for the Magpies, so they've led throughout, despite the fact that Giants have been on top in other areas of the game. They've got a ball up here, half forward for the Pies. Darcy Cameron rucking for now after starting up forward. Punches it further inside 50. Schultz gets it out. Nick Dacos, tight angle. Nick Dacos.
Oh, he didn't, did he? No, he didn't.
No. Jeez. Well, his old man made a name for himself out in those pockets. And Nick Dacos there off the left peg just snapped it from a very tight angle, just the wrong side of the post and behind. 15-point lead for the Magpies as many minutes gone in the second term.
That's how he got the ball, though. That was fantastic ruck work again. The young ruckman, he's not going to get that sort of luxury against all sides, because Briggs can't jump, but at the moment.
That was warm applause there for Oscar Steen, who again killed the ball over the boundary line by getting up high. It's going to be tossed back in City side. Briggs and Steen go at it again. Steen just gets his fingertips to it. Nick Dacos takes off after it. Josh is there as well. They're buzzing around and the ball can't break clear. It'll be a ball up on the City wing. Pies lead it by 15 points. Toss back up in the air. Here's Oliver. Gets the kick away after he was tackled by Long by one arm. The kick was stolen there. High side bottom, got it back to Josh Dacos. Kicks inside 50, bouncing ball. Elliott's out after it. Iden's after him. Elliott gathers, gives it to Long. Long closes and misses. 25 metres out, and he pushed it across the left-hand face of goal.
Oh, how strong was Jamie Elliott? Yeah. His body work then. He's not he's 6 foot, but he's not a player who's probably a bit taller and a bit heavier. He just moved him off the ball. That was brilliant.
And Iden is a very good player.
Himmelberg brings it in, goes short and wide to Iden. And they love this man at the Giants. Part of their leadership group, Connor Iden, short to Whitfield. Or short laterally to Clayton Oliver, not the required distance. Has to give it back to Whitfield. That's a longer kick, finds Leake, who marks at centre half back, and James Leake. Long kick into space, out towards that City wing. Angwin marks uncontested, keeps it moving. Short kick to Briggs.
This is where they get into trouble here. They can't move it past the centre. Collingwood get their numbers back, block up spots. It just generally has to be marked in. Big long kick in, and it is marked.
Cool contest kick to Callum Brown. He had a fair piece of it. The ump's going to pay it.
I think high contact as well, Corbs, though.
Yeah, he gets
Darcy Moore got him.
So he's done a Lazarus, didn't he?
Moore's back out. It looked for all money like he'd overextended to kicking the ball and done a hammy. Spent a long time off the ground. Didn't look all that confident on the bench, but he's back out there. Giants working around. Whitfield turns it over. Side bottom. Pokes it in the middle for Nick Dacos. His kick misses the target. Back the other way we go. Iden with it. Long kick out to Brown, who'll mark it half forward. No, he won't. Maynard distracted him, and then Brown left it behind. Gee, a comedy of errors at the moment. Schultz, hand pass away to Maynard. He kicks down the wing. City side, McStay collects. Hand pass in front of Nick Dacos. Toe pokes it inside 50, but straight to Laverty. Hand pass away to Fonte. Fonte will kick into the middle of the ground. Finds Callahan. Hand pass away to Whitfield.
Whitfield's got support. Rushing by him was Oliver. Now to Green. Only had a couple of touches in this term. Sends it out to Stringer in a one-on-one with Chris. Now the cavalry arrives. Stringer tries to bury his way through Perryman. And the umpire says Perryman had him. Stringer looked at him, tucked the Sherrin under his arm against Perryman and took him on. And Perryman, with a bear hug, just held him up. So free kick for the Pies.
I don't mind it. I reckon doing that's okay because he's got the body strength. He just got caught by a player that gritted his teeth and grabbed him because he was going nowhere. He had the football, could not move, so he...
Pies by 16 points.
Not a lot of options there, Thingy.
No. A goal apiece in this second term after it was Collingwood by 14 at quarter time. Kicking it sideways. Maynard to Howe. Back in this side across half back, and then he goes to the City side wing. And taking the uncontested mark is Steele. Steele for the Pies. Crowd of up to 40,000 under the closed roof. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. And an intercept mark by Callahan.
There's another one, Collingwood always standing behind.
Hasn't been a good patch, Mick. The last probably 10, 11 minutes of this game is two teams, one short of their very best team, their very best players, and the other not quite firing on all cylinders.
Callahan short to Leak. He goes long to a contest on the wing, and Darcy Moore rips it down. So kick's not pretty, though. Turns it straight over, going back and across to Stringer. Stringer then turns, unguarded goal square. Stringer looks for home, needs the kind roll, doesn't get it.
He had options everywhere then. That was terrible by Jake Stringer.
Frampton back, gave it to Quaynor. Hand pass to Josh Dacos, who's buried in the tackle from Harvey Thomas. And a ball up, 15 out from the Giants' goal. So mistakes are plenty, both teams.
That should have been a certain GWS goal. That is not on by Stringer.
Top of the goal square here for the Giants. Riccardi's in the ruck. Can they snare one? Crisp. Handball's out wide. Lipinski got it. Stolen by Callahan. Gives it to Angwin, all by hand. Oliver, outside 50. Handball sideways to Angwin. He centres the kick. It's marked uncontested by Whitfield. Flares it wide. Had to really get on his bike then, did Leak. And Leak takes the mark uncontested. They were going backwards and sideways. High ball into the forward pocket. Just holding his ground there with Hampton behind him was Grubzeski. And Hampton with the spoil over the boundary. He's been good Billy down back so far tonight.
This is some real serious C-grade football in the last 15 minutes.
They should be playing at 9:30 on Sunday morning. Leggy, not the West Coast Eagles.
Skill, execution, decision-making. You expect better of these two teams because they're both such quality.
Back out of bounds we go. Josh Dacos hand pass seen out by Leak. A bit of pressure from Schultz and to Goey.
It's wet, slippery, sun's in their eyes, you know, it's just boggy.
A little birdie did tell me that the roof was open earlier today when it was raining.
Oh, don't let that. That's not an excuse.
Briggs down to Toby Green for the Giants. Hand pass to Clayton Oliver, 55 out. Kicks to full forward. Maynard across in front. Can't complete the mark. Grabbed by Crisp. He's tackled by Stringer. Ball comes out. O'Halloran for the Giants. Got a hand pass away. Bobbles back to him. Somehow got it out to Angwin. Kicks one high up and under. And out on the full.
They've had it down there a fair few times. This quarter, what's it? Inside 50s there. Call me for this quarter.
It's just one goal each for the term. The inside 50 count is 10-8.
10-8, and we've had 2 goals scored.
Yep, Giants' way 10-8. Margin is 16 points. Collingwood's way. 22 minutes gone in the second term, and what has not been a pretty quarter of footy.
Quaynor launches it from the last line of defence. Big pack flies. Toby Green picked it up. He was set upon a loose ball. Leak gets there, gives it to Callaghan. Bursts away, puts it on the left. Drives it long, Quaynor underneath it, in a tussle with Gruzeski. It's all Magpies. Frampton under pressure in the defensive goal square, and they hurry it over with the help of Quaynor. Pies defence holding up.
Yeah, they have. That's a good call. They have held up. It hasn't been good going in there, but they've still held up. They haven't allowed
They've been
an easy
helped,
mark.
though,
Oh, absolutely been helped. Nonetheless, though, Frampton's held up really well. And Quaynor's always, I'm very, very impressed in Quaynor. He's a really good player.
He's got a right on cue on half-back. He kicks to the wing and looking for Steen, who's knocked out of the way. And Briggs, more experienced body, takes the intercept mark for the Giants. So on halfway, City wing, kicks back and across, finds Laverty. He's got a runner in support. It's Iden. Oh, hand pass around his bootlaces. Left it behind. Goes and gets it back to Laverty. But the Giants have got to move. Laverty hurried. Kick to the wing. Just got it out there to Leak.
Might have been kind with Seagrove.
They're getting a hurry up here. The Giants, due to their own errors, a 15-point deficit. Collingwood on top. 23 gone second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Kicks down to O'Halloran. Can't complete the mark. Got it out, though, towards Angwin. Now to Riccardi. To Gothard. Back to Riccardi, all by hand. At half forward for the Giants. Feeds it forward to O'Halloran. Hand pass off to Oliver. Oliver hooks to full forward. Brown's down there. No mark. Krzyzewski fumbles inadvertently. Sockers it away when he had the chance to collect and goal. Not to be. And the ball's back into dispute. More tackled. Ball up full forward for the Giants.
How could you go to pick a ball with your feet and actually kick it
as a blooper?
Oh my goodness
Cardi
gracious
in the
me.
ruck. And at ground level, it's all the Pies. Pendlebury handballed it over to Steele. And his high kick out of bounds.
You know, the comedy's
pick it up, and the comedy festival's coming to town.
Yeah, no, it started.
Free kick goes to Leak. His first game for the Giants. He's kicked it straight to Quaynor, who dropped it cold in front. Waiting at the back of the pack was Dacos, but it's stolen by Stringer, and Stringer with a moment of magic. He spins out of a would-be tackle, and from 20 metres out in that right forward pocket, he spears it through, and that is the definition of something out of nothing, and it's just desperately what the Giants needed. And the margin is 9.6339. The Giants 4.630. And there's 90 seconds left in this half of footy. Friday night footy, ABC Sport.
A serious case of licorice all sorts from Jake tonight.
and it was only going to be him or Toby Green who could kick that.
Yeah.
And to use his body like he did, just for those that aren't watching, he picked it up, had to spin out of the first one with strength because he would have been tackled, and then did the banana boomerang, or banana I suppose we'll call it. So it did take a bit of special play. He's actually got back in the game. He's tackled the goal. He's back in the game.
Darcy Cameron grabs it out of the ruck, kicks the centre half forward for the Magpies. They'll lead down to single digits. Spills down though to Leak of the Giants. Hand pass to Ash. Handball to Finn Callaghan, who just spears his kick short and finds Cornelio. 9-point game. Collingwood on top. They've led throughout after kicking the first 2 goals before the Giants had their second disposal.
Cornelio's first touch in this second term. Jesse Hogan hasn't touched it.
Goes back to Laverty.
Yeah, he's been ordinary, Hogan.
Laverty swings it round the arc, finds Himmelberg, right half back. Himmelberg pokes it up to Xavier O'Halloran. And the number 33 looks for Riccardi. Short kicking game. Riccardi marks. He's going to dish it off by a hand. He's got a runner on the outside. It's Whitfield, who's ordinarily a good user. Kicks inside 50. Hogan hits up. Competes in the air. Ball spills down to Brown. Hand pass to Gothard. Spins into trouble. Lost it. And Josh Dacos cleans it up. Hurried kick out towards half back and can settle it down for the Magpies. Finds Lipinski.
Hogan very slow to get up. He just...
Well, he's been slow all day.
He doesn't look like he's in the mood, does he?
No, holding his head a little bit.
But just slow and shoulders are slumped.
They can sook it forwards.
I thought Lingy was a forward in his early years, wasn't he?
He's in the men's department. He's a tagger.
Here's McCreary. He's got to beat 2, and he does, much to the delight of the Pies fans, and the siren sounds just as he gets his kick inside 50. Bo McCreary, what about that for wheels? You knew he was going to take them on. And there weren't too many moments to get up off your seat, but that was one of them in that opening half. It is Collingwood by 9 points at half-time on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. 6-3-39, the Giants 4-6-30. Pies, after kicking 5 goals in the first quarter, held to just 1 in that second term. The goal kickers, 3 to Membry, 1 to Schultz, McStay and Long. And for the Giants, Gothard, Riccardi, Gruzevski and Stringer. Half-time, Pies by 9.
There was a little bit of concern for Josh Dacos and his shoulder. Came off the ground, had it looked at. It was okay, came back on. They didn't even have it re-strapped, so he was right to continue. And Darcy Moore, who appeared to hurt his hamstring when he was kicking the ball off the back flank, seemed to overstretch on that execution, and yet disappeared off the ground for a period of time, came back, ran up and down the boundary line, didn't look overly confident, and yet he returned and played the last 15 minutes of that first half. Off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Margaret of McLeod says, as an Essendon supporter, Stringer's performance is very familiar. From Eamon and Georgia in Canberra, loving the commentary, go the Giants. Thanks, guys. Nice to hear from you in the nation's capital. Hi, team. Fran here. Thanks for the call. Nerves kicking in, go the Pies. Cannot underestimate GWS. How long has Tyson been at the Pies? Thought he was elsewhere. I think he was at Port Adelaide, wasn't he, Tyson Goldsack, and then has come back?
Yeah, he went to Port. He was there. He actually went there as a player and broke down the first year. So then they put him with Ken.
This was sort of
a development coach he was.
It's kind of post-COVID crackdown on footy department spend, and he was like a playing coach, wasn't he?
Yep.
And then Haylingy and Mick, listening to your call on regarding the Pies and players 30-plus and starting to slow down, I believe the Cats are showing similar signs. Been a Cats supporter for nearly 70 years, and to me, the injury and speed on the field are starting to show against the younger sides. From Jeff in Queensland. 0437 774 774.
Well, you got the mayor here.
Yeah. No, it's a good observation because, and it's probably as part of Geelong trying to transition to their Holmes, Tanner Bruin, Bailey Smith, Ollie Dempsey being the more important engine room players as opposed to having to rely on Dangerfield and even Tom Atkins and Blitzarves, who are still important players, but you can't rely on them to be able to do it every single week at the same intensity because of the age of those legs.
Young halfback flanker too. Who's the halfback flanker? Humphreys.
Yeah.
He's a sort of player that could probably go into the centre every now and again too.
Half-time here. Collingwood by 9 points, 6-3 to 4-6. Here's a number which pretty much tells the story of that half of footy. So it was GWS 2-1 to 1-2. And the inside 50 count was 14-10 the Giants' way, which shows
so it's about a third each when you look at that. So it's 33%. 50% is probably acceptable, and you'd like to think most of those are goals. I.e., you have 7 shots, you might kick 4-3 or 5-2. But that's an extraordinary game.
For so little scoring.
For so little scoring too, you throw in the number of just total disposals. So the Giants have had 218 disposals. Double that, you're on track for 436 disposals. That's a lot of disposals in a game of footy when you've only kicked, in their case, 4 goals in the game. So there's a lot of possession, a lot of ball, a lot of touches, a lot of handballs, a lot of nothingness going on between the arcs. And some of the players, you look at them, Finn Callaghan, I love him as a player. He's an outstanding player. He's had 20 disposals to half-time. He's had some really damaging ones that have broken the game open, but he's also had quite a few of overuse type touches as well.
How many have hit a forward? That's a thing too.
Yeah.
Those players get a lot behind that centre square line.
Well, to highlight that, Whitfield's had 20, and I reckon most of them would be behind.
Early days.
Yeah.
Were pretty ordinary.
Clayton Oliver's probably the one. He's had 18 disposals around the ball, and it's some of it's been, the hack kick forward and that, but that's because he's winning it in a contest, and he's trying to create a chance for his forwards. So there is a lot of ball, a lot of possession going on. So some players maybe at half-time are thinking, I'm going okay. I'm winning plenty of the ball. But the reality is there's not a lot coming from a number of those possessions, and it's whichever team starts becoming more efficient with their ball and maybe even cuts back on the number of disposals, but they're able to take it forward with more efficiency, find a target, get a shot at goal. That's ultimately the team that's going to go away and win this one.
And the other thing too, Ling, is if, and this is a big if, Stringer and Hogan and Green can give more of a contest.
Yep.
Because the young fellas around them are young fellas. They're not known goal kickers at this stage. That will create opportunity. They've only kicked 4 goals. I mean, it's hardly stuff that you're going to be worrying about if you're a top side at the moment. But I don't even know if both sides are defending that well now. I just think that the last disposal going in hasn't been a
some
top
long,
level.
high, just nothingy entries, which lead to either an intercept mark from the opposition or really difficult for those players. But you're right, when you've got a team that's missing, 9 of their probably best 22 players in the Giants, you need Hogan, Stringer, Green having an impact. So Stringer, we joked about the Licorice All Sorts game. He had some bad moments. He had some really good, exciting moments. One of the text messages said, that is pretty much like his Essendon career as well.
Yeah,
Hogan's just had no moments.
No, he's had nothing at all. See, this is where Cadman is as good and young. He makes something happen. Hogan generally, but we don't want to be too harsh on Hogan. He had a great year last year. It was my mind is that with a Hogan, it's the follow-up year. Yeah. How does he go in the follow-up? You'll see so many players who grit their teeth and going to show you this and going to show you that. But he's a year older. The ball's not coming in like Tom Green. He's not a great kick, but what he does, he actually opens it up for a Whitfield running past or an Ash running past, and then they hit Hogan. And at the moment, that's not happening.
No, and Hogan got that incredible season, and I rate him highly as well, on the back of his work rate. Be multiple leads, lead up hard, not use, get back, and just work his opponent over with his massive aerobic capacity to then make it look as though he took a nice easy mark or was able to break free by a few metres. There was a lot of work went into that. Maybe he's not quite working to that same rate right now.
What do you reckon? Can I just throw one on? Young Oscar Steen. How good's he been?
He's been excellent.
I think he's been fantastic. He's something tonight that you'd come away going, this is what, if it's Greg Swan that's created this, can't touch him in the it's a bit like netball where you have the centre bounce and no one's allowed to touch each other. So, but the bigger ruckman now is. See, one of the greatest things about our game, we cope with Tony Liberatore to Sandilands. The game was able to cater for them and create an opportunity for them. Right now, I don't think we've done enough homework on that rule. And right now, our bigger, lumbering ruckman, who used to be very good, they're out of it. They're out of the game.
Mitch Turner just messaged me saying Darcy Cameron drafted kicking 36 goals in 19 games out of Claremont in 2016 as a forward who also rucked.
So who was that?
Darcy Cameron.
Right, okay.
So he was basically a forward who played in the ruck.
Yes, he was.
The part that we can't ignore, though, is the fact that he was a fringe All-Australian as a ruckman, and now he's starting at full forward as this kid who comes in and all of a sudden he's going to ruck. I mean, surely that... How do you handle that inside a dressing room when all of a sudden you're saying, hey, mate, that was great, you won the best and fairest last year, but 8 quarters into the new season, you're now the full forward and there's another guy who's the starting ruck?
I think it's circumstance.
Yeah, if the communication's good, you say it's not always going to be like it's a long season, a season of attrition, and we're going to need you. The ruck thing, I get what you're saying, but the fact that Steen is getting up and over and their outside hits to a mid on the fly, I like that because it's opening up some really dynamic play from the stoppages, and we should be getting more quality entries from it. I still see the big, strong Briggs ruckman being able to do some work around the ground.
Yeah, but the game is won now. When you look at, say, when Carlton got 12 goals kicked against them, 8 of them come out of the centre, and they couldn't stop it. What's happened is it's magnified everything. 6-6-6, it's magnified that. You can't put someone behind the ball. If you're going to get whacked out of the centre, put someone behind the ball. No, you can't do that. If you're going to get whacked in the centre, because I've got Briggs, who's I love him and I cuddle him and he's another mummy and this sort of stuff, he's gone. He's gone because that sort of ruckman in that centre square is getting jumped over by a kid that's playing his first game. Well, what you're doing now is you're saying, let's get some basketballers in who can run and jump and no contact. Because there's hardly any contact. Let's face it, they're just jumping up and putting their knee into their rib cage.
Yeah, I was going to say, they'll work on their technique and the knees will be directed in a
Well, they've got to start doing it quick smart, and you've got to be able to, put your knee right in his quaddie or whatever. pull them down an inch or two, but that's not happening at the moment.
Pies by 9 points. I'll tell you what else is going on in the world of sport, plus the Sunday teams in just a moment. Collingwood by 9 at the half. We're going to take a pause for a moment from here, and the second half is not too far away. In the interim, let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, hello, I'm William Howard Evans. Severe tropical cyclone Narelle is now over land after crossing the WA coast between Coral Bay and Cape Couvert as a Category 3 system. A warning zone is in place for residents between Onslow and Geraldton and extends inland to Murchison and Dalwallinu. The system is bringing very destructive wind gusts and intense rainfall, which may lead to flash flooding. Jessica Lingard from the Bureau of Meteorology says the cyclone will maintain its strength for a few more hours before it starts to weaken.
Carnarvon starting to see gusts in excess of 115 kilometres an hour now, and we are going to see those gusts increasing as that system does draw a little closer as we move through the next few hours.
WA's Department of Fire and Emergency Services says it has enough fuel to assist those affected by severe tropical cyclone Narelle. The State Emergency Service has received about 44 requests for assistance in the wake of the cyclone as interstate SES crews travel to assist. Duty Assistant Commissioner Danny Moscone says authorities are well prepared.
Our staff in the regions have been liaising with their respective petrol stations or fuel outlets and to identify any supply concerns, and we've got a high level of confidence that the fuels levels in the towns are sufficient.
The war in the Middle East is intensifying, with new strikes on Iran, stalled ceasefire talks and growing fears of a global energy crisis. Here's Francis Du.
Israel has launched a new wave of strikes on targets in Tehran as air raid sirens sounded in Israel and missiles were intercepted. Iran has also continued attacks across the region, with drones and missiles reported in the Gulf. Diplomatic efforts appear to have stalled, with Iran rejecting a US ceasefire proposal as Washington deploys more troops in the region. US President Donald Trump says talks are ongoing but has extended a deadline for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, warning he will destroy the energy plants if it does not. The conflict has rattled global markets, with oil prices surging above $100 a barrel. A UN Security Council meeting is set to take place as the war approaches its first month.
The New South Wales Energy Minister is urging fuel companies to be cooperative as the conflict continues in the Middle East. In New South Wales, 347 stations are without at least one type of fuel. Penny Sharp says fuel companies will face penalties if they don't provide the government with updates.
Government needs this information. We need to be making all preparations so that we can look after the community and the businesses who are hanging off, any challenges that might be coming.
Germany's defence minister says closer military production ties with Australia will benefit both countries. Boris Pistorius today visited Ipswich, west of Brisbane, where the first batch of combat vehicles rolled off the assembly line. A letter of intent was also signed for German warhead maker TDW to manufacture missiles in Australia. Mr Pistorius says the two nations have a shared interest.
It's about more than just manufacture. It is also about the transfer of technology, about strengthening industry and about exchanging lessons learned.
British police have reopened an investigation into sexual abuse allegations against online influencer Andrew Tate. The police probed accusations made by 3 women in 2014 and 2015, but the case was closed after 4 years. The case has now been reopened a day after the police watchdog said a former detective could face gross misconduct proceedings over the original investigation. There's been a divided response to the International Olympic Committee's new gender eligibility policy. Noni Edwards explains.
The IOC is implementing new rules in time for the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles. An SRY gene test will prevent transgender women and those with differences in sexual development who've gone through male puberty from competing in women's Olympic sports. Dr. Payashni Mitra is founder of Humans of Sport and says the policy is not based on evidence.
It's not
science-based, it's stigma-based. But Fiona McInerney from the UK organisation Sex Matters says the IOC has set a standard for sport worldwide.
Women's sport can only be for those who are female.
The IOC had previously left it up to sport governing bodies to determine eligibility.
And Victoria trails South Australia by 88 runs at stumps on day 2 of the Sheffield Shield cricket final at Melbourne's Junction Oval. The visitors were bowled out for 198 in their first innings. ABC News.
Get your footy fix with ABC AFL Daily Podcast. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron are joined by a cast of AFL legends to pull apart the biggest stories in Aussie rules. Search for the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Off to Chris, fakes the handball, he's running backwards, gives it to Josh Dacos, right on 50, had to get it away quickly. Hogan was bearing down, the kick was put in the air, and Long runs and grabs it and takes the mark right in front, 30 metres out. Ned Long directly in front, never in doubt. Pies back out by 20 points. Max Brzezinski directly in front. To get themselves back in this contest, it goes straight as an arrow. Brilliant by Max, and it's back to 14 points. Waiting at the back of the pack was Dacos, but it's stolen by Stringer, and Stringer with a moment of magic. He spins out of a would-be tackle, and from 20 metres out in that right forward pocket, he spears it through, and that is the definition of something out of nothing, and it's just desperately what the Giants needed.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. It's half-time at Dockland Stadium. It's a good thing the roof is on tonight. It's a pretty horrid night in Melbourne. The weather's been a bit rude the last 24 hours or so. Collingwood by 9 points at the half. The Magpies 6-3-39. They lead GWS for 6:30. Just in other sport and what's kicking around, the Sheffield Shield final, which I know everyone's following along with the Shield final. You can find it, of course, through ABC Listen. Mitch Turner, along with Ned Hall, doing a great job on the call from Junction Oval. Day 3 tomorrow. So we're 2 days down, but we did lose a bit of time due to rain. They're going to try and make that up with early starts, late finishes for the next 3 days. So 5-day fixture. South Australia all out 198. So effectively SA 200 batting first. Victoria 4 for 110. And Ollie Peake, who was put down, is still there. So he was dropped. Four for 110. Good Geelong man.
Yes,
Bring him, put him straight in the test, Lingy.
Love him. Yeah,
he is. How cool is he?
He's a nice young player. 88 runs for Vic's Trowa on first innings, still with 6 first innings wickets in hand. So Victoria 4 for 110 in response to South Australia. 198 all out, stumps day 2. So 3 days to go, 5-day fixture. In the NRL, the West Tigers pumped the Warriors tonight, which is a bit of an upset, 32-14. So 32-14 West Tigers big winners. And in the Battle of Brisbane, the Broncos 10, the Dolphins 6. Halftime score there. Call available through ABC Listen. Look out for the green ABC Sport button. And it's halftime between the Socceroos and Cameroon, who are playing at the Olympic Stadium, or at Homebush, whatever we call it nowadays. 0-0. Half-time, so nothing to worry about there. The Socceroos are coming to town. They play Curacao on Tuesday night here in Melbourne. And
we have the basketball. That's tomorrow, is it? No, it's got to be tonight.
Basketball's tonight as well. The
big game, Sydney-Adelaide.
Sydney Kings up against the Adelaide 36ers. That is game 2 of that series. Game 3 is coming up on Sunday back in Sydney. So game 2 in Adelaide. Kings 83, Sixers 79. That's a live score, 5 and a bit to go. There's also a call available of that through ABC Listen.
Yeah, when you look at last week, 44 points, I think, Sydney.
They did. 112-68. So Kings big winners in game 1. Best of 5 grand final series. Kings leading by 4. So 2 possession games, 6 to go. Final term call available through ABC Adelaide. You can find that through ABC Listen. And the Maury plant meets tomorrow night too, so hopefully the weather holds out for that. Gout in the 200. I looked at the timing for this, and everything's very specific for track and field meets. 9:21 p.m. is when the gun will go off, so 9:21.
Is he running the 100?
He's running the 200 against
so he's not going to run.
Kennedy.
Yeah, so he's not going to run the 100.
I don't think so.
No,
but it's not my area of expertise.
And Jessica Hull, she's decided because of her dad's not keen on the Australian athletics.
Could be a bit ropey out there with the weather and everything as well. Can you imagine some of the winds and everything else? See how they go. Good luck to everyone competing in that at Big Meet. Obviously, highlighted by what happens tomorrow. Our focus is on the footy here. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The team's in for Sunday. No Ollie Wines for Port Adelaide. He hasn't been rushed back, so he's not playing the fixture with the Eagles. And Trent Rivers has been dropped by Stephen King and the Demons. So they're the big names on the selection table from the Sunday teams. Game on here. Pies by 9 points. Second half underway. Kelly Underwood, ABC Sport.
And the debutant Steen goes against Briggs. Briggs wins it. Steen's chops off a handball. Kick was smothered off the boot of the debutant. Falls the way of Thomas to Whitfield, and then he flares that kick wide. And the mark's taken by Callaghan. He's got it in front of the Giants bench. They're kicking to the southern side, or right-hand side of your TV screen if you're watching it. To start this third term, it's Collingwood by 9 points. Dropping the mark was Frampton in the end, and a little push and shove with Hogan. And now they wrestle. Hogan goes down, and then Billy goes down. Tangle of arms and legs. They're 10 metres off the ball. Meanwhile, the umpire just tosses it in the air. Here's Nick Dacos streaming away with it, looping the handball to Houston, a fumble under pressure, swooping on it. Here is the little player in Thomas, the youngster, gives it off, and a quick kick has been touched. Has it by Darcy Moore? No, it hasn't. It's been paid a goal. And the goal is from Toby Green. Messy passage of play. It was the Nick Dacos handball that was chopped off. Harvey Thomas getting involved, and it ended up with Toby Green. He kept it low. Darcy Moore was there on the goal line. It looked like he lunged and got a touch to it, Lingy, but the umpire, David Roden, said nope. And he saluted with the goal.
I'm still trying to work out how he didn't get a touch on that one.
But he didn't claim it under it. No. Darcy didn't claim it, so he's obviously missed it, but it's...
Chain of handballs leading up.
He's in the goal square by himself.
On the left, and there's the replay. No,
he just missed it.
It's just gone over his head. Over his hand.
Nice start by the Giants.
Yes, so they get it back to 3 points. Collingwood 6-3-39, the Giants 5-6-36.
So as close as they've been since time on approached in the opening quarter. 3-point game. Schultz out of the middle. Hand pass sets up Lipinski. He feeds it over to Nick Dacos. Dacos on the run. And the superstar delivers. Straight back, the Magpies answer. And Nick Dacos, these fleet-footed skills on the end of it, able to poke it through on the run. The Magpies with a centre bounce goal. 2 minutes into the third term. Collingwood 7-3, GWS 5-6. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Magpies by 9.
It's his skill at speed that's the most incredible thing.
It is.
He's flying when he kicks this, and under enough pressure and running inside forward 50. He had an opponent, I think it was Himmelberg, coming at him in his face, and he still just nailed it. And he didn't even look like missing.
No. There's that centre bounce again. He's had real influence, the young ruckman.
Oscar Steen.
Yeah, too right. He's been a real find.
So Toby Green one end, and Nick Dacos, the quick reply, the other. Steen again, straight down the throat of De Goey. Oh, he is putting on a ruck clinic, Oscar Steen. And De Goey's high ball has been marked just inside 50 by Lockie Schultz.
Well, I reckon a lot of clubs will be watching this game tonight and thinking, oh, hang on, we maybe need to have a conversation around who we've got in the ruck, who we currently play, who we've got on our list, what we need to start looking for as far as the ruck profile, even going into the future.
That's what I was talking about, Lingy. You know, we've seen the death, I reckon, unless they review the rules, but the death of the big ruckman.
For 2 goals in a minute, Schultz on the runway. He lets rip from 49 out. Hasn't got the distance. He's been marked on the line.
He's done it again.
Steen, if you don't mind. And there's push and shove after.
Well, there's no new rules of giving him that one. That's just a great pack mark.
Wow.
Yes, that is a fantastic mark.
The big O hitting the high notes. Oscar Steen.
That's the best in the ground.
There's a standing ovation from some Magpies fans in the crowd.
Don't kick it in the man of the mark, please.
Here he is, the tall, lanky number 21, top of the goal square. The man on the mark in the goal square is Iden. He dabs it through for his first goal. Welcome to the Magpie Army, Oscar.
That's a big mark. Yeah. That is a really good mark. Because Briggs was there, and the key backs were down there. Taylor and Buckley weren't down there. And that's the difference. There just wasn't enough real effort to put the fist into the ball. But he stood his ground, so we now know he can take a mark. Squeezed it through. 70 of the people behind the goals are all his relatives. They've all gone up.
Well, there was a nest of magpies after he kicked it as well, Mick. We're having a look at the replay here of the mark. Right on the goal line. Look at that.
Well, he's had company all the way.
Yeah,
so
he was the only magpie that jumped in the goal square, but he had to beat two.
Yep, certainly did.
And Lockie Whitfield was never going to jump and compete with him.
No.
He didn't want a bar of it.
Remarkable story. So from the Goodwood Saints in Adelaide. West Adelaide. And then plenty of VFL for Collingwood.
Here he goes again. Here wins the hit out and then the follow-up. Gets the kick out to Nick Dacos. He gives it by hand to Goey. Kicks inside 50. Off the hands of Himmelberg. Spills through towards Iden. That's a get-out-of-here kick. Leaping up Quaynor. Knocks it to ground level. Magpies with the numbers. Nick Dacos to Goey. Handball out wide. Finds Roan Steele, who kicks to full forward. Elliott leaping up, killed away by Fonte. Punches to the safety of the boundary line. Doesn't get there. Whitfield keeps it alive. Handball to Ash. Ash, handball over the top, finds Angwin. He's ripped into the ground by De Goey. And the umpire says, I'll have it. He made sure that tackle stuck. Drilled him into the ground.
Yeah, he's lucky the head didn't hit the ground. I was watching the replay. That sort of motion, if he does hit the ground,
you're in trouble.
You're in trouble.
Yeah, you can't sling these days at all.
Flick back up in the air, inside 50 to go. He had it stripped, stolen by Clayton Oliver. Gives it over to Brown, back to Oliver, back to Brown. They work their way along the boundary. On the city side, Angwin's got it. He dabs the kick further up the ground. Riccardi marks right near his bootlaces. Wheels around, gets it to Stringer. He's 60 out. He looks, he thumps to the goal square. Hogan's there and still side bottom floating across in front. Becomes the third man in the contest and takes that relieving defensive mark.
That is true wingmanship. Be able to get back in front. The Collingwood player held Hogan out. Hogan just didn't put any effort in. Really struggled to get the Collingwood player to move, but Steele side bottom was magnificent just then.
McCreary kicks down the line. Himmelberg breaks it up to Fonte. Short kick to Xavier O'Halloran, who marks right half forward.
Yeah, it was Hogan v Houston, so Hogan should have taken the mark.
Should have moved him out the way.
Yeah, but instead, side bottom, that great help, takes the mark, but the Giants got another opportunity here. So O'Halloran's taking this mark. If he'd gone straight away, he probably had a teammate or two in a better position. Now he's got to go back and kick this, but this is a really difficult kick from this angle and this distance.
Well, this is where they get caught out, Lingy. They might have more inside 50s, but they're just not, they can't utilise them.
Oh, he's going to pass it. Just kick it to full forward, low, half volley pick up for the big man Briggs. He can't trap that. It spills out of bounds. So throw in forward pocket for the Giants. 15-point lead for the Magpies. 8 gone in the third. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
There was nothing wrong. Actually, the kick was wrong, only by half a metre. The idea was right. Found Collingwood napping.
Twirling ball back in play. Briggs this time, but it's all Collingwood. Quick hands. Maynard's involved. Josh Dacos still side bottom, running towards the boundary line. Keeps it in play. Hit hard by Whitfield. Quick handball by Green. Now also involved is Thomas. His handball was smothered. The recovery was good, He got it back, kicked it, and he found Briggs.
Now it's interesting. Briggs, a sly look, I reckon. He had a look, and young Steen just looked at. He didn't know what to do there. He's 1 for 1. If he kicks this goal...
Yeah, the shootout of the big ruckman.
Yeah. Mind you, I'd rather be kicking it a 10-yard square than...
These two teams played in a practice game going back about a month or so ago in Melbourne. And Kieran Briggs kicked 4 goals in the first half of footy. So he does know how to kick them. He's not going to kick it on this occasion. As soon as he struck it on his boot, it was wayward.
I bet you all 4 of those he kicked in the practice match were from the 10-yard square.
Yeah.
He's never been a good set shot at goal. Anything over about 35.
Margin is 14 points. Pies lead it.
Houston with the kick-out duties. Takes a bounce and goes long to the wing, and Fonte with the intercept mark. Looks inboard with the kick. Finds Canelio. Steve Canelio is going to swing it all the way across the centre square. Dangerous kick, but it works out. And Leake takes the mark. That attacking edge. So they're going inside 50 again. Hand pass away to Himmelberg. Himmelberg's going to kick it out wide to Riccardi. He's got the body on Moore and then beats him in the one-on-one. He'll have a look from left half forward.
Yeah, I reckon Darcy Moore's ever been really good one-on-one and can get caught in the lead. Darcy loves to be able to come across the back or stand his ground in front where the ball does fall short. So he does get found out on these one-on-ones.
I wonder if he's worried about whatever's going on because he hasn't been good tonight at all, Darcy.
Oh, it's his first game.
Yeah, granted.
More on that applause in just a moment as Riccardi's drop punt misses everything. No change to the score. Pies by 14, 10 gone third term. Tim Hodges on the boundary line. Hodgie, a nice big cheer there for the young man.
We spoke to Tyson Goldsack pre-match about the fact that he's a cult hero, Oscar Steen, already. He's been in the club 4 years, finally gets his break tonight in a first game. Couldn't have been more impressive, and every time he does anything really, even come to the bench, he gets a warm round of applause.
Ball in dispute on the City side wing. It's held up as Oliver tackles.
Just want to go back.
Membry, rather.
To Riccardi. He's missed 2 sitters.
Yep.
For a full forward, he is a full forward. Too close to the man the mark. Not enough attention to detail.
Briggs to Oliver. It was beautiful ruck work. Oliver's handball, though, was picked off by Steele, and now Steele gets the handball back. He's involved in a quick chain of handballs. Tried to be a little bit too hot then and a bit cute for Nick Dacos. He's now under the pump. And the ball will be held in. The umpire will blow his whistle and throw it in the air, only a metre or so in from the boundary line on the City side of the stadium. 70 around from the Pies goal. They've kicked 2-1 in this third term. Collingwood lead it by 14 points. Flicked up in the air. DeGoey tried to go off the ground. It was smothered. Oliver, quick hands, goes backwards. Now here's Lockie Ash. He's kicking from one side to the other of the 50, and it was a well-weighted pass. Thomas is on the end of it. He goes long. This is the debutant, Hannaford. He's had a couple of kicks. Both have gone out of bounds. That's better by Hannaford. And he can hit up Gruszewski. He's got it at half forward. A couple of kicks out from goal. There's a loose player inside 50. His kick was smothered by Quaynor. Still it goes. It's ricochets to Thomas, comes back to Gruszewski, and this time he makes better of it. And Brown marks the end on the end of a long lead. He had a step or two on Maynard, and he's got it in the right forward pocket.
Probably got a little lucky then, Gruszewski, that it came back to him and he got a second shot at it because...
I think that's the second time he's been either smothered or given the ball up too. Yeah. They just don't get back far enough. This is an interesting kick around the corner from...
Yep, the Irishman, Callum Brown. He's going the set snap off a couple of steps on his left. Does he squeeze it through? No, he's squeezed it the other side. Didn't get enough curl on that angle in the end. And across the face and through for a minor score. Pies by 13. Membry has 3 goals, all single goal kickers for the Giants. And Hogan's hardly had a touch.
So 2 behinds and 1 out of bounds on the full. The last 3 shots at goal for the Giants.
Free kick against Canelio here. I've got a list management question coming for you, Corbs.
Okay.
Keep going for a sec.
Free kick for DeGoey. Goes short laterally to Houston. Looks in the corridor for Josh Dacos. He's going to come all the way back to Maynard. Defensive side of the wing. Kicks Collingwood up to halfway. Quaynor in front of the benches. Pies by 13. 8-3 to 5-8. 13 minutes gone in this third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Quaynor waits and then goes long with the contest kick. Elliott rises up in the pack of about 5 or 6. Spills down the long of the Pies. Hand pass one of Lipinski. Fonte steals it. Handball went meant for Hannaford. He's bowled out of the way. Elliott goes and gets it. He's tackled. Ball up. Left half forward for the Pies, just inside the boundary line. Tim Hodges.
Just monitoring Scott Pendlebury, game 4-2-8. Came off the ground, spoke to the doctor. He's gone down with the doc to the room, so he's a watch at the moment.
Well, he'll come back. That's 3. When they go down and have a cup of tea.
So Hogan's into the ruck here. It was a ball up in the left forward pocket. Didn't get anywhere near it. He's had an off night. Hannaford under the prompt by Chris. Chris pushing the back. Free kick to Ollie Hannaford.
I like that move of Hogan because he's got mobility, can take a mark, and he won't have someone sweating on him. So it's a good move to see if they can get him into the game because clearly at the moment
he kicks backwards to Iden and then he kicks sideways to Laverty, and now they go round the other side. In 2 minds here. Himmelberg centering kick to Callaghan. All a little uncertain at the moment.
15 either.
Over the top, he used it to Riccardi, just wedged that kick. He's got it on the edge of the centre square. Riccardi squares the kick to Fonte. Got there just in time. Bearing down was Jamie Elliott. Now the handball to Iden, and Iden switches sides. Toby Green got plenty of space. Dabs it into the pocket. He's asking for a mark from Gruzevski, and Billy Frampton over the top. Slaps it over the boundary line. Billy's been good tonight.
Been very good.
Just quickly, Corbs, how much did you say Steve Cornelio's, what was his playing contract?
7 years, $7 million.
Yeah, we had a discussion pre-game about where you allocate your salary cap and the money. Someone who gets 8 possessions on a night like this and doesn't do much at all, you can't be allocating $1 million to a player like that. That's where you got to be smart.
Cameron down to Nick Dacos. He looks corridor, and McCreary's away. 2 bounces. He keeps on moving, draws a defender, pokes it over the top to Schultz. Little fumble, collects it half forward. Man out in the goal square. It's side bottom. He lets it bounce and runs away from the veteran. Close to the pocket. It's out of bounds. Oh, it looked like a certain goal, and they just couldn't quite link up going inside 50, the Pies. They leave one out there, 8-3 to 5-8. 13-point lead for the Pies halfway through the third.
How good did Steele Sidebottom work though to find that space?
Yeah. They fluffed their lines in the end. Still was in that goal square for a while. Still under the pump here. The Giants' defence is a free kick, play on advantage, so it's for the Giants. It goes out wide. O'Halloran in a tussle with Houston. It's coming back.
It's got to come back.
Yeah.
It was downfield.
It was a downfield free.
And I reckon the umpire thought, well, it's still a 50-50 ball, and no one's really sure whose free kick it is. I'll bring it back to where the kick landed.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe, and maybe it ended up being to the Giants' advantage and called it play on, but at the time it was probably still in a 50-50.
Gruzevski takes the free kick on the edge of the centre square, and he kicks further out on the wing to Fonte. And he puts it out in front of Angwin. So Angwin's got it.
This is where they get trapped. Collingwood are on the move from the wing.
City wing. The lefty goes long and high. Riccardi's there. Darcy Moore judged it best.
That's at his best, when he's able to have a run at it, look at it.
Moves it to Crisp. Brings it back to the centre. Just a few metres out from that defensive goal square where Josh Dacos has got it uncontested. He's had 5 for this quarter. Nick's had 6 touches. Out to a one-on-one. Still side bottom. Almost a one-hander. Still winding back the clock, and the crowd's involved now. They love it.
Game number 357, and he's still got every bit of it. Wrong foot's the first gamer in Hannaford. Kicks down to half forward. Membry the target. Spills to Lipinski. Handball to Membry. Membry over his shoulder. Almost turned it over. Gruzevski clever. Knocks it away to Hannaford. Met by Steele Sidebottom. Just upends in. Ball spills out to McCreary. Gives it to Quaynor. Kicks inside 50. They all go down in front. Collected by Iden. Coughs it up. Steele knocks it away to Nick Dacos. He's kicked 2 in the quarter. Collingwood out by 19. And they kept it alive. Roan Steele at full forward forced it back into open space, and Nick Dacos read it beautifully. He's got a couple in the term, and the Magpies with a bit of breathing room. They've got 3 on the bounce. Collingwood 9-3-57, GWS 5-8-38. 18 gone in the third. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Just watching Finn Callaghan, he is in an enormous amount of pain. He's got a dislocated finger. It was going the wrong way, so he's with the doctors at the moment trying to get it put back into place. And the tape man is already ready just to tape it up. So, yeah, it's amazing the punishment they put themselves through, but he'll be back on the ground shortly. But that was a very bad one when he came off the ground.
It was a terrible bit of play by
Connor Iden.
Yep.
On Nick Dacos.
Poor old Ollie Hannaford, the 19-year-old's been taught a football lesson by Steele Sidebottom as well. Now bursting out of the centre here for the Pies was McCreary. What about the explosive pace, winning it out of the centre, and then his kick is able to hit up Lipinski, and they're having another set shot at goal.
Yeah, they've loved McCreary in the centre bounces this season so far, the Pies, and for that reason, that speed and the ability to get to the outside, he just moved through beautifully and broke the whole game open, and Clayton Oliver was no chance to slow him up.
In the blink of an eye. Now Lipinski with the set shot to add the finishing touches.
It was a great tap down again.
Yeah, again. He's been terrific, hasn't he, Steen?
Yeah. Just floated it to the left-hand post. Pat Lipinski. A let-off for the Giants. Collingwood by 20 points.
It was a clear cause and effect, wasn't there, late last year? No Bobby Hill, no McCreary, or the pace came out of their team, and the Pies struggled without them. Giants working up the wing, ugly kick. Quaynor knocks it back to Chris. Pan pass away to Lipinski. Look at all the Magpies there. Kicks out wide to Membry, who started the game hot, and he marks here at left half forward about 40 metres out.
Yeah, they've broken the game right open, Collingwood, with their sure ball handling and the run forward. Haven't been able to stop the ball.
From turnovers, too.
Yeah,
They created a really turnover and then identified, well, hey, the Giants players are going to be off their opponents right now because they've tried to create.
Yeah.
Let's go fast. Back inside forward 50. And
last 3 goals have come really from just poor ball handling or kicking skills.
More from Hodgie in just a moment. On the Pies bench, it's been eventful down there tonight with Dacos and Moore, both stints in the rooms. Membry looking for his 4th. His kick goes across the goal face. It's whacked through for a rush behind. New game high. Collingwood by 21. As many minutes gone in the third. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Well, Scott Pendlebury is back from the rooms, Corbin. It looked like a left quad or something he was grabbing at. So it does look like he's okay to come back on. So maybe Mick was right. They're just going downstairs for a burger and chips or one of those cheap pies the Pies have been offering.
Well.
So the ball's in the hand of Lockie Ash. He's streaming across off half-back. He's kicking down the line. Himmelberg marks. A couple of players in orange stream pass. They wanted in the corridor. Stringer, rather. My apologies. Stringer ignores that. Goes long down the line. It's inside 50. Cornelio gives it to O'Halloran. A high ball. Leap in from the side was brilliant from Angwin in the end just to nullify the contest. And now Jordan Ngoe knocks it to himself. He's going to keep going. Laverty came the other way, kept his eye on the Sherrin, picks it up, handballs over to Oliver, right on the arc. He gives it to Riccardi, out wide. Here's a chance for Goffard. He kicked a goal in the opening quarter from this angle. This time he can't. Pushes it across the face. In fact, it stayed in. It didn't go out. And swooping for the Pies and able to mop up is Houston, who's put it out on the full. So it'll be a free kick to Xavier O'Halloran. Tight angle. Any players free inside 50. Oliver's by himself 40 metres out directly in front.
Yeah, it'll take too long to get there though, Cal, and they'll close that one unless he pulls the kick late.
Yeah, that was never. Yeah, it was very difficult. Well played by Laverty.
Yes,
he created that play. That was a clash between him and Ngoe. Ngoe didn't get there.
So O'Halloran's had 3 shots from right on 50. He's missed the first 2. And the third almost marked on the line by Jesse Hogan down there. In the end, it rolls off his hands and over and through for a minus score. Jeremy Howe to bring it back into play. It's Collingwood by 20 points. They led by 20 at the 24-minute mark of the opening term. And we've got 4 minutes to play before three-quarter time.
Maynard goes short to Perryman and then gives it back to him. Maynard off the back flank, kicks in front of the benches. Laverty takes the intercept mark. Defensive side of the wing.
Not sure what that does.
Oh, short to Whitfield, short to Ash.
Lucky it was Ash then. That could have been coughed up in a hurry, and it was Nick Dacos who was sweating on it.
Ash coming off 39 last week against St Kilda, a career high for him. Of course, the E.J. Whitten medalist is the player best afield for the Vicks in Origin. Goes short to Iden, short kick further afield for Himmelberg.
Even here, Collingwood have really worked the ground well. Giants cannot come across the ground because Collingwood are just in their eye line.
The Pies by 20. Long kick down the wing though for the Giants. Out the back, spills to Stringer. Handball to Riccardi. Handball to Joey Delana, who goes short with the kick. And mark taken by Hogan, who's been kept quiet tonight. Turns, bangs it long to full forward. Thomas down there, no mark. Broken up by Chris. Ball comes out. Brown, hand pass to Thomas. Ducks into the tackle. He's caught. Pies win it at ground level. Usher it out back door there through Sidebottom, who tumbles a kick to half back, and Membry will fumble it out of play with some pressure from Fonte, but a boundary throw in.
Great work, Membry. He made that ball his. Now, it doesn't end up in possession. He doesn't get a kick or anything fancy from that. He just forced that out of bounds. There were 3 Giants players there. If he didn't make that extra effort, the Giants clean it up and pump it back inside forward 50 with another opportunity to score.
3 minutes to play before three-quarter time. It's Collingwood by 20 points as it's tossed back in. The umpire's seen something. Holding the ball.
Yeah, I think Perryman tried to spin
out.
Is the prior opportunity gone?
It's on the bottom of the pack, and it'll be a free kick to Gothard. Doesn't waste any time, and that's a brilliant mark. Leaping up in the air by Briggs. He had two Collingwood players around him. Maynard's gone down sore, and Crisp was the other side. Briggs moves it, and finally Jesse's got his hands on the Sharon. For the first time tonight, Hogan takes a mark and will go back for a set shot 25 metres out on a 45-degree angle.
Favouring a left footer if you're a left footer, Kel. So I've been watching him train before the game, and he was knocking these all over. So it's all to do with his run-up here.
I think he's a right footer, Mick, so that's going to test him. Stutter, right. No chance at all.
No.
Should have booted it with his left. He should have tried at least.
No, that's what I say. It was a left footer's pocket.
Absolutely. So Pies by 19 points. Membry's kicked the 3. Nick Dacos has got 2, all single goal kickers for the Giants.
Houston comes wide with the kick through the hands of Lipinski and out of bounds. So 19-point lead for Collingwood, 26 gone in the third. Huge weekend of footy obviously still to come. There's what they call here a double dipper tomorrow. So it's not a double header, double dipper. 2 games on the same day. Separate ticketing. St Kilda, Brisbane to start. You've got Freo and Richmond in between, and then the nightcap is Essendon and North back here at Docklands as Oliver's tackled out of bounds by Crisp. And the boundary throw-in. I did get the forecast sent to me a little bit earlier on for Perth tomorrow. Obviously the aftershocks of Cyclone Narelle, and there's a lot of rain on the way. Rain easing, windy, max of 21. Between 15 and 35 mils. At one stage they were talking about as many as 60 for Saturday footy in Perth. All under the roof here in Melbourne tomorrow. Through traffic goes Toby Green from the restart. Got it from Oliver. Kicks to full forward. Krzyzewski the target, not to beat. Knocked away by Quain Orr to Perryman. Hand pass away to Frampton for the Magpies. Kicks to half back. Oh, leaping into it goes Leake in the other direction. Contact with Roan Steele. Ball spills back out to Leake. Pokes the kick into the pocket. Krzyzewski can't trap it. Ball spills out of bounds. Forward pocket for the Giants. 19-point lead for the Pies. 27 gone in the third. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Oh, well, it's not good news for Collingwood with Scott Pendlebury. Achilles tightness. He's out of this game. So with a 6-day break, you would think he's probably unlikely to be heading to Brisbane next week as well for the Easter clash up there at the Gabba. So that's a blow for the Pies.
Boundary throw in inside 50 here for the Giants. Oliver got his boot to it. Top of the goal square, loose ball. Frampton kicks it towards the boundary line and it'll roll out. We'll reset again. It was deliberate. Deliberate with the kick, so it'll be a free kick to the visitors, and the Giants have got it. Harvey Thomas, who is a left footer, Mick.
Yeah. But there's no excuse for Hogan miss the last one. He's a full forward. That's, as you said, 45 metres. So this is the one that can pull them back and at least have a good chance in the last quarter.
Tighter angle for Harvey Thomas right up against the advertising hoardings. He centres it. He goes to the top of the goal square. There's no mark. Jeremy Howe's there. His handball was smothered. Nick Dacos caught by Krzyzewski and going nowhere. Good tackle by the youngster.
I'm not sure about that kick in there, Lingy. There was too many Collingwood players here. Really, to mark that, it would have been an impossibility.
Collingwood's defence under siege. They're holding it again, and it'll be a secondary ball up top of the goal square where the Giants are going. Final minute before three-quarter time. Pies have kicked the last 3. Out by 19 points. Can they hold on here for dear life? Toby Green's in there. So too Oliver. Gets it to Gothard. All by hand. And now McCreery just hacks it off the ground out of there with the toe poke. Spills the way to Iden. He's got it in the centre of the ground to Himmelberg. Time's ticking down. He stabs the pass to Oliver. Oliver thought about going by hand. 20 seconds to go. Oliver's got it 70 metres out. Driving kick, big fly, spoiled from behind was good from Membry. Tapped down by Lipinski was clever to Chris. Back to Lipinski, off to Maynard. Trouble was coming. Nick Dacos on the end of it. Handballs over his head to Lipinski. It's the Harlem Globetrotters in disguise out there. They're wearing black and white and the fans are up on their feet. What a quarter for Collingwood fans. Nick Dacos kicked 2. He's doing the look-away handballs over his head. And they made sure that the Giants didn't produce a late goal there. Holding up defensively, it's Collingwood by 19 points at three-quarter time. 9-5-59. The Giants 5-10-40. Inaccuracy killing them this evening. And the last 3 majors have gone the Pies' way. When Toby Green kicked that quarter early in that third term, they got it back to, was it 9 points, Corbin?
3 points.
3 points. Got back to within 3. And now it's back out to 19. The game high was 20 points. Twice that's happened. So 9-5-59, the Giants 5-10-40.
We've got it all covered on ABC Sport, not just the AFL, not just the NRL, not just the Sheffield Shield final. What about the NBL Grand Final Series? Sydney Kings, Adelaide 36ers, Game 2, scores tied 89 points apiece. 30 seconds to go. Let's pick it up with Aaron Bryans.
Wow.
89 apiece, and there are 6 seconds separating the shot and the game clock. Sydney will not have the last possession here. The crowd is roaring. 7 seconds, 89 apiece. Kendrick Davis, 4 on the clock. Crossover, has to put up a shot. Drives, misses, rebound. Cotton for the win. He drives, open lane. He makes it. Adelaide win in a thriller. It is party time in the entertainment centre.
Who would have thought Bryce Cotton was shooting a 2-point layup to win the game, not a 3-point shot?
What a moment! They roar! Adelaide is in absolute ecstasy.
Another page in the great legacy of Bryce Cotton. Done it so many times for the Wildcats, and now for the Adelaide 36ers, plays a starring role to win them Game 2, and as a result that series is tied at 1 apiece as it heads to Sydney on Sunday. So 2:30 Australian Eastern Daylight Time. You can find coverage of that through the ABC Listen app. Just look out for the ABC Sport Extra button. Dramas here on the Collingwood bench with the man who's second in the game's record, Scott Pendlebury. Tim Hodges on the bench. Hodgie.
Yeah, so just repeating the news from the club, it's Achilles tightness for Scott Pendlebury. He went down to the rooms during the third term. So he's a scratching for the rest of this game, and you would think with a 6-day lead-in with a travel to Brisbane for the Easter Thursday clash next week against the Premiers, he'd be highly unlikely. That will just add some intrigue of when he's actually going to go and break the game's record, and maybe he misses more. So probably a question for Lingy or Mick. An Achilles tightness, what sort of rest are you giving a 44-year-old or whatever Pendles is these days? Clearly, they're putting on ice for the rest of this game. You'd think it would be highly doubtful for next week.
The word Achilles.
You're closer to 44 than.
Yeah, the word Achilles just sends a shiver down my spine when you think of how close he is to that game's record.
You only need a little tear in there, and that could take weeks and weeks and weeks.
Well,
because they don't clear up that quick. Now we don't know. I mean, if he's feeling it though, Scott Pendlebury's the sort of bloke. He's very pragmatic about things. He would look at that and think, well, you know what, the record, that's there, and I've got a whole season to do it. Do I really need to push my body through it? I'm not sure, but if he's feeling it.
So he's on 4-2-8 tonight. He's chasing 4-3-2, of course, Boomer Harvey's record. 4 more games to equal it, 5 more to pass it.
Yep.
Yeah, but he's got a whole season.
But think of the marketing department. They've worked out the whole celebration.
and if there's one hurdle, it goes from being a home game to an away game. If there's 2, it changes again, and so on and so forth. Yeah. Back with the thoughts of Mick and Lingy and the final term next. Collingwood by 19. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Hi, I'm Hamish McDonald. Join me to explore how big tech is transforming our lives and our minds.
We don't want to sleepwalk into a future that nobody wants.
The Matter of Facts. Stream all the episodes now on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Swooping on it here is the little player in Thomas, the youngster, gives it off, and a quick kick has been touched. Has it by Darcy Moore? No, it hasn't. It's been paid a goal. And the goal is from Toby Green.
Schultz out of the middle. Hand pass sets up Lipinski. He feeds it over to Nick Dacos. Dacos on the run. And the superstar delivers. Straight back, the Magpies answer.
Schultz on the runway. He lets rip from 49 out. He hasn't got the distance. It's been marked on the line.
He's done it again.
Steed, if you don't mind. And there's push and shove after. He daps it through for his first goal. Welcome to the Magpie Army, Oscar.
Upends in, ball spills out to McCreary, gives it to Quaynor, kicks inside 50. They all go down in front. Collected by Iden, pops it up. Seal knocks it away to Nick Dacos. He's kicked 2 in the quarter. Collingwood out by 19.
Oh, well, it's not good news for Collingwood with Scott Pendlebury. Achilles tightness. He's out of this game.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Pies by 19. They did lead by as many as 21 earlier in the quarter. They've kicked the last 3 goals of the game. And they've led from start to finish. The thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling through 3 quarters.
It was Mick, they built on the lead, Collingwood. You get a 3-goal quarter, you think everything's great. But again, the Giants generated opportunities. So just like the first quarter, I feel like we're back at quarter time where they kicked 2 goals, 5, and we were talking about more inside 50s, just wasted this chance. That quarter, they kicked 1 goal, 5, the Giants, and had opportunities, and they had inside 50s and should have taken more of an advantage. So we've got a 19-point lead to the Pies, but it could have quite easily still been the halftime margin of maybe 8 or 9 points if the Giants had taken those opportunities.
Yeah, well, and the opportunities, though, we have a look in the first. Membry took the marks, got the free kicks, kicked the goals. So we go to the third quarter. Dacos, smart play, reliable play, never going to miss. Finishes off. We go down the other end where again it was 15 to 9 inside 50s. Everything was around the 50-metre line or boundary.
Yeah.
There's nothing clear that you can get to.
Final term underway as Green got a hand pass over his shoulder to Callaghan. His handball picked off by De Goey. Gives it off to Josh Dacos, who teams up with his brother Nick. Takes the mark, front edge of the centre square, onto the chest of McStay, who takes the mark at true centre-half forward. And Dan McStay will get a look here in the corridor to try and make it 4 on the bounce.
Honestly, as a forward, you just lead that little bit harder when Nick Dacos has got the ball. He brought McStay, he made McStay go to that one.
Yeah.
McStay hasn't looked like it tonight. Nick said, here, I'll just pop it in the perfect spot.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to... That's the difference. Look where he's kicking from, right in front, 35 metres out.
Did not touch it in the third. He starts the final term with a goal. He's got 2 for the night. And the Magpies have kicked the last 4 in the game. New high watermark, Collingwood by 25 points. 1 minute gone, final term. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
It is a great point you bring up, Mick. We sometimes are in the habit of looking at inside 50 numbers and stats, and sometimes they paint a really good picture. Other times you can see a number where it's 14 to 9 in a quarter and you think, gee, they should have had this and they should have had that. But when an inside 50 counts, it's gone 1 metre inside the 50 up against the boundary. That still counts as an inside 50.
And it might bring it back and it goes back in again further.
And you just know that's not, those 2 opportunities aren't really scoring opportunities, whereas that one, lace out to a full forward, kick
straight in front,
40 straight in front, goal.
Yep. Yeah, get the ball into the right hands. It's amazing. Here we go again.
Speaking of right hands, De Goey swoops on it out of the centre, a little give and go with Nick Dacos, and then he delivers wide to side bottom. Stabs the pass into the pocket, charging out like a steam train is McStay.
Well, ball users then. Yeah. De Goey, Dacos smart enough to give it back to De Goey, then gets it to side bottom. Side bottom used it. All superb users of the ball and good decision makers.
Yeah, smart. We mentioned before there's 12 players 30 and above or thereabouts. Just have been around for a long time, know what to do.
So in the last quarter, the Giants missed a couple from this right forward pocket at the southern end. McStay sends it on its way and it's going to be punched over on the line. It was offline from the moment it left his boot. Pies by 26 points. It's the biggest lead in the game so far. They led by 14 at quarter time, 9 at half time and 19 at 3/4 time.
Last 5 games they've played, they've kicked only 11 goals. 11 goals exactly. They've got 10 at the moment. Let's see if they can go past that tonight. The Magpies with a 26-point buffer. And Giants share it around. Fonte to Laverty, goes back to Fonte. First cousins with Ella Roberts, dual All-Australian. Fonte just didn't kick it like Ella there. Turns it over, picked up by McStay. Our way towards side bottom to Lipinski, back to side bottom, trying to hook it through. An unguarded goalmouth. Slams it into the base of the goalpost.
He's 35. He's running around like he's a teenager.
Well, look, he covers both ends of the ground too.
It's incredible.
We've seen him mark in the goal square defensively. I know he's playing half forward at the moment, but he's got the bite to get down on the back line and help out. The Giants are really lost here. They just haven't got the run through the middle to probably open up that back line that Collingwood have been. They've locked them right down.
There's no movement whatsoever. Oh, in the back pocket. And that just sums up their night. The kick from Fonte was smothered by Membry, and then the ball has ended up in the hands of Jamie Elliott.
Nick, you were onto this really early on in the game. The number of times the Giants players have been smothered.
Yeah.
And don't forget, there is a rule, a stand rule, where that player cannot move.
Can't move.
So Joe Fonte's got it in the back pocket. Membry's the man on the mark. Play on, he charges in.
Yeah.
He smothers the kick. It comes to Lockie Schultz, who hits up Elliott, and now Jamie Elliott's lining up. Meanwhile, he's slotting the goal. And Adam Kingsley is going berserk in the Giants coach's box. And the black and white fans here at Docklands are going berserk. Margin is 33. The Pies are running away with it in the final term. 11-7-73. The Giants 5-10-40.
On that particular occasion, it was great concentration by the man on the mark. So he was onto it. The moment it was called, remember it was, play on, he just charged, closed that space down, and he created that. That's really good manning the mark. Seems like such a strange skill to pump up, Mick.
Oh,
but
basic,
it's important, isn't it?
Yeah, too right. Well, we've seen it happen here where Collingwood have smothered at least 4 or 5 balls, which effectively, okay, that's caused a goal, but stops the play. So you can't get any run from that sort of stuff.
Cameron and Briggs in the ruck as Cameron grabs it out of the ruck, kicks it forward for the Pies, hands on it for Long. He's getting a free throw over the shoulder. It's against Whitfield. Collingwood's going inside 50 again. Long is going to kick it himself. He goes deep to full forward. What a McStay. Falls out the back. Membry. Hand pass away towards side bottom. He gives it to Crisp. Handball back to side bottom. Is he still in bounds? Umpire said yes. Side bottom kicks right to the behind line and it floats through for a minor score. So one more to the tally. Collingwood, their lead grows, and Giants, unless they want to do something dramatic here, they appear this game is going to pass them by. Collingwood by 34, 6 gone in the last.
Iden's kick up to the wing, but it's all Collingwood at ground level. Here's Maynard, goes back into that right forward pocket. Laverty.
He's been a good pickup.
He has.
Really surprised how he has gone.
They're flirting with a bit of danger here, handballing across the face. Fonte again, and now back to Thomas. They've coughed it up, over-possessing it by hand. Fonte goes in hard. He's been collected even harder by Perryman. Thomas can't keep it in play, and he's tackled over the boundary line, and they've kept it inside. They're attacking 50, and now Fonte and Perryman are going at it.
Yeah, Collingwood have gone up a gear, though, haven't they? They're just hunting them, coming at them quick.
They're
Big
rubbing their noses in it, aren't they, Lingy?
Yeah, the tackle by Long on Cornelio was a beauty.
Boundary throw-in, still camped inside 50 here for the Pies. Oliver, Fonte, Whitfield, Oliver, head turning at centre-half back, looking for some run. Accepting the handball is Ash. He takes off and has a run. It's a high ball to a one-on-one. Stringer. He marks a long way from home and in front of Billy Frampton. Frampton's probably had the better of him. Kicks to the centre of the ground, and the mark's taken by Thomas.
That's the only way you're going to get through this defence. It's quick movement, catch Collingwood one-on-one. They'll still get their numbers back. Even on count now, they've still got about 9 players back, so their work ethic is fantastic. But Stringer's kick was good, and coming out and meeting the ball was good. But you won't beat Collingwood unless you move the ball through this area here and get the ball inside the front 30, not front 50.
So set shot from Harvey Thomas directly in front. The man on the mark is 25 metres out. In the meantime, Jesse Hogan, 3 disposals, trudges off and takes his place on the bench. And he has
Lobbed it over the top of the goal umpire's head. And a late consolation goal for the Giants off the boot of Harvey Thomas. Margin 28, Collingwood 11-8-74. The Giants 6-10-46.
Yeah, if you're gonna get them at all, Mick, you've got to be prepared to be quick with the ball and immediately just take that option, because Collingwood will get back well if you allow them time. But if you can just, as Stringer did on this occasion, took a really good mark, nice strong mark against Brampton, and then just immediately wheeled and went and get one of those Giants players, one of your teammates, just heading back towards goal, catch them out before Collingwood can get set.
Yeah, well, they haven't been able to move the balls through the middle, whereas Collingwood have, and that's the difference in the whole game really has been how do you move the ball through this area right in front of us, 50-metre line, and Collingwood have done it so much better.
Stops a run of 5 consecutive Collingwood goals out of the middle. Cornelio hooks it forward for the Giants. Packer players compete for it. Spills down to Lipinski. Hand pass releases Nick Dacos. Possession 30. Kicks inside 50. Membry the target not to be. Falls down towards Iden, who just tumbles a kick out of defence. Here's Thomas, the goal kicker. Oh, dangerous. Goes back but finds Ash. His intended target. Ash up to 25. That's not a good kick for a big man. Briggs collects the half volley. Gave it to Cornelio. Almost stolen by De Goey. He had it, lost it. Ash intercepts. Giants back with it across the back flank. Leak. Handball away to Angwin. He's a left footer. And chips it further afield. Finds Brown in front of the benches. Just repeating Achilles' tightness for Scott Pendlebury. He's out of the game. Game number 428 as Brown goes short to Angwin. Angwin long down the line and Stringer marks.
Got to go quick.
He rolls immediately. Round the planted man on the mark. Stringer drives it all the way home, but he's offline. A behind.
Play was right. Execution not quite right.
Pies by 27. 10 minutes gone in the final term. Pendlebury out of the game. Short turnaround. So they had 6 days coming in, or they had the bye coming in here, and now they've got 6 days going to Brisbane to play the Holy Thursday fixture against the Lions.
Josh Dacos up to possession number 26 with those kick-in duties. Only his brother Nick Dacos has had more with 30 and a couple of goals. Go down the line and Briggs thumps it over right in front of the Giants bench. Oliver coming off for a breather. Finn Callaghan going back on. Hogan's still on the bench. He's had a dirty night.
He's had a shocker.
Up the other end, Membry's kicked 3 goals straight. McStay with a couple. And as I said, Nick Dacos with a couple to go with his 30 disposals. As it's flicked back into play right in front of the Giants bench and then held in. So another stoppage. Tossed in the air. Darcy Cameron and Briggs. Slaps it down. Nick Dacos overrun it. Josh Dacos is in there on all fours. Handball straight to Angwin. He throws it on the boot. It'll tumble inside 50. Riccardi dubs it out into space. Former teammate Perryman runs onto it. Lipinski back to Perryman. They've got complete control of this game now. And Crisp marks at half back.
Riccardi's been a real disappointment too. There's another forward that just hasn't fired.
Jack Crisp goes down right in front of the interchange gates where Darcy Cameron gets a hand to it. And it goes over the line. Darcy Cameron goes off. And Oscar Steen on debut, the number 21 who started in the ruck, won the first 3 taps, put them straight down the throat of Nick Dacos. And instantly a cold hero, not to mention a big grab in the goal square and a goal in his first game.
And there he is, grabbing it out of the ruck, straight down to Nick Dacos. Is that a combination we can get used to as Angwin just knocks it out of bounds? So Steen and Nick Dacos. Mentioned Riccardi. Is he in the modern game with the rules and what Briggs gives them? Is he a ruck forward or a forward ruck?
He's a very lazy forward because he's not tall enough to be a dominant ruck unless you're prepared to jump. It's the only you've really got to jump.
Briggs down to Toby Green, shook one tackle, almost coat-hang it at the next. Says keep playing. Hand pass away to Callaghan, kicks down to half forward. Gothard spin move, almost threw it over his head. Says keep playing again. Another ball up. As Perryman has it held to him, so ball up 60 metres out from the Giants' goal.
And I'm not trying to be smart there by saying lazy forward. He doesn't work hard enough, anywhere near hard enough to be a good forward.
Wins a nice hit out there. Riccardi hooks it down to Angwin. Handball away to Whitfield. Gave it to Gothard. Had the blinkers on. Caught by Maynard. Pies away. To go to Lipinski to Nick Dacos. 2 bounces. Kicks inside 50. over the head of McStay. That's not a good finish. Slides through towards Iden. He can clean it up for the Giants. Hand pass to Laverty, who comes out of a defensive arc and finds Angwin.
12 minutes to go, and you get the feeling these Pies fans really want to enjoy some late goals as Angwin's kick has been chopped off by Moore. Darcy Moore sent a scare through the Pies fans when he came off, but he's back on and out there. Quick hands, McCreary off to Nick Dacos from 50. He steadies, he goes for home. Is it coming back enough? No, it's not. We were right behind that kick all the way. He's still got a couple of majors to his name. 2 goals, 2 tonight for the little champ Nick Dacos, and 33 disposals.
He's got a lot of space. He's played brilliantly. He worked hard for that space.
His tagger is not playing.
Yeah.
As in Bedford?
Yep. Young Bedford does a pretty good job on him because he's able to get the speed with him.
Angwin tagged Nas last week. They thought they might go with that this week.
Fonte to Angwin, back to Fonte, ran into a dead end, coughs it up, side bottom, high half forward. Hand pass to Perryman, kicks out wide for Membry, who marks. It's an interesting stat line, Nick Dacos. So 33, 2 goals, 2. Only had 7 score involvements as Membry goes back and across, finds Houston. And when you think 4 of those 7 score involvements are off his own boot, he's really out of his other 29 disposals, only 3 of them have led to scores.
But that's been a bit of a story of the whole night from everyone.
Yeah.
Lots and lots of possessions that haven't resulted in much. He's still, not to give the votes away, I reckon he'll still feature in them.
Yeah.
When Mick does it a little bit later on.
11 inside.
I'll give it the first ruckman in the history that I've ever given it to.
11 inside 50s for Dacos. Houston from long range. It's a Houston rocket from downtown. And Collingwood are out by 34. Hot Pies under the roof at Docklands. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Lang, Collingwood 12-9-81. GWS 6-11-47.
Well, Lingy, I'm not even going to look at the stat here, but the number of times the Giants give the ball up because of either, I'll say, lazy disposal or not expecting to be tackled or wrong option. But the more you handle the ball against the best sides in your back half or near your back half, you will at some stage lose it. Collingwood are a very good football side. They will take the ball off you and they'll make you pay. Now, it's only been 12 goals, but a lot of those have been done because the Giants have given the ball back. And the idea is, if they can get the ball forward...
Steen has just thumped it about 30 metres in that ruck. Sorry, Mick, to jump in there, but that's the reason the crowd went up. It was all orange, though, as Callaghan able to kick it. Looking to give it to Brown on the wing. Again, it's all Pies. This time it's stolen by Crisp. He draws a couple of defenders, handballs over to side bottom, waits for it to bounce. It rolls to him. He's been like a magic wand with that Sherry tonight. Still side bottom. And then he dabs and hits up McStay. Centering kick. Membry's got it. He'll go back and line up for number 4. He's kicked 3 straight tonight.
There's the difference. Every touch they had, Collingwood then hit a target. Open space on the forward line. Giants couldn't get back. The player on memory was right. He was right next to him. It wasn't as if he got away and didn't attempt to come with him. Just the kick was too good. And side bottom's first touch set it up.
So, a couple of quiet opening weeks for Membry. A chance to hit back for his 4th goal. Pretty much directly in front. No angle, no problem. It's blown out to 40 points. Membry's booted his 4th. And the fast finishing Pies are up and dancing and enjoying this. 39.87. GWS 6-11-47. Tick over 8 minutes before full time.
And Mick, you're right. The ball use, excellent by Collingwood there. Just really precise. At the same time, I think it was Himmelberg who was trailing up Membry. He was pretty close. It took a really nice kick. What Himmelberg needs in that situation is some help from a midfielder just to get back enough in that hole and just block that. Don't let that mistake kick happen. But watching it, it was Clayton Oliver got left behind. Stephen Coniglio got left behind.
Yeah.
You can't have those two players, and they're going to have it again in this centre bounce, Oliver and Cornelio, in the same centre bounce midfield setup. They just can't leave the contest well enough.
There it is here again.
Yep.
Cameron got it out to Schultz, who runs it out the front door, drives it deep to full forward. Membry had a fair bit of it. Not to be. Spills down to Laverty of the Giants, to Whitfield, to Himmelberg. Now Iden all by hand. Gives it to Leake. Kicks wide for Angwin. 40-point lead for the Pies, a game high. And Howe covers across and knocks it away from Stringer. The Angwin kick down the wing, and they love having him back as Perryman and Houston run over to join in the celebration. And cheering Spoils. It's late in the piece, the defensive work. And Darcy Moore too, who had a little hamstring scare in the first half, but played out the game thereafter. Cameron down to Nick Dacos. Long bomb to centre half forward, and Schultz protects the drop zone, wins the one-on-one with Ash. A new member of the leadership team. He goes across the ground to Nick Dacos. A busy start for his year again. Looks inside the forward 50 over the head of his intended target, and GWS come up with it. O'Halloran to Callaghan by hand to Whitfield. He wanted a free for a hold. He appealed for it. Almost like an umpire decided in LBW. In the end, umpire Craig Flair went, yeah, you know what, that is holding the man. Free kick for the Giants. And kicks out wide for Hannaford. Lays it off by hand for Callaghan. He's off and running, feints to handball, and then just kicks long inside 50. And Jesse Hogan, he's been given a bath tonight, gets edged underneath the footy, and Howe takes the intercept mark. Collingwood back with it, up 40.
Oh, that's a huge crunch. Well done by Angwin.
Brilliant by Angwin.
Yeah, it was the kick from Perryman looking just defensively in the deep defensive 50 to get it to Chris. And Angwin with 8 minutes gone, 7 minutes to go on the clock, and this game well and truly dead. Came in and crunched him, and there was a just clash of heads.
Yeah.
He's a little slow to get up, Ryan Angwin. It's a bit like we saw with Jack Buckley last week as well. 10 seconds to go, game over and done with, and he came in with a clash of heads, and Buckley out with concussion tonight.
And they probably missed him because you had Taylor.
So Stringer's got it here. That quick little rebound out of the defensive 50 is put back in. So Oliver to Leake, and the short kicks found Stringer, as you can probably hear. So the jeers going up around Dockland Stadium. Kicking to the Lockett end. And drop punt from Stringer is across the face. He misses far side again. So Stringer's not with another behind. He's got 1 goal, 2. 39-point lead for the Magpies. 21 gone final term.
They're staring down the barrel of a 1-3 start with the bye to come. Pies looking to go from end to end. Handball to Quaynor. He's got a break clear of Cornelio. He can't. Good tackle by Cornelio. Play on advantage. Oliver. Handballs to Angwin. Oh, that's brilliant by Maynard. Coming up behind Stringer. Stringer was in front of Maynard. Thought he could get down low and take a chest mark. Sliding in. But somehow Maynard got a hand around to it and was able to spoil it. Knocks it out of bounds. Throw in near the Giants bench. Darcy Cameron tried to give it to Nick and Dacos, flying pass. Although was there to tackle him. Instead it spills out to Josh Dacos. Back to Chris. Sharing it along the interchange gates. Back to Nick Dacos. Here goes the kick. Spoil from behind came from Iden. Off to McCreary. He runs into space. And he's kicked to the goal square, and the only player there was Lockie Ash. He takes off, runs, handballs, Whitfield, O'Halloran. Not easy. Oh, no, Halloran's kick doesn't sit. Here's Hannaford. He's collected heavily by Howe on debut. Back to Lockie Ash, who kept running on the outer wing. Delano hasn't had much of the footy tonight. Gruzevski stripped of it. Here goes Nick Dacos. Couldn't control it. Stolen by Gothard. Gives it back to Lockie Whitfield inside 50. And guess who's got it? Hogan.
Well, he's got the ball exactly where his confidence doesn't need it.
He got a step or two on Frampton for the first time tonight.
So you're going to kick it against his natural right foot.
Yep.
It's a left foot pocket. He's actually rushing this one. This is really contra the way he kicks.
Really tight angle. The stutter step over the arc.
There it is. Yep. He's lost his confidence, and what he tried to do was, I don't know, not exactly in the game, so I don't know why he wouldn't have taken his 30 seconds and just restore a bit of his confidence.
Out of bounds on the fall. Very different player to kick, 5 straight in State of Origin going back 6 weeks ago.
But he kicked those probably within 30 metres. So he's hugging the fence here.
He had some fairly highly skilled players kicking the ball 30 out from goal too.
En route to the Graham Moss medal as WA's best player in that game. Collingwood work it up the wing. Maynard gives it to Nick Dacos. Adds to his tally. Kicks the centre half forward. Ball spills down towards Membry. Hand pass back in a dispute. Picked up here by Schultz. He's rolled over in the tackle by Oliver. So the G-men, they get to that bye that they desperately need. They should get 4 back after it. So Bedford, Daniels, Cadman, Buckley.
I've just been watching Angwin. Sorry to jump in, Cobbs. I reckon he's potentially ruptured like an eardrum or something with that collision, or just something. Right. He's constantly trying to, when you try and equalise your nose and your ears, and really struggling with that ear at the moment.
We'll keep an eye on him, Ryan Angwin, after that head clash. Hurried kick forward for the Pies, rolls out of bounds. So the next time we'll see the Giants is against Richmond in the Barossa. So that's the Sunday middle game. So we'll see the Giants out there. That's their next date. Meanwhile, for Collingwood, as we've touched on, short turnaround, 6 days up to Brisbane. Pendlebury in doubt. Hasn't played this last quarter with Achilles tightness.
Darcy Cameron in the ruck, but at ground level, it's all the Giants. The exiting kick should favour and sit here for Quaynor. He's got to get around Hannafin.
Well done.
Well done by the first gamer. Tackled, spilled free. Quaynor went and got it again now. He's come in with Membry with a little bit of help. Stolen. Toby Green's got it, and he kicks down the line. Will that mark be paid? Umpire says yes. Stringer marking up over the top of Maynard. Long way from home. He kicks to the 50. Halloran charged out, had to beat a couple. Coming in from the side, couldn't control it. It'll be a ball up. All the Pies fans, we heard Tim say earlier, up to maybe 40,000 tonight, are not moving for the final 3 and a bit minutes. The Pies by 39 points.
Knocked inside the forward 50 for the Giants. Picked up by Callaghan. 40 out against the boundary line. Centering kick and a one-hander. Perryman just reels it in. It's been all fun and games for the Pies in this final term. Goes short to Frampton and he just chips it short to Crisp. Crisp is going to go long down the line to try and find that man Ned Long. He's put it out on the full free kick here, going to go to Iden and the Giants. So Pendlebury on track to play the record-breaking game against Hawthorn, which would be round 8 at the MCG. It's a home game. Should he miss one, that'll then be against Geelong, also at the MCG, but that's an away game for the Pies against the Cats. If he misses 2, we're looking at Sydney in Sydney. As Iden kicks inside the forward 50, spills down towards Crisp. He's tackled, taken to ground, half forward for the Giants. If he misses 3 games, Pendlebury, between now and the record-breaking feat, it will be against West Coast at the MCG. So there's the little domino effect for Pendlebury's milestone. Glenn McFarlane reporting earlier in the week that the Pies have got a few things planned for his milestone game in terms of a bespoke jumper. As Thomas kicks inside the forward 50, ball sits up, swatted away by Howe towards De Goey, hands it back to Howe. Kicks into the middle of the ground. It'll sit for Himmelberg. This is all a bit of junk time here. Hands it away to Whitfield. He kicks out wide. Stringer protects the drop zone and marks. Left half forward, 35 out. He's talked that not only they'll have a special Pendlebury logo, but he, not his teammates, just Scott Pendlebury, could be wearing a gold number. So number 10 on the back would be gold. The rest of his teammates in the white numbers. As Stringer snaps across the body and fills his boots late, hooks it through for a goal. His team's going to be well beaten, and it's been rocks and diamonds tonight for Jake Stringer. And in the end, he comes up with his second goal here. 2-2 from 13 touches. Collingwood's lead 33 points, 2 minutes to play. Do we like the gold number?
Yeah, why not?
It'll be
how often
will it be the first time ever, though, a player has played with a different-looking jumper to the rest of his teammates?
I don't think their teammates would be too worried about it being gold.
No, I'm just... that would be the first time.
It probably would be.
Absolutely.
It probably would be.
Would you wear a gold bedazzler on the back of your jumper, Lingy?
No.
I didn't think so.
I might wear a gold jacket or something later on in the night when I'm out to celebrate it.
I'm keen to see it. I think it'll look
Collingwood by 33 points. They're soaking it all up. They've dominated tonight in the final few minutes here. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Giants depleted and down and out.
Just watching that player come out of there with that football. Just kick the ball straight to Collingwood.
Crisp. Side bottom. Kicks it backwards to Josh Dacos. Sharing it around now.
Just get yourselves a couple of extra touches.
That's it. To Howe back to Josh Dacos. So he's now past 30. He's up to 32. Nick's got 36.
Kicks.
33 up.
Josh Dacos to half forward. A long kick. And slapped over the boundary line by Harry Himmelberg.
Just on our Pendlebury forecasting too, the other thing to keep in mind too, so that Hawthorn game, if he plays every game on track to break it then, that's a Thursday night game, so it'll be nationally telecast free to air. The Geelong game the following week, if he misses one, is a Fox Footy only game, so it won't be sort of free to air telecast. Then the Sydney game at the SCG is Friday night footy, so back on free to air, and then the following game after that, if he misses three, is a home game for the Pies, but again, it's a Saturday fixture.
Nice little movement from Gothard, the youngster in the centre of the ground. Uses Oliver, then to Riccardi. Thumping kick. It's a high ball down in the direction of Hogan. Frampton, his direct opponent, goes back. Collects. Kicks to McCreary, who went up over the head of Thomas, and he's landed awkwardly and slow to get up. In the meantime, still Sidebottom's got the footy on his left. Grubbers it, and it clean bowls to Goey. Just the intensity gone out of this one, although the youngster Gothard's kept going to Harvey, to Iden, to Callahan, all by hand to Briggs. Trying to get one late here. Here's Frampton and Hogan. Hogan got rid of him. Hogan not paid the mark, was he? The umpire says it's a free against Hogan.
Yeah,
and that sums up the night. Warm applause for Billy Frampton, who's taken him down tonight. Billy's got the ball. Collingwood moved to 2-1 with the Lions to come on Easter Thursday, but concern for Scott Pendlebury, whose all-time games record might be on hold because of an Achilles injury.
Side by side, let's stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades show. Ships a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
Final margin, Collingwood 13-9, 87. The Giants 7-12-54. It's a victory by 33 points in front of 41,607. Membry booted 3. Nick Dacos, 36 disposals, 2 goals, 2. Membry kicked 4 straight. 2 to Nick Dacos, 2 to McStay. And for the Giants, the only multiple goal kicker was Stringer with 2 tonight.
Good old Collingwood forever. They know how to play the game. Side by side, they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades show.
So the Pies kicked the first 2 goals of the night and were never headed. They led throughout. They led by as many as 40 points in that final term and won by 33 in the finish. 41,607. Collingwood 13-9-87. The GWS 7-12-54. GWS did kick the first goal of the second half. Toby Green got the team within 3 points. And Collingwood flexed from that point on. They kicked 7 of the next 8 goals and led by 40 in the last. As Cal mentioned in the call, the concern around Scott Pendlebury, who's had the Achilles tightness. He didn't play that last quarter, sat on the bench with a warm-up jacket on. There are a few little running repairs on the way through as well, but both Josh Dacos and Darcy Moore, after a trip to the rooms, were able to continue on. Keep a little watch on Ryan Angwin during the week, who had a head clash, pretty heavy collision late in the piece, sort of inadvertent contacts between he and his Collingwood opponent. And as Lingy mentioned in the call, seemed to be a little unbalanced in the remaining stages, or the latter stages of this fixture. Collingwood get to 2-1, just the slender loss to Adelaide last or fortnight ago at the MCG. Meanwhile, for the Giants, they're 1-3. Remembering they won their first game in opening round, so from that point on, they've dropped their last 3 as they hit the bye, looking to try and get some personnel back. Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling, your initial thoughts. Friday night footy on ABC Sport, the Pies by 33.
Well, Mick, right throughout the whole night, you and I both remarked there were a lot of possessions for not a lot of result, and we both always felt like it was whichever team that was able to be more efficient when they went forward, we're going to comfortably win the game. And it seemed pretty clear across the night it was going to be Collingwood who were going to do that, but to their credit, that's what they did. In the moments where they needed it, they kicked the ball a bit better inside forward 50. They got their shots at goal from better parts of the forward 50, and some of their class players, just their ball use was clearly better than the Giants. And the obvious ones are the Dacos boys, but Sidebottom as well, and different players like that who just used the ball well, and their final kick inside forward 50 gave them a chance. And in the end, a pretty comfortable win, and they did what they had to do.
Yeah, I totally agree, Lee. You can't beat class for a start. Well, you can beat class if you tag it out, of course, but the old saying, it's difficult to make something happen without that class in AFL football. I'm not sure that Collingwood are over the yips as far as the ball went inside their front 50 a fair number of times. I think it would have been
58, I reckon, Nick.
Yeah, 50.
Oh, no, was it 50?
So 50.
50, sorry.
54, 22. So it's not a great. It's nowhere near the 50% that's required. I don't think, again, with the better sides, and I'm going to say the better sides. I think Collingwood are now in that. Memory kicked 4 tonight. He's their leading goal kick, 3 in the first quarter. And that's when Collingwood were really I thought they were dominating that first quarter. Giants just seemed so slow, no run, couldn't get the ball into their forward line. In the end, they did, but made a hash of it, 2 goals, 5.
When you look at what are your expectations of Collingwood? So when we see them play tonight, where they professionally get a job done, but it was a bit ugly and not brilliant football. Look, are your expectations that they're a top 4 calibre team?
It's funny, Lee, trying to weigh up where they were, let's say round 16, 17 last year. They were 4 games clear on top of the ladder, thereabouts. I won't be quoted on that, but they were 4 games clear. Lost a few, all of a sudden they got pulled back. They finished up in the prelim, which is a game away from the grand final, so that's where they could have been. But when I look at the side, I'm just wondering when they come across a side that's going to match them through the middle, how are they going to kick all the goals? I'm not convinced. So Elliott's a very, very good footballer, make no mistake about it. So he will kick goals. Schultz, I know, he's kicked 1. He doesn't kick a lot of goals. Houston off the halfback kicked those 2. McStay, first and last quarter. There's a lot of gaps in the middle where he had opportunities, he couldn't get near it. So I'm not convinced he's going to be the one. The young ruckman, Steen, was okay. He kicked 1. Memory 4. I'd almost, nothing against him, but I reckon that'll be his biggest tally all year. Like he has to mark it to kick the goals, unless he gets given to him. Dacos, will kick goals anywhere, and Ned Long's another one from the middle. So there's not a lot. Yeah, Bobby Hill will come back on that side, but I'm not convinced they're going to be able to kick. 11 and 12 goals 2 or 3 seasons ago, they win games. They win a lot of games. They win premierships. The way the game is styled now, when I look at Gold Coast, Dogs, Brisbane are down a bit at the moment. Sydney, when they get their players back again. Fremantle, when they run the football. They're all going to be capable of kicking 15 to 20 goals.
Yep.
That's a long way short of tonight. Is a big day for Collingwood. 13 goals, a big day. It's the biggest one for a number of weeks, I think, Corby.
Yeah.
So under those circumstances,
first time in the last 6 games they've kicked more than 11 goals.
So I see them. I don't see them in the top 4. I see them 5th to 8th.
So you talk about their form tailing last year. So indicative of that, if you look at the last 7 top 8 teams they played last year.
Yep, right.
They beat only 1.
Right. Okay.
So they lost 6 of their last 7 against top 8 opposition. Yeah. So it also, as we talk about, it's not just sort of who you play, it's when you play them.
Yep.
So maybe they had the softer teams at the start, and then on the run home,
That's right.
There weren't too many wins for them against teams in and around where we thought their station was. The only top 8 team they beat after May, I think it was Adelaide in the final, where they beat them over in Adelaide, and obviously came back home, hosted the prelim, and we know the rest against the Brisbane Lions.
They beat Fremantle, didn't they? They beat Fremantle?
No, they beat Adelaide in the final and then skipped straight through to the prelim.
Yeah, no, but this year so far they've beaten who?
Oh, sorry. Opening round they beat the Saints.
Yes.
And then they beat, obviously, tonight against the Giants. They've had the bye and they lost to Adelaide.
Yep.
So
you've got to look at the top sides. Gold Coast, Dogs, Sydney, Hawthorn, Fremantle.
Yep.
There's the test. But then again, you can make 10. Anyone can make the 10. Anyone can make the 10.
It's wide open.
Oh.
Can't wait for those wildcard games. Mick will be there on ABC Sport. Collingwood by 33. Scott Pendlebury, the concern with Achilles tightness. He's coming your way. Tim Hodges, what have you got for us?
Well, we'll have Steele Sidebottom, the other old bloke in this team. Mick's, one of Mick's favourites all time. We'll have him after the song. But the Pies coming in. Oscar Steen over with his family, which is a really nice moment. Might be the front page of the paper tomorrow. And Oscar's in the middle getting doused in sports drink. Like they always do, the Magpies, they go silent, and then Steele Sidebottom will be the one to lead us off into the song. That's a pretty subdued edition, the second of the year for the Magpies. Just an update from the GWS as well. Ryan Angwin, I know Lingy, you'd spotted that he had a crook ear. That they have confirmed it's a burst eardrum that he's suffering. So he played out the rest of the match in a fair amount of pain with that ear injury.
Thanks, Hodgie. All over it down there. We'll be back to you shortly on with Steele's Sidebottom. Tim Hodges in the winners' rooms.
That's a great pickup by you, Cameron Ling, but also...
That's a nasty injury. Then you've got to fly home with it too.
I know. Well,
that's another thing that happens. You know, like, honestly, coaching West Coast for 10 years, those sort of things happen not regularly, but a lot of those sort of injuries that you take for granted, you get in your car and go home. No, you either stay in town or get treated, or you get on the plane and you hope you get home okay. It's
and when you think Jack Buckley late when the game was gone, concussion last week, so they missed him tonight with no Sam Taylor. Yeah. And now Angwin, who's been in good form.
Yeah. I thought he was good tonight.
Yeah, and he was good last week against the Saints. And for him to do that as well, the game was gone. It was so brave. It was a clash of heads, burst eardrum. He stayed out there. But Adam Kingsley must be just tearing his hair out at the moment.
Yeah, but he's got so many players. They're not playing with it. When you take a Tom Green out of that middle for a start off, Toby Green's not playing anywhere near the capacity he can. Then you take away your two key backs. They've kicked 13 goals, and when you look at there's Membry and McStay kicks 6.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they don't kick goals, but against Taylor, who's the best key back in the
Taylor and Buckley in.
Buckley's a very good wingman to him.
Yeah.
And you have a look at the other players. Bedford, who normally plays on Dacos, he's not out there.
They're missing 8 of their starting team.
And everyone will say all that happens, but nonetheless, it's a good reason why you're not playing good football. And Tom Green will not be back. So don't forget Kelly's not playing. I know he sits out wide and stuff, but he finishes well. I'm noticing...
Cadman's not there.
Cadman's a very good footballer.
Yep.
So
Brent Daniels isn't there.
Well, he hasn't been there for a while. So,
yep.
But, yep.
There you go. That's what it is for the Giants on a 3-game losing skid, so 1-3. Collingwood get themselves to 2-1. Nick Dacos had a boatload of it again, so 36 disposals, 2 goals, 2 for the champ in the Collingwood midfield. The Magpies home by 33 points. They did lead by as many as 40. And Giants kicked the first goal of the second half. Collingwood responded with 7 of the next 8 to blow the game open. Let's go back to the winners' rooms. Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Steel Side Bottom has been good enough to join us, Corbin. Nick Dacos was very good, but gee, you were magnificent again tonight. You just keep on rolling.
Thank you. It was nice to get me hands on the footy a little bit more than the first few weeks. Probably played more traditionally as a wing, where the first couple of games have been thrown around a little bit, but it's not all about me, but great win.
Stuff it for this interview. For the next question, did you feel as good as like you felt for a long time out there? The wing is where you were at your best in 23, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it's funny what happens when you get the ball in your hands a little bit, you know. Sometimes when you feel a little bit starved of it, you start thinking about things that you shouldn't be and you start drifting around. But when the ball's in your hands, it's where I feel most comfortable, and I'm not thinking about much other than getting it. So it's nice to get my hands on it. And hopefully can continue.
No, we're pumped for you. Great game. Mick said 2 questions only and then send it straight up to him. So Mick, Steele's got the cans on.
You can't shut him up. The older he gets.
Come on,
they tell me you've been hogging the shampoo in the showers again.
Yeah, for me back.
That's what we wanted to hear, was it, Kel?
I tell you what, I might leave early after that.
How are you, Steele? Anyway?
Good, Mick. I'm better for talking to you, mate.
Yeah, of course.
You don't have anything ready for me, mate. You're not prepared.
No, I am. I'm going to ask you who's been your best coach. Who's been your best coach? If you don't say me, I'm cutting you straight out.
You know who's my favourite, Mick. I'm the only one to be in one of your family photos, aren't I?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, well, you're trying to play Superman, jumping into it. But anyway, Hugh Ruckman, tell us about him.
He was good.
Wasn't he? Fantastic.
Yeah. Flyer spoke about it, and you know what, we've been seeing in the VFL as well, but his centre bounce works as good as any. And for him to get his chance after, 4 years of just getting himself to a level that he's actually ready to go. When he first got there, he probably wasn't ready, but to his credit, he's worked hard. And I think he's learning off a bloke who's pretty good at his craft in Big Das as well. So,
do you think the rules, Celia, do you think the rules now, the new rules in the centre square, are going to help him? Briggs has generally been a very good ruckman, didn't get near it today, so look at, say, Darcy or Freeman, he's another one that just can't get near it. Do you think those rules have now created an opportunity for these jumping ruckmen?
Yeah, no doubt, and I think how good is it when he gets up there and in the crowd almost celebrate as much as anyone, but you're right. I think Darcy's stuff around the ground complements Big Steenie in the ruck. So if they can, work in hand, Steenie might do a few centre bounces and Darcy start forward or whatever it might look like. But hopefully they can work up a great partnership, because it was nice to see them both play well tonight.
Yeah, I just looking at the TV from here, and I just watching him with his family. He must have how many dozen people has he got in the rooms with him at the moment?
It's like they all jump on board when someone gets a game, but. I'm sure. The family is just as pumped as anyone. He's had a few setbacks along the way, but he really has earned his shot, and good on him for taking it with both hands.
Sure. Now, on the real serious note, I think a lot of people have sort of said, older side didn't quite get there last year, probably fall away a little bit. Tell me why you can stay at the top 4.
I don't know. Our defence, for one, I think we're the best defence in the comp. We keep teams to low scores. I think in past years gone by, most years, that if you're a good defensive team, then that can hold you in good stead. But it's what it's like. I think it's if we're not going well, then we're an ageing group. But when we're going well, we're full of experience. So let's just be full of experience for now and keep the ball rolling.
Right. Well, Steele, well done. You're certainly doing a good job of keeping that ball rolling. Were you expecting coming tonight that the Giants would allow you to have as much uncontested possessions as you did? At times you were able to it felt almost soccerish in the way you were just knocking it around the back half, waiting for that open ball, and then you could go bang. They allowed it. you to do that a little bit? Was that in the planning?
Well, we knew that they like to roll back hard and get numbers back. So for us, we didn't want to get caught bombing the ball into them where they're probably going to have an outnumber, and they're good at ground ball in the D50. So for us, it's about possessing the footy, and I think we've made great gains in already this season, and we've worked on it over the pre-season. It's nice to have the footy in our hands, and we are a good defending team, but sometimes it's nice to be able to defend with the ball in your hands a little bit as well.
And a lot's been spoken about this week about the attack and the amount that you're scoring. So you're talking about the fact that you guys are doing an outstanding job defending, and the scores are against you guys is reflecting that. Did you see a step forward tonight from that connection into the forward line and your ability to just keep adding points for, not just the defensive work?
Yeah, definitely. And I think we had 2 weeks to have a look at it. We're probably disappointed the way that we did move the footy against the Crows a couple of weeks ago, and it's easy to say, but I think we actually really did have a good 2 weeks, and we were able to hone in on what is going to help us move the footy. There's no doubt the people we've got in the place are fine. It's about how we use the footy and give them the best looks.
And what about still your great mate, Scott Pendlebury? He sent the marketing department into a spin because he's come. All the club said is something to do with an Achilles. Now, I know he's spoken to both television broadcasters, so we're going to hear from him shortly. But have you had a chance just to get something off him?
I'm going to give you nothing. I actually haven't, sorry. But I don't think it's too major, which is good.
Right.
He was still out at the 3/4 time huddle and getting around the boys, so he was still able to move around. But I guess you'll find out as I do.
We certainly will. And also, I was keeping an eye on you at one point. I think it was in the 3rd quarter. A couple of big hits with the debutant Ollie Hannaford. Now, you're 35, playing game number 357, and here's this poor old 19-year-old in his first game. Were you just trying to sort of strut your stuff around him, or...?
No, not really.
Did you know he was a debutant, though?
No, I didn't. I knew he was a giant, that's all.
Oh, okay. Do you remember your first game and any player that sort of bullied you a bit?
I remember my first game. It was actually here against the Saints. I was a late call-up. I was actually emergency. Leon was out. Mick only rated me as the 23rd best player that week. And as you can hear now, Big Steenie, all his fans. And
he's won the meat tray.
He's won the meat tray. There you go. It's bigger than the Brownlow now, they reckon. But, my first game was here against the Saints. But, we got flogged. I don't remember a whole of a lot other than, I think we lost by 70. But I did okay.
Mick would have been in a good mood there after that one.
Always. He used to just put on that front in front of the cameras.
Yeah. Steele, we'll see you in Brisbane in 6 days' time. Appreciate your time.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
Good, mate.
Thanks.
Steele side bottom downstairs with Tim Hodges. Always great to hear from one of the champions of the game. As Steele side bottom is that, the 2-time premiership player, 357th game tonight. Feels like we'd make so much more of that, wouldn't we, if he didn't play in a team with a guy who's playing his 428th game?
Correct. Yeah.
Like, if it wasn't for Pendle, we talk about Jack Gunston as if, like, he's a million years old. Like, we say, here's this old guy coming out and playing with all these young kids, and he's not as old as Sidebottom is now, didn't play as many games as Sidebottom.
No.
And yet with Steele, it's like, he's that young whippersnapper running around with Pendlebury.
357 games.
Yeah. It's
crazy. What about...
I've joined them up together. That's they started basically, Well, they weren't the same year, but when you analyse it and how many games...
Pendles was with...
It's over 800 games, isn't it?
Dale Thomas.
Just shy, yep.
783. Well, no, but add 2 more onto that because it's tonight, 85.
Yeah.
Well,
incredible, isn't it?
That's right. And it's Collingwood 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Because Tony Shaw was there for a while, so I think Steele's beaten Tony Shaw. So,
he has, yeah.
So it's 1 and 2.
To think about what Tony Shaw was like the only one that had got to 300 games, wasn't he, for ever and a day, and then to have these guys fly well past it, and to think that...
And they're still playing good footy, though.
Yeah, there's not a point where you go, hang on, are these guys being gifted games to get to milestones? They absolutely belong there, there's no doubt about it. Pies by 33 points, 13-9-87 over GWS, 7-12-54. Well done to Tim Hodges, as always, down in the victorious Collingwood rooms, 41,607. It feels like two big stories out of the night. One is Oscar Steen, the other one is Scott Pendlebury. So Steen on debut, Pendlebury approaching the all-time games record. He came off the ground with what was reported as Achilles tightness. He spoke with Ruby Schleicher on Fox Footy moments ago.
Not a concern. Look, we just made a smart call. I hurt my ankle against Adelaide and, sort of got tight again around that area. And we come back out and we're up by 25 points. So we just said, we don't need to push it here. We got a 6-day break. So, get myself right for that.
Was there a moment in which it tightened, or was it just kind of a general...
just after half-time, it's just got sore again in a similar spot. So, it is what it is. And, it's nothing to worry about.
6-day break against the Lions. Do you see that in the scope, or do you think you'd probably just be looking after it at this stage?
I haven't even spoke to them about that. But I thought the boys played amazing tonight, though. Defended them really well. We knew they had a massive focus coming in on offence. Defended them well and put a good score on the board.
It'll be a watch all week. Scott Pendlebury speaking there on Fox Footy. So obviously this, we expect, touch wood, he's going to get there to the milestone at some stage this year the way he's going. And I think up until, that final, wasn't it, in the prelim, we really hadn't had a proper soft tissue injury in just about his 400-odd game career. So if he doesn't miss, he'll play it against the Hawks at the G, I think in round 8. But every game he misses, it has a knock-on effect. So their next 2 games, Collingwood, are both away games. One is against Geelong at the MCG. So there's all sorts of ticketing issues that are involved in that in terms of, Magpies fans and how much, corporate control they have and everything else.
Oh, the Cats will give up tickets because we're a wonderful caring club.
They will try to stage it. There's no doubt you've got to stage this because he's breaking an all-time record.
Yep. I was lucky enough
the
to
likelihood is he won't be... Well, you always say, but records are there to be broken. There's no question about that. Because we all thought that Boomer
we didn't think Boomers was going to be beaten in a hurry.
No.
I was here that night. I remember that vividly, and I was the same thought. There's no way this record's going to stand for a long time. And so then the knock-on effect is the game after that. So say he misses 2 games. They're in Sydney playing the Swans at the SCG on a Friday night.
He won't play that.
Nah, they won't do that.
And then the game after that is the West Coast Eagles, a home game, which falls on a Saturday at the MCG.
I'm going to differ just marginally. I'm going to say if he's in my best side, which clearly he is, and we've got to win games, and he's right to play. It's too tight, mind you. If you're going to go right down, and I'm going to repeat this, if you're going to go right down to 10, you might say, well, because we know 7 sides aren't going to make it, so you're dealing up against one side that you might have to deal with to get into the top 10.
Did you ever overrule the medical staff in terms of, like, if the medical staff said, look, he's fit to go, he's right to play, did you ever say, we'll err on the side of caution and hold him over one more, or would you say, mate, whatever the medical staff says, if he's in, he's in, if he's not, he's not?
First one is always medical.
Yep.
They have total rule. If they say in or out, I just accept it because that's it at the end.
Yeah.
They'll push, but that's it in the end. Second one is I'll go to the player. Are you comfortable playing?
Yeah.
Because sometimes doctors clear players and the player goes, I don't know. So straight away that puts doubt in me. So if the player says, doctor say yes, player says yes, then it's up to be us to select him. So there's the 3. If any of the first 2 break down, we don't have any say.
Yep.
And that's the way you've got to keep it.
And what about if the CEO comes in after a meeting with the marketing department and says, we have final say because we want to fill the MCG and we want to sell lots of gold jumpers, Mick.
No CEO nor marketing manager has been through that door. If they ever come in, I'd be going out.
A hypothetical question, though, Mick, on the example given, if it was cleared by the medical,
he wants to
cleared by the player, but he's an older bloke, he's old, and you think, I was going to manage him some point in the next few weeks.
That's okay.
I could then leave him out of a trip to Sydney and get him a home game to break the record.
If I thought that wasn't going to impact my team, yes. Because if it's only marginal which way that works, because when you're in a travelling thing at that age, you know that there is going to be an impact. So no doubt about that one.
He did say, Scott, that it was ankle soreness, didn't he? Which is very different to the other A word, which was Achilles we heard during the match.
Depends
broadcast.
where that ankle is too.
Yes. Well, we all know where the ankle is, but...
Yeah, but, you know
the high ankle sprain versus lateral ankle.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Because he's got no speed, so you don't need to pull the speed back even further because you've got an ankle injury. And that has an impact on a player like him.
How many more weeks have we got to analyse every part of his body?
How good is it going to be? It's going to be great. So 428 tonight. He's got to get to 433. So 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Needs 5 more games.
And you want to break it by a few, so he wants to play out the rest of the season. You got to.
He's saying he'll play again next year.
I know.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he is.
All right, 33 points, the win for 33, the Pies over the Giants. They got out by as many as 40 at one point in the final term before the Giants kicked the last goal. But Collingwood really dominant. They kicked 7 out of 8 goals at one stage after the Giants kicked the first of the second half to blow the contest wide open. Tim Membry kicked 4, Dan McStay kicked 2 against the Giants backline, which had no keys in Buckley. And who's the other one? Taylor, obviously missing, the All-Australian. So they're both absent tonight. Meanwhile, Nick Dacos, 36 disposals and 2 goals to his brother Josh, overcame early injury to finish with 33 disposals. Let's go down to the Giants' rooms. Tim Hodges is down there. Hello, Hodgie.
Hey, Corbin. Pretty subdued in here for the Giants. Just some family and friends. See, Adam Kingsley, I'm not sure if it's a soft drink. I wasn't sure if that was a beer he was holding. They head into their bye now, the Giants. Probably the main news, apart from being a really dirty night at the office for the undermanned Giants, is young Ryan Angwin. So it is a suspected burst eardrum. Obviously, he won't be able to fly tomorrow, is what they fear, but they are heading into their bye. So they're already talking about hiring a car and taking him back. So that'll probably be his leisurely day, sitting in a car tomorrow, heading back to Sydney. So, pretty dirty feeling down here. They're not willing to give us anyone to talk to, which I guess you can probably appreciate after that performance. And that's not a great way for the club to head into their bye, but, gee, they need some soldiers back, and they will get that for gather round in a couple of weeks.
Could blow up the soft cap, getting a car to drive back to Sydney. It's going to be an
I'll be calling the AFL for a bit of financial help, do you reckon?
But
expensive exercise.
Weak with an eardrum like that. It settles down pretty quickly.
Depends how it affects your balance.
Yeah, well, certainly.
It's a common injury for surfers. You're a surfer, Lingy. Seen it a few times from the pro surfers.
Yeah. I don't surf waves big enough to really worry about that too much these days.
Hodgie, if you're still there, just on the injury wrap from the Collingwood side of things, so obviously there were some big names hitting the bench, and we've touched on, obviously, Pendlebury, who did his best to downplay it, but what else did you experience down there tonight?
Yeah, so, Josh Jacobs was the first one, and that was basically he panicked that he thought he had done something serious to his shoulder. And I think they got him to the rooms and allayed any fears, and he was back on the ground within 10 minutes. Darcy Moore was a really weird one, which I think even the doctors, and I'm not sure if you saw that vision on the broadcast of him trying to kick in the rooms.
He wasn't happy at all, was he?
He wasn't happy. I think that's when the doctor left, and you might remember, the doctor left him in the rooms and came back to sit on the bench and actually help the active team. I think he'd given Darcy away. Then the coach even went down to speak to him after that quarter-time address. And I don't know whether that's he is one of those 30-pluses, Darcy Moore, the captain, whether you just lose a bit of confidence or a bit of faith in your body that you... and especially after the three and a half months he's had with soft tissues injuries letting himself down, that whether you lose a bit of confidence in your own body and whether that's where Darcy Moore was. But amazingly, he came back on and played out the rest of the game. And then the Scott Pendlebury one is just going to be a watch and see, right? With so much interest on what happens not next week probably for the Collingwood champion, but what happens in 3 or 4 more weeks or whenever it is that he reaches the Boomer milestone. So they're probably they are the notable injuries. I'm just looking at Finn Callaghan. He's got his left finger taped. That finger was going the opposite direction when it was put back in place. So that's probably going to be pretty sore for him for the next few days. I imagine he'll have a break somewhere and then get back into it, getting ready for gather round in a couple of weeks.
Great hit out from you, Hodgie. I hear you're back tomorrow for a little hit out on Saturday footy.
I've got Stinking Razor's taking the Saturday off, so he's asked me to fill in for him. So, look, I won't bring the comedic genius that he brings on a Saturday, but I'll be there nonetheless.
Just read the rule book. We'll be coming to you for all our What's Our Decision questions throughout the afternoon. So I'll see you tomorrow, Hodgie. Appreciate all your work.
Thanks, guys.
Tim Hodges in both rooms downstairs with the latest riding the boundary all night. 33 points, the Magpies winners over the Giants. The Giants have now lost 3 in a row as they hit the bye at 1-3. Collingwood moved to 2-1. Oscar Steen, so feel-good story. As you heard the big cheer, he got the meat tray from Fox for being their top player on the ground. What was it about him in particular that impressed you tonight in what we saw from the 22-year-old debutant in his 4th year in the system?
So a couple of things, and Mick highlighted the fact that ruck rules are assisting the jumping ruckman, the athletic jumping. So he's got that athleticism. He's got a terrific leap on him. But probably more impressive, because it's all good to be able to just get up there, jump, get up over the top, and then just hit it anywhere. He got up and he was able to direct his taps beautifully and with really soft hands. I was fortunate enough to play with who I consider one of the great ruckmen in Brad Ottens. He would get up strong, working against a Darren Jolly, who's a strong beast as well. And then just at that last second, just the softness of his hands could just put it to you basically on a silver platter. Well, that's a little bit of what Steen was doing tonight. He was directing it to multiple parts and with a real softness to it, which meant then the midfielder who's on the move isn't having the ball smashed at him and he has to take this amazing reflex ball. He can just move onto it and explode away, and he can see the game unfolding in front of him because of the beautiful touch.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Lingy. My mind went straight back 50 years ago to a photograph of Polly Farmer rucking against John Nichols. And there was, look, in that day, the half-forwards played half-forward. So if there was a stoppage here in the wing, you only had the midfield, and the winger may well have been somewhere, because the other winger wasn't. He was on the other wing. And you see Farmer pull the ball over the back to Billy Goggin on the run, or John Nichols, pushing the ball down to one of his rovers. That's what we saw. We're able to his touch for a young ruckman coming in, and then there were other times when he thought, I'm not going to get this ball there. I'm just going to put it forward. Now, De Goey ran onto one or two, so that no doubt there was a little bit of communications prior to them. If I get up there, I'm going to whack it forward. This is a real weapon.
De Goey, Dacos, McCreary, you remember that
McCreary,
one out of there? Those
ran straight onto those big long ones.
Yeah. So is this what they've got at their disposal now, or was part of it, as we talk about in boxing, matchmaking, for example, was part of it the fact that he was coming up against Briggs and sort of his strengths sort of played into Briggs' weaknesses? Like, how will he go when he's rucking against Koning or, other guys in the league?
That's the one that immediately jumps to mind, doesn't it? Or,
who do they play next, you say?
They play Brisbane.
Well, see,
so they got
Brisbane,
Draper and Ford.
Well, see, Draper is a jumper.
He's a jumper.
So that'll be Ford's not. No. So this will be a matchup. If they think they need someone heavy in there just to be able to hold their own, Cameron's no doubt going to go in there. But up your sleeve.
Yeah.
You've got Cameron down there who can take a mark. He takes a lot of marks in the forward line, Cameron.
And with 5 on the bench. Why wouldn't you play the extra ruckman?
That's exactly right. That's what's probably happened in football. The spin around here is now they probably have to carry 2 in because the Giants didn't. They got found out badly tonight. They might have a second ruckman.
And someone like Briggs now, so he needs to quickly read the situation. So we've had a small body of work, but enough to go, oh, hang on, I could be left behind in a hurry here. He needs to then work on, he's never going to be able to jump like the really athletic ones. But now he needs to learn to jump, but time his jump in a way that affects the other ruckman's ability to really jump. Yeah, almost get him as he's coming down, and then the other one's trying to go up, and it just brings him back to more of a 50-50 tap.
But also what happens, Lingy, when you're getting them on the way down, they're open.
Yeah.
And this is where you can do some, I was going to say damage, but this is where you can really, you wait and you just bang. You hit that body so that he thinks next time he's going to jump, he's got to then he's got to turn his, he's got to start to redo his homework on his rib cage, because if you can get that timing right in there, let me tell you, you're wearing a bruise every time you get out there.
And the best news is that the Big O continues in the AFL after Oscar McInerney retired last year at the end of winning the flag, his fairy tale flag, after missing because of a shoulder injury the year before. There is now a new Big O in town. Oscar Steen.
Yeah.
That tap work was elite.
Beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful.
It's a different game now, Mick. So I'm very hesitant to say this. Very hesitant because I'll get told off for being a bit brutal here. But I think when a young ruckman first game is leaping like that and having such influence, I think you wear one free kick if you're Briggs and your knee goes to a certain part, whatever it needs to be, and you go, oh, whoops, sorry, that's a free kick against me. And he doesn't jump the same the very next time.
Oh, you two are brutal.
Well,
They're still brutal.
Well, you
Mick
just do
slapping his hands together. It's absolutely terrifying me.
It is the sort of story you'd love, Mick. So 6'7", 201 centimetres. Early 2023 signs on as an SSP, so summer signing, basically overlooked in the 2023 draft and the rookie draft. Played 37 games in the VFL, sort of overcoming injury and all sorts of things since then. And in his fourth year on the list, he gets a start here tonight. So
I'm worse with my stats than you because I've been a bit sad today, but more than 1,100 days since he joined the club.
Amazing.
Corby, in the last 20 years, who's been the best ruckman?
Either Max Gawn or Dean Cox. We had this debate during the week.
You know where Dean Cox come from? Rookie.
Yep.
And at the same time, down the road, Sandilands. Ruckman mature, very rarely are mature at 18. They mature later, and you get a variety of players. Dean Cox is a sensation, or was a sensation. A rookie. He was deemed the 44th player.
Who would you say?
Oh, I'm with you.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I still think that Gawn's probably the best ruckman going around. But I have a great deal of time for Darcy because the thing is he can do, he takes a good mark, he's always competitive, he gets in the back square. So he's very good. But see, this is where Jackson all of a sudden comes into it because he can jump, whereas Darcy from Fremantle can't jump anymore. Doesn't jump. So he where Geelong wanted him a couple of years ago, I reckon he now will be a sort of ruckman. You go, well, no, we're going to start looking at the rule athlete. If this rule stays the same, I'll judge that when the next time they have two knees hit and they have two PCLs.
Which we did fear in the pre-season, didn't we? After Shannon Neal got hurt, and we have
it's only a matter of time before you get one. Make no mistake of it.
Absolutely.
And that's the last thing you need.
Give me, schoolyard pickup game. Every player's available in the league. You're drafting a team with the modern rules. Who would be the number one ruckman you'd take? If you could pick any player in the league right now
for just a one-off game.
Yeah,
I'd still take Gorney.
Yeah. He's magnificent. He works it. If you're talking about smarts, so Briggs has got to become a lot smarter. Gawn doesn't jump any further than Briggs.
But if you're in the futures market,
but what he does do, you'll put the elbow right where, and the umpire won't be able to pick where the elbow goes, but he'll keep him away from the ball.
But so your question is, if you're now Tassie and you just got your pick of
something
you're
like
not
that.
Picking Gawn because he's at the tail end, so you're picking someone else, and maybe it's Luke Jackson given how well he's going. But for a one-off game, what Gawn does around the ground, everything.
Maybe it is De Koning in the long run. I mean, you think Jackson's going to be able to play as...
Well, don't discount Reeves from Hawthorn. If he's on the peripheral with Meek, why would he put his hand up? He's got to reach like a sick dog. He's got to be about 6'10", doesn't he? So why wouldn't you? And he jumps. He's also a good mark.
I saw a very good young talented player. I'm looking forward to seeing him live this weekend. The West Coast Eagles' second pick, Cooper Duff Tytler. He's 201 centimetres and he can leap. He was incredible last week.
So you need to have a leap. You know what's crazy? I feel crazy saying this. 201 centimetres as a ruckman is no longer that tall. No. It's nothing. But if you've got a leap to match it, then absolutely, of course. I did something in the pre-season down at Geelong, and Connor O'Sullivan, who's just key defender, came up to me, and I just kept looking up and up and up and up. He's 201 centimetres. Wow. So
really,
key position now are 200. Ruckman are 207, 208, 200. But if you've got a magnificent leap to match, then obviously...
You know what confirms today, though? I'm not a fan of Cox, but he served his purpose. Now I know why Collingwood said, let him go. Yep. Let him go. Because they've got this young kid who is a what we call now, the rule changes, a rule...
It's interesting, people in Perth are basically saying, hey, is Darcy's spot in jeopardy because Cox will come in and take his...
Well, with the rule it is.
Yeah. So who would you rather, Sean Darcy or Mason Cox?
To back up Luke Jackson.
Look, if Darcy's fit, he carries that knee. Look, I'd play a leprechaun.
Don't say it.
I would. I'm sorry, but I would.
I feel like I put that on the team.
You did.
Oh,
You did.
if he didn't hit it, I was going to hit it.
33 points at full time. Collingwood 13-9-87 over GWS 7-12-54. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Just another sport tonight. So Sheffield Shield Stumps Day 2. So coverage begins tomorrow. You can find us Day 3 on ABC Sport Digital and the Listen app. First ball from 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, Australian Eastern Daylight Time, with Mitch Turner and Ned Hall heading up the call. 4 for 110 is what Victoria resume at. So 4 for 110 in response to South Australia's 198. They trail the match by 88 runs with 6 wickets in hand as we head into day 3 of 5. So they will make up time lost due to the inclement weather on day 1. In the NRL tonight, West Tigers 32, Warriors 14. So West 32, Warriors 14, the early game. In the Battle of Brisbane, the Broncos 26, winners 12 over the Dolphins, so 26-12. The Broncos roaring back into the season, the defending premiers. The Socceroos, they had a win, 1-0 over Cameroon. Yordi Boss was the goal scorer, so well done to Yordi Boss in the 85th minute. The Football Roos winners 1-0 over Cameroon.
Good side, Cameroon. African champion, I reckon they may have been.
I think that was very controversial about who ended up winning, and then it was appealed on return, and they had to give the trophy back, and they then gave it to the military, and that's another story for another time. But they were in the final, I know. I don't know which side of it they ended up on, but good win for the Aussies. They're ready to take on Curacao on Tuesday in Melbourne. And Bryce Cotton hit the game winner as the Adelaide 36ers beat the Sydney Kings in Game 2. So 1 game all in the best-of-5 series. Cotton hit the winner for the Adelaide 36ers. Game 3 in Sydney comes Sunday. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year with Cameron Ling.
Yes, Corbs. I've gone a couple of more random. I want to give some love for my first 2 lots of votes before the third vote getter is probably fairly regularly amongst the votes. So 1 vote tonight is going to Billy Frampton. Thought he did a superb job on Jesse Hogan. 4 disposals, Hogan, 0 goals. He's the Coleman Medal winner a couple of years ago and a brilliant player, and I thought Frampton just beat him lights out, so well done to him. 2 votes to a favourite in this box, the first gamer, Oscar Steen, for sheer influence and just a bit of joy to the night as well. Thought he was absolutely brilliant, but I do struggle to go past a man who had 36 disposals, did kick 2 goals, had 12 inside 50s, 6 clearances, just uses the ball better than anyone else on the field. Fairly stock standard, almost saying this. Nick Dacos with the 3 votes.
3 for Nick Dacos, 2 for Steen, 1 for Frampton. So just a little heat check on Nick Dacos' start to the year. This is a man, by the way, who has polled 98 Brownlow votes in 3 seasons, averaging 33 a year, which would be enough on average
to win 3.
To win all but 6 Brownlow medals in the history of the count. He was the fastest ever to get to 100 Brownlow votes. Only Hayden Button Sr., Dick Reynolds and Nat Fyfe have done it inside their first 100 games. Nick Dacos tonight playing game number 98. He's gone 41 against the Saints, 33 and 2 goals 2 against Adelaide. He's backed that up tonight with 36 and 2 goals 2 in a best-on-ground display against the Giants. That's a hot start.
But no one wants to tag him. He mustn't be doing that well.
Why not?
Why not? You're talking to me. You're talking to Lingy. Lingy's one of the best taggers going around.
You'd have 2 people on him, Mick.
I get asked that.
I've done it before. Don't worry. It's stoppages. I've had players pick up one because they're so used to going to go-to.
Didn't you have? You had 2 on Sean Burgoyne, didn't you? One day you told me.
Yes, and an Essendon lad in the middle. Not
Smoking Joe. No, not Mercedes.
No, it wasn't Mercedes. It was anyway. But I put 2 on him at stoppages because Essendon and Port were so used to going to the ones. So we end up having 2v1. Very hard to win when you're 1 against 2.
Do you want me to run through Essendon's midfield from those days? Jason Johnson and Mark McCurry and all these great players. Justin Blumfield and Blake Carousel.
Bloke named James Hurd used to wander in there occasionally.
He was reasonable.
We all do different functions and occasionally are part of panels. And if you want to get my blood boiling a little bit, ask the question. Nick Dacos is untaggable, and you know what would you do? But you wouldn't be out, that sort of thing. Like nobody is untaggable.
Everyone,
the king of tags.
Everyone can be tagged. You know that.
If you make great decisions, you get your body positioning right, you work on it. you understand their game.
And you become
Anyone
physical.
can be limited in what they do.
Yeah.
He's been done over by Bedford.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because he.
Well, they used Angwin last week on Nazire, and he did well.
Yep.
So the choice was not to use Angwin tonight.
No one is untouchable.
I'm not saying
untaggable.
It's easy.
Yeah.
Very, very difficult.
Oh, that's what makes it easy.
You could limit him to, if you did it right, you could, instead of, say tonight, instead of 36 and 2 goals, he has it 21 times and no goals.
Yep.
Yeah.
And maybe 3 inside 50s instead of 12 inside 50s.
Yep.
Does it shift the balance of the game? Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's like doing a half back. You get all these running half backs, and they go, "Oh, what do you do? What do you do?" No, you take his ground. Take the ground off them, because the closer you get to this action for a half back running player, the less room he's got to move. So the old thing about, take him back to the old square, they clap their hands, they look at it and they go, look at the space in front of me, I'm just going to be running that. So you take those players further near the action, so there's less room to move. Or, you point your backside to your goal and take him on that side of the pack. There's so many methods. They don't all work, but you've got to keep trying.
Early start tomorrow, so on air just after 12 o'clock Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Adam Ramanaskas and Luke Ball will be with us for Saturday footy. That is going to be Saints-Lions, which is first up, so 12:35 start, given they want to get everyone in, get everyone out, given there's 2 games here at Docklands tomorrow. Saints or the Lions, who are you tipping?
Lions.
Saints.
Ooh.
Lions.
Yeah, I'm on the Lions as well. The middle game is over in Perth. 35 mil of rain expected. Fremantle up against Richmond. Tiggs without a ruckman.
Oh, I think Freo, comfortably.
Yep.
There's rain in every capital city this weekend, except Adelaide, I think.
Wow. Place to be. Festival state. I take it you're on the Dockers as well?
Yep.
And then the big one that we're all looking forward to tomorrow night. The Mighty Bombers made 4 changes at selection, ready to take on the Roos. Both in a bounce-back spot. Who are you tipping?
Do you remember the late 90s?
Oh,
they had some great games.
I'm going to go home and watch the 2000 DVD.
That's why I still got a DVD player, Lingy.
North Melbourne to win that one. Sorry, Corbs.
Yep, North.
Come on, Mick.
Don't.
Well, look, I want to see Brad Scott win.
Will the Bombers win a game this year?
Oh, yes, they will win games.
There we go.
Don't look at me like that.
There we go. Well done.
Will.
Well done, Mick. Well done, Lingy. Thanks, Cal. Great work tonight. Thanks as well to Tim Hodges downstairs, to a cash back in the studio, to Stu Birchmore, and to Mitch Turner too, who's doing a great job on the Sheffield Shield, helping us out tonight here at Docklands. We're done. The Pies winners.